Chapter 1. London, England, July 1760. The nervous hand fluttering across the work table knocked over the inkpot, spreading the liquid on the surface and staining the young woman's skirt as she leaned quickly to right the well. "Have mercy, Lord," Rebecca whispered under her breath, as she quickly blotted the ink on the table with used scraps of paper. The sudden appearance of the serving girl at the door only added to her growing anguish. "Ah, Lizzie, you're back." "Sir Charles wants you now, miss, and he ain't one for waiting." The serving girl's quick eyes surveyed the room, taking note of the damage. "You best be on your way before the master really gets angry, if you don't mind me saying. You don't want him coming after you himself. Here, let me see to this mess." Rebecca found herself being pushed aside as Lizzie took charge of cleaning up the spilled ink. She stared for a moment at the rag the serving girl had stuffed into her hand. Is Lady Hartington back?" A knowing smirk crept onto Lizzie's young face as she scrubbed the surface of the table. "The mistress just left for the opera an hour ago. She won't be back for hours, I shouldn't think." Rebecca was having no success at all wiping the stain off the palm of her hand. I think I should go and check the children. I believe little Sarah wasn't feeling very well during our reading lesson." "Maggie's in with them, miss, and that's her job anyways." Lizzie straightened from wiping the table and met Rebecca's gaze. "Look, there's no point putting it off. You'd best go off and have done with it. He'll have his way, sooner or later." Have done with it. She felt the words reverberate in her mind. Have done with it. But she'd only been ordered to go down to Sir Charles in his library, alone, while his wife was gone for the evening, while his children slept only a floor above in their bedrooms. The shiver that racked Rebecca's body was violent. She shoved her trembling hands into the folds of her skirt and started for the door. I have to see to this dress first." "He won't care. He won't give a damn what you're wearing." Lizzie's words rang sharply with experience. With tears burning her eyes, Rebecca fled the room. But there was to be no escape as she came face to face with the butler in the corridor leading to the main portion of the house. Desperately, Rebecca tried to fight back her emotions as she stared at the buttons of the man's dark waistcoat. "Sir Charles is waiting, miss." She could not lift her gaze to meet the old man's eyes. She knew what Lizzie had said was true. She had sensed it herself. For the fortnight since Sir Charles Hartington had come back from the continent, she'd felt his eyes upon her constantly. Several times he'd come to the room where she tutored his children, leaning over her, pressing against her. His attentions were unmistakable. What made her think they would stop? With the continual presence of his wife and the other servants in the house, though, Rebecca had fooled herself, hoping that she would be safe. Safe, at least, until her plea to Mrs. Stockdale was answered. In her letter she had begged her old schoolmistress to begin searching out a new position for her. But even with the new mail coach going directly to Oxford, Mrs. Stockdale may not have received the letter yet. "You should be going to him now." The young woman willed herself to look up at the butler. "I cannot. I think I'll just remain in my room until Lady Hartington returns." The man's perpetual frown only deepened. "Sir Charles will not be pleased. He is master of this house. If you know what's best, you'll do as he bids." "I was engaged by Lady Hartington to tutor his children. The children are all abed. My work is finished for the day." "If you don't go down to the library, Sir Charles will surely come up for you. He is not one to be disobeyed, and in the years I've served this family, I must tell you, I have several times witnessed his temper." He didn't have to finish the words. The warning was clear. The taste of bile was burning in her throat. Rebecca placed a hand against the wall to steady herself. It took a moment for her to find her voice and to gather her strength. When she spoke, her voice sounded far clearer, far more self-assured than she'd expected, far more than she felt. "I'll not go down to him, Robert. I believe I'll go to my room and pack my things. I'm leaving Sir Charles's service tonight. Now, in fact." There was a momentary look of disbelief in the butler's face. Then, for the briefest of instants, the old man's eyes glinted with something akin to respect before he bowed and allowed her to pass. But the rewarding feeling she gained from Robert's approval lasted only as long as her next thought. Leaving. Tonight. But to where? Rebecca's state of mind as she hurried on was in total chaos. Where was she to go? It would take her only a moment to pack. As a tutor, she had little need for an extensive wardrobe, and she'd brought very little from Oxford. But the uncertainty of where she was to go, in the middle of the night, with no carriage or company or any means of protection, the confusion was nearly paralyzing. But one thing was clear. Staying in this house even a moment longer than necessary was not a choice. For as long as Rebecca Neville could remember, she'd lived at Mrs. Stockdale's Academy for Girls, next to the Vicarage of St. George's in Oxford. Until a month ago, when she left the school at the age of 18, she'd never spent a night anywhere else. Until she came to the London mansion of Sir Charles Hartington, she'd never known any other home than the room she'd occupied on the school's second floor. As far as she knew, she had no family. Rebecca had only an anonymous benefactor, about whom she knew nothing whatsoever. All Mrs. Stockdale would ever say, all she was allowed to say, was that funds for Rebecca's education and upkeep came twice a year from a law firm in London. Growing up, she'd always envisioned London to be filled with kind and generous benefactors. Rebecca took her cloak off the peg on the wall. Despite the warmth of the summer night, she wrapped it tightly around her. Opening up her small purse, she quickly counted the money. £3, 5 shillings, and some copper. Hardly a nest egg, Mrs. Stockdale had said when Rebecca left to take her new position. Nonetheless, her coach fare of £4 and 8 shillings to London had been paid for by her employer, Lady Hartington, and with a salary of £10 a year, plus room and board, Rebecca had been sure she would need nothing more. What Mrs. Stockdale had failed to warn Rebecca about, though, was the danger presented by men like Sir Charles Hartington. The small window was open to the darkness outside. A breeze, still exceedingly warm, wafted through her chamber. She did not feel it, though. Rebecca was chilled, inside and out. Tucking her purse inside her travelling bag, she glanced at the small but tidy room that had offered so much hope, so much promise, not a month earlier. Most of the girls Rebecca's age, who had attended Mrs. Stockdale's school in Oxford, had returned to their well-to-do families some time during the summer of the past year. As she'd watched their carriages roll away, she'd been struck once again with the hard fact that she was the only student with no place to go. She had no future awaiting her beyond the front door of the academy. To Mrs. Stockdale's credit, the old schoolmistress had never even hinted that she should seek a position, but the young woman had been coming to the realization for a long time that she must take her future in her own hands. She could not live forever on the generosity of her long-time benefactor. The sound of steps coming down the corridor launched Rebecca into action. She picked up her travelling bag without another moment's delay and headed straight for the door. Outside, the corridor was empty, except for two of the upstairs maidservants who stared at her with surprise as they rushed past. She could hear their whispering as they moved down the hall. Though her heart was racing, Rebecca's feet were leaden as she descended the panelled staircase. A tavern on Butcher's Row, a clothing shop on Monmouth Street, the household of Sir Roger de Coverley on St. James's Square, where she'd heard they were forever in need of servants. All these possibilities of employment presented themselves at this moment of desperation, affirming her decision. She'd find a position, perhaps not as a tutor, but as a servant. She'd do anything. All she had to do was to find a place for the night. In the morning, she could seek employment in any of the places she'd remembered. There had to be so many more. She'd certainly be fine, if she could only last until morning.
"I did not believe Robert when he told me of your insolent intentions."
She was only a few paces from the stairs leading to the ground floor. She could see the front door.
"Stop where you are!"
Her steps faltered at the command. Cold panic washed down her back as Sir Charles approached from behind. She gripped her bag tightly and tried to hide her terror as she half turned to him. "I meant no insolence, sir. I only informed him that I'm leaving your house."
"With night already upon us? With gangs of young brigands roaming the streets? Why, you'd only find yourself rolled in a barrel down some hill. Or, perhaps, they'd do something far, far worse."
Rebecca repressed a shudder as he drew near, but his voice was low and his insinuation unmistakable. The smell of brandy and cigars hung in the air.
"What kind of a gentleman do you take me for, Miss Neville? Do you think I could possibly allow such a delectable creature as yourself to leave here unprotected?"
"I asked for no protection, sir." She tried to step away, but the man's sudden grip on her arm halted her escape. "Sir Charles, please let me go."
"Not before we get to the bottom of this precipitous decision of yours, Miss Neville."
She found herself being pulled towards the baronet's library. With a cry, Rebecca planted her feet and jerked her arm free as she turned sharply to him. "No, sir! I want you to release me this instant!" The man's pale blue eyes sharpened in an instant. Colour edged into the angular planes of his face, betraying his rising temper. Rebecca took a step back and clutched her travelling bag tightly before her.
"What do you have in that bag?"
His question stunned her, and she looked down uncomprehendingly at the bag. My belongings."
"Ha! Not very likely, I'd say."
He had Rebecca's elbow in a death grip before she could utter a word, and forcibly dragged her towards the study. A serving maid appeared down the long hallway, and he called out to her.
"You! Get Robert and the others. I want this house searched for what's missing. The silver and the plate. My wife's jewels. Yes, be sure to check my wife's jewels."
Rebecca found herself thrown roughly into Sir Charles's library, and heard the door slam shut as she whirled around. They were both holding onto her bag, and she released it, backing away from him. With a look of satisfaction, he turned the key in the lock. Rebecca backed away to the farthest wall until her shoulders were against the shelves of leather-bound books. She could see the look on his face, and it horrified her. Her eyes looked for some avenue of escape. There was none. "Sir Charles, there is nothing of yours or your wife's in that bag."
"My dear Miss Neville, you're not only young and tender, but adult as well."
"If you think so poorly of me, sir, then why not let me go?" He laughed as he tossed her travelling bag aside and shrugged out of his coat.
"Letting you go, my dear, is not even a remote possibility. You see, young chits like you need to learn a lesson in life. You are just so very fortunate that I shall be the one to educate you."
Nearly frozen with panic, she forced herself to move, edging behind the exquisite mahogany desk. Tears burned in her eyes as she saw him reach for the buttons of his waistcoat. "Why me? You can have anyone you want. You have a wife. Please, not me." He flashed her a brilliant smile and crossed the room slowly, like a cat on the hunt.
"You, my dear, are the one that I must have. You see, you come from, how shall I put it, from a very fine line."
She pushed a chair in his path and backed away as he circled the desk. "You're mistaken. I'm no one, nothing special. Please, Sir Charles, there can be no satisfaction in ruining a nobody like me."
"A nobody?" he repeated, unfastening the buttons of his tight breeches. "A nobody you might be with regard to title and fortune, that's true. But as far as your lineage—" He shook his head. "Nay, my dear, you're far from a nobody."
Rebecca was shuddering violently as the front of his breeches fell open, exposing his aroused sex. His face was a mask as he continued towards her. "Do not proceed, Sir Charles. I beg you. You're mistaken about whomever it is you think I am." He stood still for a moment, eyeing her across the desk.
"Mistaken?" He shook his head. "Your secret is out, Miss Neville. But, to tell the truth, I had no difficulty at all finding out who you really are. Imagine the daughter of the notorious actress Jenny Green under my roof. A fine mother she was, I'll grant you, though, to shield her offspring from the effects of her reputation for so long. And so near to London, too."
Rebecca could hardly comprehend his words. Confusion had set her brain spinning, and she could only think of escape. She backed away from the desk a few steps until she found her back against the marble mantel of the fireplace.
"But the first moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed it. The same stormy blue eyes, the same golden red hair, the colour of sunset."
His eyes swept over her body.
"I knew it."
Her hands searched the space behind her. He was so much bigger than she was, a great deal stronger. He was in the centre of the room now. There was no escape.
"As a lad, I used to sit in the upper gallery at the theatre in Haymarket, lusting after your mother. I would watch the fops who paid an additional charge to visit the celebrated Jenny after the performances. I would pine for her, wishing it was I enjoying her charms. He came closer, his protruding manhood belying the almost casual manner he now affected. She held her breath, looking to the side as he reached out and pulled the ribbon of her straw cap. Dropping it on the floor, he took a tendril of her hair beneath his fingers, rubbing it back and forth as she felt his eyes fix on her face. Full lips that cried out for me to kiss them. His gaze shifted downward, his voice a husky whisper. Breasts made to be suckled by my mouth.
Rebecca cried out as his hands reached beneath her cloak, encircling her waist and pulling her roughly against his chest. She stared up at him. She could feel his manhood pressing insistently against her.
I finally enjoyed your mother, you know. I took her this past week after her play at the Covent Garden Theatre. Ha! A little gin, and she was chattering like a magpie. Getting her to talk about you was easy. Had to have her for old time's sake, but also so that I could compare the mother with the daughter.
She turned her face away as he tried to crush his mouth down on hers. She pushed roughly at his chest and tried to turn in his arms. He laughed.
She was willing. Easy. Hardly as exciting as you are now. Of course, she's not the woman she once was.
He was squeezing her breasts, hurting her, and all she could do was to restrain her sobs and pray.
I knew you would be better. Much better.
She felt the tie of her cloak pull free from around her neck. She glanced wildly at him. He had the look of an animal on his face as he took hold of the modest neckline of her dress. "How much?" Her voice was barely a croak. She forced out the words. "You paid my mother. How much will you pay me?" His eyes sobered for an instant as they came up and met hers. His lips curled nastily.
A harlot, like the mother.
"How much?" She snapped with a firmness that was pure fraud. "I shall remain in your household. I shall keep my position. And you can use me as you wish." His teeth flashed, but he released the neckline of her dress.
"What's your price?"
She pushed back, taking a half step to the side. He let her, one hand still gripping her arm. "Your wife hired me for £10 a year. Make it 20. His pale blue eyes studied her suspiciously for a moment.
"And you'll do whatever I command you to do?"
She swallowed once. "Whatever."
"Are you a virgin?"
She stared at his shirt and nodded. "I am." Silence ruled the chamber while she waited, and then relief swept through her as he took a step back, releasing her arm.
This could prove quite diverting.
He stepped back, eyeing her with his hands on his hips. She fixed her gaze on his face.
"Yeah, very well. I'll pay you the difference, and my wife shall not know anything of our arrangement."
She nodded.
"Then I command you to take your clothes off, very slowly. And when you're finished, I wish for you to lie on the desk."
Rebecca stared at the dark mahogany desk. Her gaze moved away, lighting for an instant on Sir Charles's sex, blotchy and swollen and horribly potent. She turned quickly toward the hearth. "As you wish," she said, bending to pick up her straw hat. It was there, just as she'd hoped it would be. It was her only chance. There was no hesitation in her actions now. Her hand darted to the poker, her icy fingers closing on the brass handle. Then, in one swift movement, she whirled around and smashed the iron rod with a sickening crunch into the head of Sir Charles Hartington as he leaned, quite exposed, against his desk. Chapter 2. She had killed the man. Dropping the poker, Rebecca covered her mouth to stifle her own scream of horror. The crimson liquid pumped from Sir Charles's scalp and soaked into the rug in a rapidly widening arc. He lay sprawled face down on the floor, his head away from her. In her haste to reach the door, she tripped over an outstretched foot and landed heavily on her hands and knees beside him. Immediately leaping to her feet, she gasped at the sight of her attacker's warm blood covering her hands. She stared from her hands to his inert body. She had certainly killed the man. "No!" she sobbed, running her palms again and again over her skirts. "No!" Her fingers were trembling violently as they tried to unlock the door. Glancing fearfully over her shoulder, all she could see of him was the head of powdered, golden hair now streaked with the dark shades of his own mortality. The key turned, and Rebecca stumbled into the hallway. She only managed a few wobbly steps toward the staircase, though, before crouching down and retching violently on the brilliantly flowered carpet.
"Miss Neville! Rebecca!"
She lifted bleared eyes and saw the butler coming down the stairs. The serving maid, Lizzie, was directly behind him.
"Oh, my God! What have you done?"
She had no chance to answer Robert, as another serving maid began to screech at the library door.
"Blood!"
And still louder,
"Murder!"
Rebecca covered her ears and shook her head as she staggered to her feet. The shouts and the chaos surrounded her, but she couldn't answer. There was no sound in her throat, but broken gasps for air. And then she ran. She felt hands reaching for her, shouts behind her. She didn't stop, though, flying down the steps to the front door and opening it before they could reach her. On the street, she saw flashes of faces in the yellow arcs of lamps, voices and shouts. On she ran, as fast as her feet could carry her. She was not even a block away, though, when cries of murder rang out. The sounds of running footsteps, more shouts. At the crossing street, Rebecca turned the corner and then stumbled off the high curb and into the thoroughfare. Regaining her balance, she tried to dash across as the darkness of the park on the far side caught her eye. But the rush of a carriage coming straight at her froze her in her tracks. She could not move, could not breathe. Stunned, she watched the hooves of the horses pounding toward her. So this was to be her end. There would be no hanging. She would be trampled, escaping the murder.
"Get out of the way! Get out of the way, you fool!"
Rebecca saw the coachman struggle with the horses, but she couldn't move. The carriage veered to the left. The horses reared as they plunged past. and she felt a hand pull her away as the wheels of the carriage thundered by. The next moment, she found herself sitting on the street. Faces were staring down at her with evident concern and surprise, but not one of them looked at her accusingly. With senses suddenly acute, she looked up as the carriage stopped a short distance away. The driver was shouting at his team of horses and trying to start the carriage again. From the tiny window, a young woman's ashen face peered out. When their gazes connected, Rebecca knew. In that face she saw desperation that matched her own. She dragged herself to her feet and ran toward the carriage, stretching out a hand. "Help me!" she called. "Please, take me!" From the corner of her eye, she saw a mass of people round in the corner.
"Murderer! Hold that woman!"
The carriage was already rolling when she saw the door swing open. She could barely hear the weak commands from inside, but saw the driver look back at her. With renewed strength, Rebecca dashed for the open door and climbed inside as the driver cracked his whip. The carriage jerked forward, and in an instant was racing through the streets of the city, leaving the shouting throng far behind. The pale woman in the carriage drew the curtains. The darkness enveloped the two riders. It took a long moment before Rebecca managed to catch her breath. As her eyes adjusted to the dark, she heard the driver shouting at the team of horses as he slowed to turn a corner. The woman who sat across from her stared searchingly at Rebecca. On her lap, beneath a well-made cloak, she held a small bundle. "I'm innocent!" Rebecca heard herself blurting out. "My name is Rebecca Neville. I lived at Mrs. Stockdale's academy in Oxford up until a month ago." Her rescuer continued to study her in silence. The woman was young, not much older than Rebecca. Her clothes bespoke obvious wealth, but there was fear in her drawn, pale face, a look of desperation that Rebecca could see now even more clearly. I was hired to be a tutor by Lady Hartington for their 3 children. And then her husband arrived." She lost the words as a knot rose in her throat. She dashed tears off her face with the back of her stained sleeve. "He tried to... He attacked me. The wife was away. I swung the poker at him. I killed him, and now they're after me. But he tried to... She couldn't continue. Burying her face in her hands, Rebecca leaned forward and lost herself in her own misery as the carriage jerked roughly from side to side. A moment later, a delicate handkerchief was tucked into her hands. She took it gratefully and wiped her eyes. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have involved you with..." "Do you have family?" The woman's voice was kind but weak, as if she were in severe pain. "I don't, although I was told tonight that I might have a relation." She shook her head hopelessly. "I have no one to go to. For all my life I've been told I was an orphan." "No matter what he did, they will hang you." Rebecca stared down at her hands in her lap. The stains from Sir Charles's blood, mixed with the ink she'd spilled earlier, created grotesque markings on her dress. The white handkerchief against it was a shocking contrast, even in the darkness of the coach. "I would not have acted any differently, even knowing the consequences." She stabbed again at her tears. There was a noise from the woman's lap. a small, mewling cry. Rebecca's eyes rounded as she watched her rescuer push aside the cloak and reveal an infant tightly swaddled in blankets. "He's awake." There was tenderness in the young woman's face as she looked down on the baby in her arms. "So small." Rebecca found herself whispering as she leaned over to look at the child. "He was born only this morning." Her eyes lifted to the pale face. "Are you the mother?" The woman smiled faintly. "I'm Elizabeth Wakefield. And yes, I'm the mother." The carriage lurched as Rebecca laid a hand on Elizabeth's knee as the woman winced with pain. "You're not well. It is too soon for you to be leaving your bed after delivering a child." I'm well enough to look after my son." She ran a finger over the infant's furrowed brow. "I'm calling him James." There were other questions racing through Rebecca's mind, questions more important than the child's name. Where was her husband, for example? And why was it that Elizabeth was travelling alone at this time of night with her infant son? But the sadness that enveloped the woman, the love that shone in her eyes as she looked down on the baby, restrained Rebecca from asking any more. Instead, she sat back, thoughts about her own situation crowding her brain. Thoughts about how insignificant her entire life had been. Thoughts about how quickly it was going to end when they tried her and hanged her for Sir Charles Hartington's murder. Her hand drifted unconsciously to her throat as she wondered for a moment how painful it was to hang. Her eyes focused again on the mother and child across from her, and she wondered if there had ever been a moment such as this in her own life. She wondered if her own mother had ever held her with such tenderness. She shook her head and looked away as emotions tightened like a fist in her throat. Too late for such thoughts, she scolded herself. Even if Jenny Green were indeed her mother, it was far too late for such thoughts. From the time she'd been a little girl, Rebecca had been raised with Mrs. Stockdale's constant reminders on the value of virtue that must accompany the improvement of a girl's mind. Indeed, she'd grown into womanhood schooled on the difference between right and wrong, and, more importantly, on the fragile nature of a woman's chastity. Much more so than the other students, it seemed, the schoolmistress had been keen on constantly reminding young Rebecca about the necessity of hiding her unusual looks, of binding and taming her wilful and flame-coloured tresses. No, nothing should ever be allowed to steer her, even momentarily, off the narrow path of decency and respectability. It all made sense now. Mrs. Stockdale's persistence had simply been the result of her suspicions about the bad stock Rebecca had probably issued from. Indeed, she wondered with a pang of bitterness, though, what her former schoolmistress might think of her actions tonight. The carriage rumbled to a sudden stop. Rebecca's heart leapt into her throat. She clutched her skirts in her hands and stared at the closed door of the coach. She could smell the rank odour of fish and rotted wood, and guessed they were close to the Thames. "I suppose this is the end. There's a boat waiting for me here." Elizabeth's words drew Rebecca's gaze. "I'm taking a boat from here to Dartmouth, where James and I'll be boarding a ship headed for America." All Rebecca could do was hold her breath. I'm not well, and we're travelling alone. A tear rolled down Rebecca's cheek as she stared into her guardian angel's face. I want you to come with us.
Chapter 3. Philadelphia, in the province of Pennsylvania, April 1770. We cannot teach a deaf boy in our school, Mrs. Ford. We simply cannot do it.
Rebecca forced herself to remain seated on the wooden bench and stared irritably at the headmaster of the Friends' School. Jamie is not deaf, Mr. Morgan. Hard of hearing, that's true, if you're standing by his bad ear, but not deaf. The middle-aged man adjusted his spectacles on his nose and stared down at the papers on his desk.
I've had both of my teachers spend time with thy son, separately and together. They each say that thy son hears not a word. The lad cannot even speak, for all they can tell.
He's only 9. He was quite nervous the day I brought him here.
The headmaster shook his head. Mr. Hopkinson tells me he saw the lad running on the wharf with some other boys last week, and he didn't respond to his greeting in any way.
How many 9-year-old boys do you know who would speak to an adult while they're in the middle of mischief-making?
So, thy son is a mischief-maker as well?
Rebecca let out a frustrated breath and unrolled the papers she was holding on her lap. I was speaking of boys at play. Jamie is not a mischief-maker, Mr. Morgan. He's a very bright and vigorous lad who shows great promise in learning. Just look at these papers, sir. She placed the sheets on the man's desk. These are samples of his handwriting. He can read, too. And I've already been tutoring him in mathematics, and he does quite as well as many of your own students. The headmaster took the papers and leafed quickly through them. Now, you tell me, sir, how could I be teaching him these things if he were deaf?
Mrs. Ford.
He paused, carefully rolling the papers up and handing them out to her.
Thou art a talented teacher. Many of our students have benefited greatly by being tutored by thee over the past few years. A number of parents cannot praise you highly enough for thy way with their young ones. But about thy son.
Rebecca took the rolled bundle from the man's hand.
With regard to Jamie, thou art better off continuing as thou have begun. Perhaps it is the bond that exists between a mother and son that allows thee to overcome the lad's handicap. It is thou, and only thou, that he appears to respond to.
But there's only so much more that I can teach him. There's only so far in life that he can go if all his education comes from me.
Based on what thou showed me here, thy son has already surpassed what most labourers or tradesmen might need as far as schooling in life. He has already done quite well by thee.
No, Mr. Morgan. I'll not allow my son to think that becoming a labourer or a tradesman is the best he can do with his life. Rebecca fought to restrain her growing fury. Despite one deaf ear, regardless of a misshapen hand, I'll raise my son to be whatever he wishes to be. If he decides to be a doctor, then he will be. If he wishes to become a lawyer or a clergyman, then I'll see to it that nothing shall stop him. I'll make sure that Jamie has every opportunity that exists for a boy growing up in Pennsylvania.
Thy intentions are quite admirable, Mrs. Ford.
She glared fiercely at the headmaster and leaned forward on the bench. Admiration is not what I came here for, Mr. Morgan. I came for understanding, openness, equality, things that you and the Society of Friends say you stand for. I came here seeking the opportunity for an education for my son." The headmaster's face turned a reddish hue, and he stared down at his hands. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Ford, but we have given thy request quite some time and attention. But with only 2 teachers and myself, we're already handling over 100 pupils. There simply is no way we can handle someone with thy son's difficulties at this school." Rebecca stared for a long moment at the headmaster's balding head, at the thin spectacles that had slipped further down on the man's nose. She stood abruptly. "Good day to you, sir." The afternoon sun was lying like liquid gold on the spire of Christ Church when Rebecca stepped out onto the high street, though she was hardly in the frame of mind to notice it. With one hand wrapped tightly around Jamie's paper, and the other clutching the ribbons of her purse, she pushed through the bustle of activity that showed no signs of easing despite the lengthening shadows of the afternoon. "Good day to you, Mrs. Ford." She turned her head and nodded blindly while making her way along the brick sidewalk. There were other schools, perhaps the school in Germantown. But how to get Jamie there, day in and day out? "Fine afternoon, Mrs. Ford." "That it is, Mrs. Bradford." Rebecca forced a polite smile at the heavy-set woman, hiding her frustration with the headmaster and lengthening her strides. They would move. If that was the only way she could get Jamie into a school, then so be it. She was willing to do whatever it took. New York, Boston, wherever. And as far as jobs that she had here, there had to be other positions in other cities. Rebecca ignored the cries of vendors hawking everything from meat pies to apples to Dr. Franklin's Gazette. As she turned the corner into Strawberry Alley, the curses of a carter driving his slow-moving team of oxen into the activity of High Street hardly even registered as she pushed along the crowded dirt street. She had made a start, a life for herself and Jamie in Philadelphia over the past 10 years. People knew her, respected her. She was never short of work, whether it be tutoring or sewing or helping in the bakery whenever Mrs. Parker needed to tend to her ailing husband. She passed under painted signs extending from rows of neat brick dwellings, signs noting drapiers and glaziers and cobblers and butchers working hard at their trades inside. Yes, there was work here. But if she had to go, well, she would find work in another city, in another colony, anywhere, so long as she could find a school willing to overlook Jamie's differences and treat him like any other boy. Rebecca carefully stepped across the alley, avoiding puddles and muck and traffic, to the red brick building that housed Mrs. Parker's bakery. There, above the ever-expanding Butler family, she and Jamie rented 2 snug rooms beneath the sloping roof. She nodded to Annie Howe as the thin, squint-eyed worker from the Death of the Fox Inn stepped out of the bakery with an armload of bread. "Oh, Mrs. Ford, there was a gentleman inquiring after you at the inn this afternoon." She stopped on the landing. "Thank you, Annie. This gentleman, was he looking for a tutor for a young one?"
"I didn't say anything about that, ma'am, but I shouldn't think so. He arrived in the city 2 days ago, intending to stay at least for a few days at the inn. Demanded a room to himself, if you can imagine."
"Well, thank you, Annie."
Rebecca opened the front door. "He's a lawyer, you know."
From England." A tight knot gripped Rebecca's middle, and she froze with her foot on the doorstep. Slowly, she turned to the woman. Who was it exactly that he asked for?" Annie shifted the bundles of bread in her arms. "For you? He asked for you? The mother of the boy with the crippled hand? Oh, to be perfectly honest, my first thought was that your Jamie must have been up to no good again on the wharf. If I were you, I'd box the lad's ears once a day, whether he needed it or not. I've been meaning to speak to you about it. I've seen him down there myself, Mrs. Ford. Don't think I mean to give a dog a bad name and hang him. I mean, he's just a lad, to be sure. But you don't know the way he runs wild down there, scaring the fancy lasses coming off the ships with that claw of his, and then running off with those hellions who live beneath you." The woman squinted up meaningfully at the butler's window. The tension in Rebecca's belly eased a bit, but not much. "Thank you for telling me all of this, Annie. I'll have a long talk with him." "A good strong willow reed across his backside is what he needs, if you ask me, Mrs. Ford. If your husband was alive—" "Very well, I'll see to it, thank you." Rebecca didn't wait to hear any more, and with a quick wave she closed the door and started up the narrow steps to the upper floors. There was not much of what Annie had said that she didn't already know. Jamie had become a little wild this spring, but with so much going on, with Rebecca working at so many jobs, there were only so many hours in the day that she could be tutoring him, or watching him, or scolding him. Not that she had the heart to do much scolding. After all, he needed to stretch his wings a bit. But this was another reason why she had to find him a school. He needed a place where he could find some direction for his energy. He needed a way to mould the growing defiance in his character into a positive quality. As expected, Molly Butler's door was open as Rebecca passed, and the neighbour, her belly big with child, waved her into the all-purpose front room. A small fire was crackling in the fireplace on the far wall, and Molly turned her back to stir a pot of stew hanging from an iron rod over the hearth. Satisfied, the rosy-cheeked woman eyed Rebecca as she sat heavily on the large settle beside the fire. Twin girls, barely toddlers, were napping side by side in a little bed in the corner. "You don't have to tell me. Your face shows." Rebecca dropped the scroll of paper and her bag on the table before walking to one of the two front windows. "That's not the last school. There are others. You know I love him like my own, but not for your Jamie, I shouldn't think." She didn't feel like arguing and let the comment pass. "I can tell. You're already thinking." Rebecca turned and smiled. "You know me, Molly. I'm always thinking." As she sat beside her friend, the pregnant woman cut a slice off the loaf of bread that sat on a small table next to the settle. Without asking, she set the table in front of Rebecca and pushed the small pot of apple butter next to the bread. "You didn't have any lunch, darling, and seeing how pale you look, I'd wager you didn't eat anything this morning either." "Jamie is not back yet?" "Oh, don't fret about him. I sent my Tommy along with George and Jamie. With the older brother along, there's only so much trouble those two urchins dare to get into." Thomas, the older of the butler's 4 children, was 12 and quite grown up for his age. He was already riding along occasionally when Mr. Butler would carry passengers, Mondays and Thursdays, from Strawberry Alley to the Trenton Ferry for the first leg of the journey to New York. George, on the other hand, was exactly Jamie's age and just as unruly. "Rebecca, I still think you should consider Mr. Butler's advice and let Jamie start earning his keep by working in the smith's shop or—" "I can't." Rebecca shook her head. staring at the slice of bread before her. "I'm writing to the headmaster at Germantown. There's a good chance they'll take him at the school there. Mr. Butler tells me they have over 200 pupils there already, and even if they were more understanding of your Jamie's situation, I have to keep trying, Molly." Molly shook her head. "Oh, you, of all people, a woman who gets nervous when your son spends half the day out of your sight. How are you going to cope with him boarding with strangers in Germantown? Worse than that, Rebecca, how are you going to afford it?" She took a bite of the bread. She could not bring herself to reveal to Molly her plans for moving. The two women had been friends from the time Rebecca and Jamie had arrived in Philadelphia. In this very house, the two families had lived for nearly 10 years. In this very room, Rebecca had learned so much about child-rearing from her friend. But there was more to their friendship than that, much more. Many a night Rebecca and Jamie had joined the Butler family at their table for supper. How many Christmases had they shared together? From the beginning, there had always been a gift for the two of them, as if they were kin. And when Jamie was burning with fever as a child, Molly had sat with her at his bedside. And in the same way, when Molly was ready to deliver the twins, Rebecca and Jamie had taken in Tommy and George for a fortnight. With John Butler away as much as he was, running the coachee to New York, the two women had formed a friendship that only deepened with the passage of years. There was no denying it. Outside of Jamie, the Butlers were the only family that Rebecca had known in all of her life. But right now, as tired as she was, as dispirited as she felt, talking about a move that would change everything was not Rebecca's idea of an inviting discussion. "Oh, forget about eating. Seeing how pale you look, you should go upstairs and lie down before your afternoon lessons. I'll send some of this stew up when it's ready." Rebecca shook her head. "I'm fine. Really I am." She came quickly to her feet at the sound of Tommy and George shouting up from the street. Crossing to the window, she spotted the two boys looking up at her. "Is Jamie back yet?" the older boy called as she raised the sash. Rebecca leaned out the window. "I thought he was with you two." "He was," George said, "but then this fancy-dressed gentleman stopped us on the corner of Front and High Street, said he wanted to have a private word with Jamie." Molly's voice shrieked over Rebecca's shoulder, waking the two girls. "You're not telling us you left him alone with a stranger, are you?" "Nay, Mamma," Tommy hurriedly responded. "But we couldn't hear what the macaroni says either, as they stood a few paces from us. Then a couple of sweeps come a-shoving and a-barging along the bricks. Well, by the time the bloody soot-suckers cleared off, all we see is Jamie pushing the man away and running. I ain't never seen him run so, except maybe that time we snuck up the bell tower of Christ Church and got almost caught coming down." "You did what?" Rebecca pulled abruptly back from the window, giving room to Molly to question the boys about this latest misdeed. There was something very wrong. What was it that Annie had said about the lawyer who had asked about her? But he really had been asking questions about Jamie. She had to find her son. Without another word, Rebecca rushed to the door and started down the stairs. She hadn't descended even 2 steps, though, before spotting his folded form on the bottom stair. "Jamie!" she cried, crouching next to him. She took his face in her hands and brought it up until she could look into his face in the dim light of the stairway. "What's wrong, Jamie?" There were tears in his eyes. He wiped away at them with the back of one sleeve. Before Rebecca could ask again, though, he threw his arms around her and buried his face in her lap. Don't let them take me away, Mamma. Please, don't let them take me away. I would never do that. She lifted his head until he was looking into her face. Do you hear me? I promise you, I'll never let anyone take you away. She crushed him against her chest, rocking him in her arms as the tears flowed down his cheeks. Molly appeared at the top of the stairs. Oh, praise God, he's back. I'll skin those two rogues of mine. What's wrong? Rebecca shook her head at her friend. He's fine, Molly. Just tell the boys he's here. Clutching his hand, she led him up the stairs to their rooms. Molly followed them up, carrying the pot of apple butter and the bread. Jamie just shook his head at Molly's offer of food and escaped into Rebecca's tiny bedchamber. Something's wrong, Rebecca murmured to Molly before going after her son. In the other room, she found Jamie curled up on her bed and clutching tightly to her old shawl. Do you want to tell me what's wrong? He didn't respond. She crouched down next to the bed and took his chin, turning his face until his large blue eyes met her gaze. What happened, Jamie? Who was the man that stopped you on the street? Fresh tears glistened in the boy's eyes. What did he want? She gentled her tone. What did he say? She caressed his sandy blonde hair, pushing it away from his brow. She used a kerchief from her sleeve and wiped his tears. He already knew my name, Mamma, but he called me James. What else, love? He grabbed my arm and stared at my hand. Hush. She cooed as more tears rolled down his cheeks. This wasn't the first time that the child had faced people looking at him as an oddity. True, she'd made every one of those incidents a battle against ignorance. But she didn't remember Jamie ever reacting as strongly to it as he did now. I love you, Mamma. I promise to do my best. There were hiccups mixed with the words. I promise I'll never pretend to not hear you. If you take me back to the Friends' school, I give you my word this time I'll behave. I'll answer their questions and everything. Just don't send me away. I love you too, and you're not going anywhere without me. But I need to know, she said more firmly, what that man said to you, Jamie. But before he could answer, Molly appeared at the door. Rebecca looked up in surprise. There's someone here to see you. Take their name, Molly. Send them away. Her friend shook her head and motioned for Rebecca to come into the other room. A fear as potent and as crippling as the one she'd felt in that library in London so many years ago pierced her body. She ran a hand over Jamie's forehead before forcing herself to her feet. Her movements were slow, almost painful, as she closed the door behind her. Molly motioned toward the door leading to the stairs. Rebecca took a deep breath and opened it, her fingers tightly wrapped around the latch. Mrs. Ford? She nodded at the fashionably dressed gentleman on the landing. I'm Sir Oliver Birch, ma'am, of the Middle Temple in London. I'm here on behalf of the Earl of Stanmore. What can I do for you, Mr. Birch? I'm here to collect and accompany James Samuel Wakefield, the future Earl of Stanmore, back to England. Rebecca stared at him for only an instant before slamming the door as hard as she could. Chapter 4. London. The white silk slid upward over the muscled back of her lover. As he pulled the shirt over his broad shoulders, however, Louisa's lips curved into a practised pout. She stretched like a cat between the rumpled sheets of the giant bed and watched him dress. Carnally fulfilled she was, but the familiar sight of Stanmore leaving her bed and her house immediately after their love-making never failed to diminish her pleasure. Even now, the acrid metallic taste of disappointment was in her mouth, but she forced herself to look casual, soft, alluring. She was not above asking him to stay. She was not even above pleading with him, but she refused to yield to such a fatal inclination. She was far too clever for that. Louisa Nisdale had no wish to join Stanmore's long list of cast-off paramours. She'd invested the entire 3 years of her ridiculous marriage and the first 2 years of her widowhood keenly studying, albeit from a safe distance, the man and his restlessness. Samuel Wakefield, the Earl of Stanmore, was openly disdainful of the women who swooned at his feet. He was impossibly arrogant towards the men of his station, especially those who tried to engage him in activities he saw as frivolous. Drinking, gaming, and whoring were beneath him, it seemed. It certainly seemed to matter not to him that the rest of his class found the diversions entertaining. No, the Earl of Stanmore took his politics seriously. A hero of the French wars in America, he was now an outspoken member of the House of Lords. He was regal in bearing and fiercely proud of his lineage, with ancestors who had served their kings back to the time of William the Conqueror. More important than any of that, though, Lord Stanmore was incredibly generous with his friends, and this was a virtue that Louisa highly esteemed in him, particularly in light of her highly developed taste for gambling and spending. It was like a lovely play, she thought, and credit her own astuteness as a player, for here she was at the end of nearly a month's run of pleasure and passion, and no hint of a finale in sight. Cheered by her own thoughts, Louisa pushed the covers away and rolled to the edge of the bed. From here she had a full view of Stanmore's handsome face in the mirror as he tied his cravat by candlelight. She savoured the heat spreading through her at the sight of his eyes darkening as they travelled the length of her naked back and buttocks. She rolled onto one elbow, giving him a full view of her breasts. "About Lady Mornington's invitation for Friday night?" She gathered her long mane of blonde hair in one hand and rolled back onto the pillows. His eyes followed her movements in the mirror. She tilted her head up and casually kicked what remained of the sheets off her legs. "Could you arrange to come for me here at 6:30? I much prefer to arrive there with you and—" "I've already declined Lady Mornington's invitation." "But she's such a good friend of mine. She'll be greatly disappointed if we don't go." He moved away from the mirror and reached for his waistcoat. "I only spoke of my own plans regarding this engagement. You are, of course, free to do as you wish." "Oh, I cannot understand what you have against her. This is the 5th invitation from that good lady that you've declined in the past month." "If it were the 50th, I would still decline. I have no interest in gaming establishments, nor in gambling." "But that's not all that she offers her guests. Why, she's a respected—" "I have no interest in attending." Louisa heard the change in his tone. It was a subtle shift, nearly imperceptible, but she'd heard it before, and recognised it. Stanmore did not raise his voice, but the note of danger was unmistakable. "Ah, well," she said, sliding gracefully off the bed and walking slowly toward him as he pulled on his jacket. She knew that a little time was called for. Time for his flash of temper to subside. Time for his eyes to focus on her body once again and appreciate the display of her charms. But the Earl seemed distracted, if not disinterested, and this alarmed her more than she wanted to admit. Louisa Nisdale, however, had a gambling soul, so she picked up her dressing gown of the sheerest silk and draped it loosely around her. "In fact, Stanmore, I have a much better idea." Running a finger along the taut skin of his neck, she drew his gaze to her face. She moved his arms and rubbed her body seductively against him. He towered over her. The dressing gown fell open, and a thrill raced through her at the feel of her soft skin against a superfine cloth, at the sight of her own creamy flesh pressed against the black fabric, at the heat of his buckskin-clad thighs pressed against hers. "You and I, Saturday evening, strolling through the pleasure gardens at Ranelagh. As we pass by the arches, with all the parties sitting at tea, you can whisper in my ear all the wicked things you'd like to do to me, and I, in turn, can whisper all the—" "No, I think not." Gently, but firmly, he pushed her away and turned toward the door. She reached out quickly and took a hold of his sleeve. "We don't need to go anywhere," she said, working hard to keep the note of panic out of her voice. "Perhaps here we can—" "I'm leaving town for Hertfordshire for a few days. Perhaps I'll see you sometime next week, Louisa." She stared at him for a moment. "Take me with you," she nearly cried out as he leaned down to place a kiss on her forehead. But she knew better and bit back the words, instead sliding her arms around him and lifting her lips to be kissed. Again he disengaged himself from her and started for the door. She felt the colour flood into her cheeks. "I understand. You're restless because you're impatient with the waiting. It has been several months now, has it not?" He came to an abrupt stop at the door and looked back at her. His eyes were black, but she could see that distinctive light gleaming deep in their depths. She felt the danger heat the air around her. She had overstepped her position, but now she knew she had to hold her ground. "What, exactly, has been several months, Louisa?" His voice was even lower now than it had been before, and she pulled the sheer gown around her. I've heard things." She could not maintain eye contact, so instead she picked up the silk belt to the gown and made an elaborate show of knotting it at her waist. "I just wanted you to know, well, that I understand, and that I'm here for you if you need me." She gave him a smile that she hoped was convincing. "What is it, exactly, that you have heard?" She ran her hands up and down her arms to ward off the chill she felt. There was no escaping this. He was waiting for an answer. "I hear rumours of things all the time. I simply heard that you'd sent someone to the colonies. Well, to retrieve your son. Everyone is talking about it. You know how people talk. Everyone knows how hard it must be on you after 10 years, and, of course, if Elizabeth decides to return also, well—" The words withered on Louisa's tongue, as a hardness she had never seen crept into Stanmore's dark eyes. His face had taken on a look of carved granite, cold and formidable. She took an unconscious step back. I was only concerned about you." "Concerned?" The shake of his head was barely discernible. His tone was cool, even, and tightly controlled. "We have taken pleasure in each other's company, Louisa, but do not presume that there is anything more between us. Make no mistake about our connection." He turned sharply and pulled open the door. "In the future, madam, you'll not concern yourself with my affairs. Not now, not ever." Louisa Nisdale watched him go, and then sank against the edge of the bed. She stared at the door for a long moment, and then stood up. She had erred in that skirmish, but she was hardly defeated. No, she thought. She'd been formulating her strategy for too many years to throw it all away now. Conquering Lord Stanmore might require doing battle, but it was a campaign that she had no intention of abandoning. Not now, not ever. Philadelphia. Rage and fear, like two iron-clawed creatures, tore at Rebecca's insides as she turned her back on the door and looked wildly into the face of a surprised Molly. There was another knock at the door. "Send him away, Molly. Get him to leave us alone. Tell him—" Hot tears suddenly scorched her cheeks, and she felt the knot rise in her throat at the sight of Jamie's frightened face peering out from behind the bedroom door. "Tell him he has the wrong boy." The knocking was louder now, more persistent. "Tell me what this is all about, darling." Rebecca shook her head at her friend's question and moved toward the young boy in the doorway. "Please, Molly," she pleaded. "Just send him away." "Aye, very well, lass. I'll do what I can." Jamie's arms wrapped around her waist like small bands of steel. Rebecca quickly drew him inside of the bedroom and closed the door. "It was the same man, Mamma," Jamie hiccuped, holding her still tighter. "He was the same one that stopped me, the one asking the questions. He's going to take me away. He told me so himself. But you won't let him, Mamma, will you?" "I shan't, sweetheart. No one is taking you away." "Please tell me you won't let him take me." She pulled him to the middle of the room and loosened his grip as she knelt down and looked into his face. "I shan't, Jamie. No one is taking you from me. You and I are a family." Fresh tears spilled from his blue eyes, but just as she was ready to pull him into her embrace, his fingers tightened on her shoulders, and he looked into her eyes with that same piercing intensity that always cut straight to her soul. You promise to keep me safe? Keep me with you?" She could feel her heart being clawed open, but she swallowed her anguish and nodded. "I promise, my love." He melted against her, guided by the trust that she had so wrongfully instilled in him. No, she thought fiercely, not wrongfully. It is not wrong for a child to trust his mother, and Jamie was her son as sure as there was a God in heaven. He was her son because Elizabeth had placed him in her arms and made her promise to love him as her own. He was her son because she'd nurtured and cared and loved him from the time his life was still measured in hours. And he'd been hers from the day she stood by the railing of that ship and watched the grey-green waters of the Atlantic receive his mother's corpse. Her hand shook as she caressed his hair, stroked his back, and soothed him as she'd done for nearly 10 full years. He was her son, and she had never loved anyone and anything more than she loved him now. But she felt herself strangling with the thought that she might lose him. Rebecca stayed with him, comforting him with hushed words of affection until Jamie ran out of tears. As she sat on the bed with his head on her shoulder, she felt him gradually relax. His eyes drifted shut as he once again clung to the old shawl. Rebecca held him. Grief lodged in her throat, burning and raw. Molly looked in on them several times, once whispering that she was sending the afternoon pupils away. Another time she quietly offered dinner, but Rebecca just shook her head. Rebecca was relieved when the fading light of evening came on. She was also thankful that the boy had not sought any answers beyond what she was willing to give. Some time later, while Jamie still slept, Rebecca carefully tucked him under the bedclothes and then stood watching him. Night had descended upon the town outside her window, and with it feelings of darkness descended upon her spirit. Feelings of desperation about their situation, feelings of fear. She knew Molly was waiting. She'd heard her coming heavily up the wooden stairs again. "You look like the dead, darling, twice buried and dug up again," her friend said as Rebecca emerged from the bedchamber. She hurt too much to smile. Rebecca pressed her fingers to the puffy slits that had once been her eyes. The light of the candles threw shadows across the room, and Rebecca shivered and moved to the window, shutting it against the cold demons no doubt hovering outside. She rested her head against the pane of glass and tried to fight the renewed feeling of misery swelling in her chest. "I've brought some dinner up for you and Jamie. I sent Tommy down to Mrs. Parker for something as well. Nothing like a fresh sweet roll to—" "Oh, Molly," Rebecca croaked, turning away from the window to find her friend already standing at her side. "What am I to do?" Despite the bulk of her large belly, Molly gathered her in her arms and consoled her as she wept. It was some time before Rebecca pulled back and let herself be led to the bench, where the two of them sat down. There was so much that needed to be said. 10 years of lying to this woman who had accepted them as one of their own. Rebecca didn't know where to start, though, even though she knew that her friend's possible disapproval of her was really only the least of her troubles. "I know Jamie's not yours, darling." Molly's quiet statement drew Rebecca's gaze to the woman's face. "I guessed the truth the moment you arrived in Mr. Butler's coachee from New York that summer, so long ago. Why, seeing you holding that wee one in your arms like a piece of fine china, rather than your own flesh and bone. You were more worried about the right way of caring for the babe than for yourself. And what with all the unfamiliar things that were facing you in this strange city, I knew right then you'd not birthed Jamie yourself." "But you didn't say anything. You let me go on and lied to you all. Who am I to interfere with a woman caring for a poor child?" Molly smiled and pushed a strand of hair out of Rebecca's face. "Seeing the wee thing that Jamie was then, and hearing his screams, by the saints, they were loud enough to wake the dead. Seeing how blind you were to his misshapen hand, and how you've loved him so much." She shook her head. "You've been as good as a mother, to be sure, if not better." Rebecca gripped Molly's one hand tightly with both of her own. Molly patted the back of her hands. You are the hardest working woman I've ever known, Rebecca Ford, or whatever your real name is. You were and are the most caring friend a woman could have." She reached up and wiped away Rebecca's tears. "It was a blessing for me and my family that you came here, and I nearly had to bust ahead with my rolling pin once or twice to keep you from harm's way, though I hadn't meant to ever tell you." "Your rolling pin?" "Aye, my Mr. Butler. Oh, the sweet thing. Nearly took it full on his thick skull, let me tell you. But it was his own doing. He has a matchmaker's soul, you know." "Mr. Butler?" Rebecca managed a smile. "Aye, darling. And over the years he always thought of it a shame to see a young lassie such as yourself working so hard to take care of yourselves. The way he saw it, you were a widow, so there should be no trouble finding you a good husband. But I put him in his place. I was thinking, you could tell all the stories you want about your dead husband, but when it came to men, I felt certain that you were, well, an innocent. And how were you going to explain that away in your marriage bed, with a lad you're passing off as your own son?" Rebecca brushed crimson at the thought of her husband and wife discussing her in such a manner. "Molly, you know, I've never spent a minute looking to find a husband, and I never will." I told Mr. Butler so in nearly the same words. But besides, even if you were looking, I've not seen a man about here worthy of you. Why, I don't know a man who could match your learning or your wit, or your quality, and you know that don't sit well with most of them." Rebecca let go of Molly's hand and rose to her feet. "My troubles now are much more serious than finding a husband." She glanced anxiously at the closed door to the bedroom. "That man, the lawyer, what did he say?" "Actually, I was ready to toss him, stick, hat and all, right out into the alley. But he was a gentleman about it all for the moment I opened the door to him. Why, I've never heard an Englishman apologize for anything, and this fellow couldn't have been more civil in his manner, if I'd been the Queen herself. Anyway, I believe he is sincerely sorry for the way he approached you." Molly frowned. "But all that aside, darling, he means what he said." Rebecca turned pleading eyes on her friend. "Tell me what he intends to do." The other woman paused, her kindly face strained. "He means to take Jamie back. He says that he wants to go about this as quietly and in a manner, he says, that would be mutually agreeable to all concerned. He's a lawyer, all right. He's staying at the Death of the Fox, and he wants you to send for him when you're feeling better and ready to talk." Rebecca felt more tears burn her eyes, and she looked away. "Is this really the truth, about Jamie being an earl's son and all that?" "I don't know. I only met the mother," Rebecca murmured, walking to the closed window. "Elizabeth Wakefield was her name. She died on the ship coming from England. She was a young and beautiful thing." "So what was she doing on that ship? Where was the husband?" Rebecca shook her head and continued to look out. "She never told me any of that. I had a feeling, though, that she was running away from him. Jamie was only a day old when the two of us boarded the ship. Elizabeth was clearly very weak, but she forbade me to go after anyone until we were far out to sea. And then, suddenly, she just drifted away. There was a doctor on board, on his way to New York, and I brought him in, but there was nothing he could do. Elizabeth gave me Jamie, and then she just died. In the pane of glass before her, Rebecca could see that grey dawn, the rolling white caps on a dark sea, the wailing child in her arms, the canvas shroud draped over the mother's corpse on a plank. Rebecca remembered so clearly her own misery that morning. A bitter taste of salt was in her mouth as she watched the two sailors solemnly drop the body over the side. With the trailing terrors of her past and the uncertainty of her future, she'd entertained a momentary thought of giving in to her woes and casting herself into that dark, watery waste. But then, the infant had stopped wailing for a moment, his dark blue eyes staring up at her, helpless, sad, and so incredibly alone in this world. Before that morning, no one had ever needed Rebecca Neville. No one had ever depended upon her for their existence. Until now. When we raise our children, we give each of them a piece of our heart. Molly's gentle voice came from directly behind her. As they grow older and move away from us, they keep the piece that we gave them. It hurts, darling, and it don't matter how old they are or how strong they become. It still hurts to let them go. Rebecca stared at her own reflection in the glass. Tears glistened and continued to slip down her pale face. Her lips trembled, and she brought her hand up to quiet a sob. You've been wanting the best for your Jamie for as long as I've known you. This fight you've been taking on lately, of finding a school for him, of wanting him to do better than apprenticing to a tradesman or becoming a common labourer earning his living by the sweat of his brow. Can't you see, darling? The good Lord is giving you an answer. He's trying to help you now. Rebecca shook her head, but she couldn't turn around and face her friend. That lawyer says that your Jamie is an earl's son, not a merchant, nor a tradesman, nor a clergyman, even, but a peer of the realm. With all the love you have in your heart for the boy, how could you sit back and deny him that kind of a future? Rebecca pressed her fingers to her eyes. Suddenly, her head was pounding painfully. Molly put a hand on her shoulder and persisted. Having lived with all the hardship he's had to endure, with his claw hand and his deaf ear, are you willing to refuse him this blessing, lass? She was selfish. She wanted him all to herself. She wanted him by her, where she could care for him forever. But Molly's words were battering at her defences, cutting her heart to pieces. "I can't," she cried finally, wrenching the words out. She turned away from the window. "I cannot deny him what is rightfully his. But I also cannot simply trust this man with Jamie either. His wife, Jamie's mother, was running away from something or someone. What if this Earl is evil? What if his intentions regarding his son's future are not as noble as we're being led to believe? If that's true, then this Lord Stanmore has spent a pretty penny just to hurt a wee lad." Molly cocked her head to the side. "That makes no sense, darling." "But you don't know these people. They're kind." Rebecca shook her head fiercely. "I could never entrust Jamie's life to a man I don't know. Rank has nothing to do with honour, Molly. I know that the most privileged can also be the most vicious." She started pacing the room. "This father, the Earl of Stanmore, He doesn't even know there's anything wrong with his son. What happens if Jamie arrives there and the Earl doesn't like what he sees? Think of Jamie's hurt at being sent away by me and then rejected by a father he does not even know. I cannot let him be treated so. Then go with him, Molly cut in. Go with Jamie to England, darling. Make certain for yourself that he's settled well. The breath was suddenly knocked out of Rebecca's chest. She could feel the noose snap tight around her neck. The lawyer, Molly continued. He seems like a reasonable man. I'm certain if you explained your concerns to him, he'd arrange to pay your passage. And I've a good feeling Mr. Butler might have a few shillings tucked away. Rebecca sank onto the bench. Fear hammered away in her brain. In her mind's eye, she could see herself running out of the London house of Sir Charles Hartington. In the image, she could see the blood, feel it thick and warm on her hands. Unconsciously, she wiped her palms on her dress. It's clear as day, darling. This is the only way you'll be contented. There is nothing here that you cannot leave behind for half a year, or a year even. Your rooms and your belongings. Mr. Butler and I shall look after them while you're gone, if you like. Rebecca planted her elbows on her knees and covered her face with hands of ice. Jamie's face was now all she could see. Keep me, Mamma. Promise you'll keep me. This is the answer to a prayer, Rebecca. You'll just have to take Jamie back to his father, yourself. Chapter 5. London. The men lounging in the training room of the Marylebone Street Club quickly cleared a space as the flashing swords of the two opponents threatened to slice both friend and foe alike. As word of the contest spread, onlookers immediately pushed to the railing of the gallery above. Though the eagerness in their faces stemmed more from the prospect of a wager than from the desire for self-preservation. Within minutes the factions had formed, bets had been laid, and the cheers began to break out as one group's champion or the other took an advantage. Bets of £1,000 and more were not uncommon, for the two battlers each had impressive years of military training behind them.
5 ships, Nathaniel,
the taller of the men said through clenched teeth as their sabres locked. The noise of the crowd above covered the words exchanged by the combatants below.
1 was all that I promised,
Nathaniel replied, spinning away and parrying the slashing blade of his opponent.
Ha! What difference to you? The work will be the same.
Sparks flew as the swords clashed.
1 could be construed as an accident.
Nathaniel stepped up his attack, managing to drive the other back across the room.
5 would be seen as open warfare.
The advantage was only temporary, as the taller man deftly sidestepped a fierce blow, staggered Nathaniel with a fist to the face, and then pressed forward amid cheers from the gallery.
It would only be open warfare if we put their entire fleet, damnable as it is, to the torch. But now that you mention it...
Sir Nathaniel Yorke, the surveyor of the navy, continued to back away under the ongoing onslaught of his opponent's sabre.
I'm surprised, you blackguard, that you haven't tried that yet. It is a bloody business, Nathaniel.
The tall nobleman backed up and swung his sword, forcing his opponent's thrust to slide away from his body.
It is barbarous to ruin human lives for a few pieces of gold. Everyone knows how you feel. Well, There are more than a few in Parliament who are already supporting the cause. It won't be long until the law sides with justice."
Nathaniel drove forward, but the other fighter deflected his blows, and suddenly the two were again face to face. The crossed swords locked between them.
"And how," he asked breathlessly, "would Parliament feel about the confiscation of 5 new ships?" "However Parliament feels, I shall continue to cut away at the assets of these slave-trading dogs until no dockyard in England will accept such a commission, no matter what price they're willing to pay."
With a quick move, Nathaniel pushed his opponent's sword downward and held it there, saying in a low voice,
"Aren't you afraid of the consequences? What if the truth comes out? You know I agree that slavery is a dishonourable trade. But what if your name were to be connected with the campaign of terror that has already cost the slavers so much? You have so much to lose." "I have nothing to lose."
With a twisting flash of metal, Nathaniel's sword suddenly left his hand and went skittering across the floor as the tip of his friend's sabre was suddenly pressed against his chest. The gallery exploded with cheers.
5 new ships, Nathaniel, confiscated by my own men and anchored in the channel off of Gravesend. They'll be there, ready for you, at dawn next Friday. It goes against all of my training to destroy so many fine British ships."
He pushed the weapon away with a gloved hand and wiped out the sweat on his face with the back of his wrist.
"But, by gad, it's for a good cause. And besides, our fleet certainly does need the target practice."
The clap on his shoulder was friendly.
"You're a fine man, Nathaniel, despite your weakness for the low parry. And you, Stanmore, do have a heart."
With a wry grin, he accepted the sword from the servant.
"But wouldn't that be a shock to a legion of women who swear that you haven't won?"
Philadelphia. Standing in the darkness of Strawberry Alley, Rebecca shivered and pulled her shawl tightly about her. The evening was chilly, but it seemed to her that she was the only one who noticed. The door to the Death of the Fox Inn stood open, and the sound of a fiddle and singing voices spilled out into the muddy street around her. She could see the tables filled with tradesmen and travellers, tankards and cups of beer and cider in every hand, swinging to the rollicking rhythms of the old tune. As she watched, Annie entertained from the summer kitchen out back and worked her way through the revellers, plates of mutton stew balanced expertly along her arm. The sign above swung slightly in a light breeze, and Rebecca looked up at the painted depiction of the fox, its back to a tree, cornered by a pair of hounds. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to climb the 3 stone steps to the doorway.
"Mrs. Ford!"
The wife of the innkeeper was quick to notice and come to her as she stepped in.
"Is everything all right? Has Molly gone to labour?"
Having served as a midwife in her younger years, Nellie Fox was still called on from time to time by those living along the alley.
"No, she is well, and it is not time yet,"
Rebecca said quietly.
"I'm here to see a gentleman from England. I was told he's staying here. Sir Oliver Birch."
The woman's eyes brightened at the name.
"Aye, he's here. A fine-paying customer, too. In fact, The gentleman just retired to his rooms not long ago. I didn't know he was any relation of yours, Mrs. Ford."
"He is no relation. We have business together." She stepped to the side to allow 2 of the patrons to walk out, both men nodding to her respectfully. "Would it be too much trouble, Mrs. Fox, for you to send someone to the gentleman's room and tell him that I desire to speak with him?"
"Nay, not at all, Mrs. Ford."
The woman immediately turned to one of the serving lads and told him shortly to do exactly as Rebecca had asked. With a word of thanks, Rebecca moved to the closest table by the door and sat down uncomfortably on the edge of a bench standing against the wall. She didn't want to think for fear of losing her courage and walking out of the place. On the far side of the tavern room, Ephraim Fox was standing by a square storage space that had been built into the corner. Through the wooden bars rising to the ceiling, she could see the casks stacked against the wall and the smoked meats hanging from hooks. The innkeeper was pouring cider from a large pitcher into a couple of leather cups and watching the fiddler, who was playing merrily by a side window. Other than stopping in every now and then for one of the local meetings held at the inn, Rebecca was not a frequent visitor to the place. But having lived in this neighbourhood for as long as she had, she knew the innkeeper and his wife, and more than a few of the revellers, well enough to feel quite safe sitting in the tavern alone. As she waited, the fiddler finished his tune, mopped his face with his sleeve, and sat down at a table where Annie had laid his supper. Rebecca had rehearsed in advance all that she wanted to say to the lawyer, but when she saw the tall, older man enter on the heels of the serving lad, she felt fingers of panic gripping her throat.
"Mrs. Ford, I am in your debt. Thank you for coming to meet me on such short notice."
Rebecca rose to her feet and nodded hesitantly. The dim light of the stairs to her rooms had not afforded her a very good look at the man. Here, in the inn, she had a much better view of the lawyer's features. Sir Oliver was younger than she had originally thought. His grey eyes were gentle and not unfriendly. He extended a hand, inviting her to sit down again. Once she had seated herself, he took the chair across from her.
"To begin, madam, I sincerely hope that you'll accept an apology for the reckless manner in which I approached you this afternoon. Doubtless, I should have sent a letter of introduction around first."
The lawyer paused, continuing when she nodded.
"You see, Mrs. Ford, I am fully empowered to act on behalf of Lord Stanmore, and my primary aim is to accomplish fully the undertaking his lordship has entrusted in me, and I should say immediately. That includes expressing his lordship's gratitude for the manner in which you have cared for his son. Allow me also to explain his desires with regards to his son, and speak briefly of the reward you might expect for your—"
"Let me make something clear to you right now, Sir Oliver. What I've done for Jamie these past years, what he's meant to me, it is not something that I ever expect to be rewarded for, beyond what I have already received." Rebecca tried desperately to fight back her surge of emotions. "I have loved Jamie as my own son, and I am the only mother he's ever known. There is nothing that you could ever pay me that would replace the joy he's brought into my life." The lawyer stared at her, a thoughtful look gradually working across his face as she continued. "Now, with regards to your client's desires, I must tell you straight away that as yet I have seen no proof to support your claim that Jamie is the Earl of Stanmore's son."
"I should be more than happy to provide you with documentation, if you wish to see it,"
he responded quietly. "Later, if you please, Sir Oliver." Rebecca nodded. "I will tell you that I see no reason why anyone would make such a claim if there were not some basis for it in truth." She paused as Annie approached the table and offered drink to the two of them. Rebecca declined anything for herself with a shake of her head. "Please continue," Sir Oliver encouraged brightly, obviously pleased with the turn in the conversation. "I must say that when I left England, I harboured grave concerns as to the kind of people I should find in the colonies. You have no idea, madam, how reassuring it is for me to find someone of your level of understanding." "Be as that may, Sir Oliver, the puzzling matter for me—" Rebecca paused as Annie quickly returned with a pewter cup of ale and placed it before the lawyer. "Perhaps you could enlighten me why it took the good Earl of Stanmore nearly 10 years to seek the return of his son." "His lordship did not know of his wife's death, Mrs. Ford, or he would have sent for his son sooner, I assure you." The man's matter-of-fact answer jarred Rebecca momentarily. "If I might pose a question for you, madam. If you knew the deceased traveller was Lord Stanmore's wife, could you enlighten me why in 10 years you have not returned his son?" She felt heat rush into her face. "Why, I did not know anything about Lord Stanmore. I fear I had no chance of knowing the lady." His eyes studied her face carefully. "Then how is it, madam, that you came to take possession of her child?" She tucked her hands in the folds of her skirts to hide their trembling. The gentleness in the man's grey eyes was gone now, replaced with a look of close inquiry. "A kinswoman of mine was travelling on that ship. As far as I know, there was no one travelling with the mother, not even a single servant. You certainly can understand, sir, that no one would have imagined a woman travelling alone might be the wife of an earl. When she fell ill and died on that ship, there was no one to take the child." "I see." The lawyer's long fingers reached for the cup. "May I ask if you were already married before James was brought to you?" "I had already been promised, so I knew I would soon be." "And did not this frighten you?" "Certainly not. I asked for the child, and Mr. Ford and I were delighted to have him. It was just so sad that my dear husband passed away so soon after our marriage." "Raising a child alone, did it not cross your mind even once to try to find the child's proper kin, perhaps sending a correspondence by way of the ship's master? Would it not have been—" "As I said, the lady was travelling alone." She let her temper boil to the surface. All that the ship's master knew was that the good lady had arrived on his ship when the babe was still only an infant. Now, Sir Oliver, I desire that you place yourself in my position for a moment and answer this. What kind of a husband would a wife run away from with so young an infant to care for?" "You assume, of course, that she was running away." "Very well. But if she were not running away, why would her husband wait 10 years before even inquiring after his wife and son?" The lawyer was clearly put off by the frankness of her question. "I must tell you, madam," he said finally, "I'm not at liberty to answer all your questions." "Then we are at loggerheads, Sir Oliver, if you'll pardon so plain a term, though I openly admit that I did not bear Jamie. I tell you now that I'll not allow my son to be taken by a stranger to an unknown father, no matter what potential advantages this new life might hold for him." She rose to her feet. "Please sit down, Mrs. Ford." He too rose and gestured to the seat. His voice was calm and conciliatory. "The last thing I care to do is to alarm you more than I did this afternoon. I shall explain as much as I can, and please accept my apologies for placing you on the defensive regarding what you did or did not do so many years ago." Sir Oliver's eyes gentled again. "I've seen James. I'm aware of his, well, if I may be so blunt, his physical deformity. At the risk of being presumptuous, madam, may I say that your abilities as a guardian are, in my mind, quite remarkable?" Rebecca sat down again on the edge of the bench. She could feel her face still burning. Her entire body felt as tightly strung as the instrument the fiddler was taking up again across the room. She waited for the lawyer to continue. "Searching the world for a wife and a child is not an easy task, Mrs. Ford. Until recently, the Earl of Stanmore had no knowledge of where his wife had fled. You see, he was away at the time of James's birth." This did nothing to soothe Rebecca's concerns about the man. "I shall confide something in you, Mrs. Ford. That normally I would not, but under the circumstances—" Sir Oliver lowered his voice. "The scandal-mongers in London at the time of her disappearance had a delightful time spreading the story that Elizabeth Wakefield had run away with, well, with a lover. No husband, I should think, could be expected to recover readily from such a scandal." At that moment the fiddler struck up a tune, saving Rebecca from giving herself away. She'd been ready to speak on the behalf of the deceased woman, in spite of knowing that her safety lay in remaining silent. "You said that you're aware of my son's physical condition. Does his lordship know of it as well?" "His lordship does indeed know about James's hand. He was informed when he arrived home by those in attendance at the time of the birth." "Does he also know," Rebecca added quickly, "does his lordship know that Jamie is also hard of hearing?" The lawyer's grey eyes showed surprise for the first time. "But today he seemed quite able." "Jamie hears the words if he's looking at the speaker's face. I believe he's entirely deaf in the right ear, and can hear only a little in his left." Oliver Birch's silence reinforced Rebecca's anxiety. "Knowing what you do now, can you swear to me that your client is compassionate enough to look past the boy's shortcomings and accept him as his son?" The look that immediately came into the lawyer's face spoke volumes about the high regard he held for his client. "I can assure you, Mrs. Ford, that the present Earl of Stanmore is a most honourable man. He is an esteemed and active member of the House of Lords. His character is noted throughout England for his sense of fairness and justice. I've known him personally for over 20 years. No matter what James's difficulties, I would stake my life that you'll do very well by the boy in sending him back to England and to his father." As he finished, Rebecca felt her very life slowly draining from her body. Words of reason kept forcing themselves over and over into her awareness. He would be better off in England. He'll be happier there. He'll have title and wealth and position. But she didn't want reasonable or logical. She wanted Jamie. Panic began to rise again within her. Thoughts of running from the inn and hiding, of taking Jamie west with some group of settlers, popped into her head.
Perhaps such words sound hollow and insubstantial.
The lawyer pushed the cup away and folded his long fingers together before him on the table.
Knowing now the full extent of James's difficulties, I truly understand your concern regarding how he would fare on this journey. I sense quite clearly that you're also concerned how well the lad will adjust, once situated in the household of his father.
She nodded, forcing herself not to think even for an instant how devastated she herself would be once Jamie was gone. Sir Oliver's thoughtful gaze lingered on her face.
Mrs. Ford, allow me to make a suggestion that might ease the situation for all parties. If all had gone as planned, and you'd parted with James as I'd hoped, I would have employed someone to accompany us on this journey. Being a confirmed bachelor myself, I don't have much experience with the needs of a lad his age. What I am suggesting is this, Mrs. Ford. Why not accompany the boy and me back to England?
Rebecca knew she must have looked startled, for he quickly continued,
As an honoured guest, naturally, of the Earl of Stanmore, and myself.
The same fear that had gripped her when Molly had suggested such a thing once again took hold of her body. Rebecca could feel the noose tightening.
This is the only solution that makes sense, and there is nothing that you need to concern yourself with while you're away. I shall make any arrangements that are required.
Rebecca pressed her fingers to her temples briefly, trying to soothe the pounding ache that wouldn't go away.
I understand your concerns, Mrs. Ford. Your doubts and fears are quite real, and I admire you for having them.
Oliver Birch's voice turned gentle.
Though you don't know me, I ask that you trust me, my dear. Trust me that this journey shall prove to be entirely advantageous to both you and your son. Come to England, and see for yourself that the lad is satisfactorily settled.
Rebecca swallowed hard, forcing down the knot in her throat. She rose slowly to her feet.
Please tell me that you will at least consider the offer.
Sir Oliver stood as well. I don't have to consider the offer, sir, she managed to whisper. I have no choice but to accompany you.
Chapter 6. Sir Nicholas Spencer tossed his overcoat to the footman and scrutinised his appearance in the mirror. Ignoring the fresh cut above his right brow and the darkening bruise on his prominent cheekbone, he focused instead on his cravat. Satisfied, he stood back, cocked his head critically, and smoothed the lapels of his new satin coat. An old house steward hovered patiently a step away. "Good morning, Philip," Nicholas said, turning. "Did you and your master have a pleasant time down at Solgrave?" "Indeed, sir." "Lord Stanmore is in the library, sir." Nicholas fell in step with the steward. "Did his lordship fall ill while you were away in Hertfordshire?" "No, sir." The tall, angular steward responded with a turn of his head.
Together they ascended one of the grand staircases that curled like great marble arms around the immense entrance hall.
Then did he suffer a fall from his horse? Sprain an ankle?
No, sir. Philip answered in his immutable monotone.
A new colt, then, has been added to the stables?
No, sir.
It must have been a beautiful woman. Out with it, man.
No, sir.
Then, it had to be an orgy of wantonness. That rogue master of yours has secretly assembled an entire harem of women down there. Is that it, Philip?
No, sir.
Has your brother Daniel burned down Soulgrave yet?
No, sir.
Nicholas paused on top of the stairs and looked sternly into the steward's bland expression. Tell me this, Philip. Does anything ever make you smile?
No, sir.
Nicholas turned and strode through the massive, elaborately detailed doors into the library. As the door closed behind him, he spied his friend writing at a huge desk by the window.
Your steward, he began without a greeting, is by far the most miserable old bugger I've ever had the occasion to know in all my life. Samuel Wakefield looked up from his correspondence and smiled at his friend. Of course, Philip is Philip. You'll only be the more miserable for it if you think you can change him.
That has the ring of a challenge to it, Nicholas growled, with a toss of his head toward the door.
Your major domo, my friend, has only known me for the last 20 years or so. Don't you think he could greet me with a good morning? Or, what a fine day it is outside, sir? Or whatever was the cause of that nasty cut on your handsome forehead, Sir Nicholas? The problem with the world today is that no one asks the right questions.
Why, that is a fine mark on your brow, Nicholas. What was it this time?
Stanmore pushed aside the work on his desk and leaned back in his chair.
No, never mind that. I wouldn't know your cohorts anyway. Tell me, though, where you acquired such a finely wrought crest.
Instead of answering his friend's question, Nicholas picked up a copy of the Morning Chronicle from the Earl's desk and pointed to an article on the front page.
Here is perfect proof for my argument. Imagine this rag of a newspaper giving that John Wesley fellow all the credit for those 5 ships being sunk last, whenever it was.
Friday.
Exactly. Do they ask how some religious zealot managed to get those slave ships out there where they could be blasted to splinters by His Majesty's Navy?
Do they?
Hardly. Well, Wesley is a strong voice against the slave trade. Even so, Stanmore, you cannot tell me that prayers and good intentions were enough to steal those ships after they were paid for and before they could go south on their hellish business.
Nicholas eyed his friend wryly.
Such a trick would take a great deal of planning and finesse, and money too, I should think.
Very well, I concede your point. About the questions, that is. But tell me, Nicholas, about the wound you bear so handsomely. Where did you get this one?
If you must know, it was at Wimbledon.
Nicholas dropped the paper on the desk and touched the cut on his forehead.
These deuced county fairs are not what they used to be, and before you start your lecturing, my lord, you should know that I was an innocent bystander, until I was pushed into the ring. From there on, it was self-defence.
Pushed! Ha! Stanmore pointed to a chair. I have yet to meet a man, or a woman for that matter, who can push Nicholas Spencer into anything.
Yes, well,
While we're on the subject of being pushed, Nicholas seated himself across from Stanmore. I certainly hope you are not spending piles of money down at St. Albans. What are you driving at? Oh, very well. Straight to the point, then. And with just the right question. During your absence from London, the latest paramour of yours was quite distressed. The word about town? Not that I ever listened to it, of course, but the word is that this same lady has consoled herself by losing immense sums of money at a variety of gaming establishments this past Senate, far more than usual. Louisa and I have an agreement. I refuse to support her gambling habits. Say what you will, but be warned, my friend. The siren is, I believe, a bit desperate. Is this all you have to do, Nicholas? Spread gossip? Why, no. As a matter of fact, I have quite a full schedule. Just today, for example, I'll be extremely busy exercising my new pair of very handsome greys before dropping in on a little soirée over at Lady Mornington's. Then I shall do my best to keep up appearances as a man about town by losing money at either White's or Brooks. I haven't decided which. Later on, of course, I must spend the requisite hour in the pleasure gardens. What do you think, Stanmore? Vauxhall or Ranelagh this evening? And then there's the sporting. But wait. Nicholas stretched his long legs out before him and studied his friend's serious expression. There's something else troubling you, isn't there? And if I'm not mistaken, Lady Nithsdale's gambling is not the source of it. Stanmore rose to his feet and walked to the large window overlooking Berkeley Square. Your acute powers of observation are not diminished by your roguish style of living, Nicholas. The devil take my style of living, Stanmore. I've known you for too long. Tell me, what's wrong? I received news of Elizabeth while I was away. Nicholas straightened in the chair and stared at his friend's grim profile. Oliver Birch was indeed able to track her. The Earl's glance at his direction was brief and hard. He sent me a letter from New York bearing the news. So Elizabeth has been living in the colonies for all these years. Stanmore turned sharply and faced him. She died on the journey across, 10 years ago. Nicholas knew better than to offer any sympathy. Oliver managed to find the ship that took her across. What of the lad? He wrote me that the infant, it appears, survived the journey. There was no look of happiness in the Earl's face. Nicholas could not discern even a hint of relief there, as he would have expected in his friend's countenance. After all, Stanmore had just told him that his own lost son might possibly still be alive. Oliver's letter concludes with his intention of travelling to the province of Pennsylvania. The last anyone saw of the lad, he was in the care of a woman who had accompanied Elizabeth during the crossing. The woman's destination was, apparently, Philadelphia. Does Birch know who the woman is? Nicholas watched his friend walk away from the window and move toward the large fireplace dominating one side of the room. The way I remember it, none of the servants went with Elizabeth, and no one in her family or in her circle of friends had been contacted when she disappeared that night. Stanmore stood erect, staring up at the portrait of his father, the last Earl of Stanmore, hanging above the mantel. You remember the details correctly, he said, after a long moment of silence. I don't know who the woman is. Nicholas followed his friend's gaze. So what's your plan? I wait to hear from Oliver. In the meantime, there are announcements and arrangements that need to be made regarding Elizabeth.
Of course.
After a few moments, Nicholas joined his friend before the portrait.
You know that you're now fair game. A catch.
A catch that has no intention of ever being netted.
Nevertheless, a challenge in the eyes of every eligible female.
They can all go to the devil.
A shocking attitude for a peer of the realm.
Nicholas shook his head disapprovingly.
You have to remember what the old man had in mind for you. A title and wealth, which you have. Respect, which you have earned. A beautiful wife, which you had at one time and will certainly have again. But most importantly, a son, an heir. It all came down to that, didn't it?
More than you know, Stanmore said grimly. But there is already a son and heir, and Oliver Birch will bring him back to England soon enough. Chapter 7. The sun was warm on his face, and the pungent tang of tar and sea and wood smoke filled his lungs. Listening to the sounds of sailors and longshoremen, Stanmore considered that these were the very smells of a glorious past, of the England of Drake and Raleigh and Hudson and Smith, and there was also the odours of a less than glorious present. Stanmore gazed out the window of the rooms that Birch had taken in the inn on Broad Quay. Below him at dockside, sledges piled high with tobacco, sugar, and cotton formed a steady stream of traffic along the time-worn cobbled street. The countless number of ships moored along the miles of Bristol's docks stood so thick together that it resembled a tangled forest of masts and spars and lines for as long as he could see. By a trading ship directly in front of the inn, a line of Africans sat in chains while the slavers prepared to load them for the voyage to the sugar plantations in the Caribbean. The sight sickened him, and, looking up at the massive square steeple of St. Mary's Redcliffe, he swore inwardly that he would never give up his fight against the barbarous trade. The sound of the door opening behind him brought Stanmore around, and he watched Sir Oliver shake his head as he walked back inside the room.
Sorry to make you wait, but there's no sign of them in their rooms.
Since it is such a beautiful day, Miss Ford must have taken young James for a walk. I left word for her to immediately come here as soon as she arrives. Stanmore turned his attention back to the quay. In the distance, beyond a pier piled high with casks of Madeira, a young urchin of a lad was running in wild circles around his mother. The worn blue breeches, the shabby red waistcoat, the untamed hair rifling in the breeze, all tokens of a careless and yet natural freedom of a child of the lower classes. Stanmore frowned. It was a manner that he himself had never had been allowed to enjoy, and neither would James. He watched the grey-cloaked mother, opening her arms and catching the boy as he threw himself roughly against her. The two toppled, and he watched with dismay as they fell laughing against an empty sledge. She is not what you're expecting. Stanmore rested a hand on the open window as a few passers-by blocked his view of the two. He did not turn to look at the lawyer.
And what is it exactly that I am expecting?
It is clear, my lord, that you're expecting someone who can be bought off. I mean no disrespect, but you're quite off the mark in your assumption that Mrs. Ford is here because I failed to offer her a large enough reward in Philadelphia for the services she rendered.
We shall see how off the mark I am, Oliver.
He continued to peer out until the people blocking his view moved on, and he could see the two again. The woman was crouched before the boy. The hood of her cloak had fallen back in the chaos of the moment, and flowing locks of golden red hair now caught the bright sunshine. She had her back to him, but Stanmore could see the way her hands were cradling the boy's face. He assumed she was scolding the lad, but all the love in her gestures spoke differently. A moment later, the boy placed his arms around her neck, remaining in the mother's embrace for several moments. In spite of the openness of their public display of affection, a sense of intrusion on something private stirred in the pit of his stomach, and he averted his eyes. Birch's furrowed brow greeted him as he looked across the room.
"Speak your mind, Oliver, for God's sake. You look as if you're being led to the gallows."
"I had the pleasure of spending some time in Mrs. Ford's company on the journey over, my lord. I must tell you that despite the pressures of being a widow without resources, endeavouring to raise a child, she manages to maintain a remarkable attitude of poise and grace. Despite her simple attire, she possesses exquisite manners. Numerous times during our journey, I witnessed instances where the woman's kindness and lack of pretension won the approval of men and women alike. She is no rustic, my lord, and she possesses that quality that, without any conscious effort on her part, elicits people's respect." Stanmore's dark gaze fixed itself on the lawyer.
"Come to the point."
"I've already come to the point, my lord. She is simply not a woman who will be bought." The man's voice expressed his conviction. "Mrs. Ford has acted in the capacity of James's mother for nearly 10 years, and I must say that her affection for him, her relationship with him, well, it is of the type not generally found among the haut ton." To hide his growing irritation, Stanmore strode away from the lawyer, taking a survey of the room's sparse furnishings. By a small fireplace between two windows, he picked up a slightly bent poker. "I encourage you to listen to her recommendations and her concerns regarding the lad before dismissing her. On our journey over, she enlightened me with—" "You appear to have spent a great deal of time in each other's company during the crossing." Colour crept up the lawyer's neck.
"It is not what you think, my lord. We did, however, have reason to converse from time to time. Quite reasonably, I should say. Mrs. Ford had questions about James's future, concerns about where the lad was to live and how much time he would be spending in your lordship's company. She has definite opinions about the importance of living in the country versus the city, and—" He looked away under the pressure of the Earl's gaze. "I must say that you sound like a man smitten, Oliver." He waved off the lawyer as the man started to object. "Don't take me wrong. You know I am the last man to meddle in another's affairs." "You're misconstruing my motives in speaking on her behalf, Lord Stanmore.
Your son's welfare was the point of our discussion on the journey, and—" A soft knock curtailed any further explanation. Stanmore nodded toward the door, and Sir Oliver moved to open it. Standing with his hand on the latch, he looked into the Earl's eyes.
"You pay me to advise you, my lord. I advise that you give this woman a fair hearing."
Standing in the corridor outside of the rooms taken by the Earl, Rebecca tried to reassure herself that Jamie was fine. The cheerful Irish serving woman who was helping him clean up and change into his best clothes reminded her of an older Molly Butler, and Jamie obviously felt comfortable with her. He would be ready for his appointment with his father. She herself had not even bothered to shed her cloak before directing her steps to Lord Stanmore's rooms, for the message from Sir Oliver had said that his lordship wished to speak to her first. Cold dread washed through her as she raised her hand to knock. She had tried, Lord knows, she'd tried to tell Jamie the truth of his parentage. When they were walking along the quay, she had once again failed to find a way of telling him, just as she had failed each time she tried on the ship. The simple truth was that she just couldn't cut the bond between them before he'd had a chance to form a new one. She couldn't leave him alone and vulnerable, not until there was another to take her place. She prayed for some understanding and compassion on the peer's part on her failure to do what was right. She desperately hoped that a solution might even be suggested by Jamie's father. She lifted a trembling hand to the door again. A flushed Oliver Birch opened the door. "I'm very glad you're here, Sir Oliver," she started in a low voice. "I wanted to make certain that I received the message correctly. His lordship wishes to meet with me before he meets with James."
"That is correct, Mrs. Ford."
As Rebecca listened to the lawyer's quiet words, her gaze was drawn to the broad back of the man in riding clothes who moved to look out the window across the room. He was slightly taller than the lawyer, but something in his build, in his wide, confident stance, in the way the black jacket hugged his back, made him appear larger than any man she'd ever known. "What of James? Shall I have him brought here after a short while?"
"Don't concern yourself with that just now, ma'am."
Rebecca shot a quick look at the lawyer's face. His eyes flickered away, and she felt a chasm open in the pit of her stomach. She turned her attention again to the Earl's unmoving back. Dark, unpowdered hair, the colour of night, tied neatly in the back, was all she perceived. "But before I can—" she hesitated. "It is important that his lordship meet his son before—"
"Please come in, Mrs. Ford. His lordship has been waiting. I shall go and look in on James shortly."
Lord Stanmore turned and faced them. For a long moment Rebecca stood perfectly still, stunned and staring, unidentifiable thoughts flitting through her head. This was not the man she had envisioned, not the man who had driven his wife away. Strangely, the face had no flaws. High, firm cheekbones, a strong, determined jaw, a straight and perfect nose. His eyes, curtained by lashes long and dark, were fixed on the floor between them. The Earl of Stanmore was a dangerously handsome man. And his son, Rebecca thought, looked nothing like him. "Please come in." Birch repeated the invitation and stood back for her to enter. "Your lordship, may I present Mrs. Ford?" Stanmore fixed his gaze on her. He had heard Birch's introduction, but he suddenly found himself struggling to regain his composure. It was the same bloody woman he'd been watching from the window. At least, the cloak and the wind-blown red hair looked the same. Indeed, it was certainly the same woman. But her face. Though he could not see it when she was walking on the quay, he could easily see now the reason for his lawyer's obvious enchantment. She was really quite beautiful, in an unexpected way. Her gaze was averted, and he had glimpsed those clear, unusually blue eyes for only an instant. It was enough, though, and the pull of attraction he was feeling only served to anger him more. "If you'll excuse me, my lord, after looking in on James, I'll be down in the coffee room, making arrangements." Birch slipped out the door, and Stanmore noted the anxious gaze the woman directed at the lawyer as he made his escape. The Earl waited for a moment, allowing the silence to build. Finally he broke it. "Did you have a pleasant journey over, Mrs. Ford?"
"We did, my lord."
Her voice was trembling slightly. He watched her eyes search the room with alarm. Her hands were fisted tightly at her sides. Her very stance conveyed the image of a doe brought to bay. "And your week in Bristol has not been a hardship, I hope?"
"No, my lord."
He clasped his hands on his back and tried not to focus on the tendrils of fire that framed the pale face. "I have a number of engagements awaiting me in London, so it would be best if we get down to the reason for my trip to Bristol." He started pacing. "Before I present you with what I believe you'll find to be ample compensation for your service to my family, I want you to know, Mrs. Ford, that you're welcome to remain in England as my guest for as long as you wish."
"Compensation, sir?"
she interrupted, her sharp gaze stopping him dead.
"I was under the impression that I was invited here to speak to you about your son."
"You're mistaken, ma'am. I've asked you here so I can finish what my lawyer failed to do, in spite of my clear instructions to him."
"Sir Oliver made me a very generous, though misdirected offer of money in Philadelphia, my lord. Please be assured that the sum he offered had nothing to do with my refusal. But I must tell you, such a discussion is pointless."
"Mrs. Ford." He crossed his arms over his chest. "Madam, you will be paid."
"My lord, I must insist that you consider the matter of this compensation closed."
The change in her demeanour was immediate and remarkable. The hounds might have her at bay, but she was not ready to lie down. "My family has incurred a debt to you. Until you accept what is rightfully owed to you—"
"You owe me nothing, my lord. There is nothing owed, for there was no debt, no bartering, no contractual agreements of any kind. I did not take James into my care with any expectation of monetary gain, and, to be perfectly blunt, I refuse to demean my affection for your son by allowing you or anyone else to quantify its worth."
"Mrs. Ford."
"I beg you, Lord Stanmore, to cease this line of discussion."
Stanmore stared at her for a long moment. There was more demand in her tone than begging. She was a fighter.
"Thank you, my lord. Then since we have concluded our discussion of what you wish to address, I have some business that I should like to discuss with your lordship."
"You have business to discuss, madam?"
"It has to do with the welfare of your son."
"Ah, yes. Well, the lad is back where he belongs. His welfare is no longer your concern."
"I beg to differ, my lord." The anger that brought colour instantly to her cheeks was also evident in her tone. "I am the only parent that he's ever known. He remains my concern."
"That was a mistake that we have rectified."
"Mistake?" Blue eyes flashed hotly at his direction. "It may have been a mistake that you lost a wife and a son. It may have been a mistake that you took nearly a lifetime before searching after them. But, for me, finding and raising James has been a blessing from heaven. And no matter how difficult this situation might appear to your lordship right now, my concern, nay, my love for him, will not be called a mistake." Stanmore felt his back stiffen, and Birch's warning came back to him. The lawyer was correct. Mrs. Ford was not at all what he'd expected. The two measured each other in silence for a long moment, and then she turned her head. As he watched her, he felt his perception shift slightly, and he cursed himself silently. But it was true. The woman had a natural right to be protective of the lad. Nonetheless, he could not allow her display of raw emotions to affect his judgment, not while James's future was the topic of discussion. "You misunderstand my intentions," he said finally. "Then perhaps you have misspoken them, my lord." Clasping his hands behind his back, he sent her a sharp glance and began to pace before the fireplace again. He didn't need to explain anything to her. He had the power and the legal right to dismiss her and to do exactly as he'd planned. But the recollection of the young boy throwing his arms around her, the nagging thought of the bond that obviously existed between the two, these things gave him pause. "You must understand that you're not tossing the lad to the wolves, Mrs. Ford. We both have James's best interests in mind." He tried to gentle his tone as he paused before the small hearth to face her. "I assume your concern pertains to the lad's immediate welfare, and my plans have been formed to see to it that he is provided for and cared for, so that he's prepared to assume his rightful position. Our goals are not so different." He waited for an argument, but she gave him none, so he resumed his pacing as he delivered his lecture. "For a boy of James's age and lineage, the most critical step will be for him to acquire a solid foundation for his education. And this is what I have planned for him now that he's arrived." He gave her a quick glance. Despite her travel-worn attire and her rather untamed hair, she looked quite regal standing there, listening intently to him. Even the flaming colour in her cheeks had begun to subside. "James will be sent to Eton. For generations all the Stanmores have been Eton men. It is a fine school. Sir Oliver has warned me already of the lad's difficulties. To be blunt, he's informed me of the lad's deafness." "He will not fit in." "He will, with time. I shall see to it that James will receive all the proper assistance." "You know nothing of the assistance he'll require." "Beg pardon?" "When is James being sent there?" "Immediately, of course." Shoulders raised, head high, eyes again flashing with challenge, he watched the fists form again at her sides. "Why, my lord?" "Are you questioning the importance of education?" "Hardly. I am a teacher myself. I would never question such a worthy course of action. But I do question the timing of his departure. The month of June will soon be upon us." "He'll need to attend during the summer in order to catch up with the rest of the boys who will be returning in the fall. The arrangements are—" "And how much would he suffer if you were to delay your plans and send him there with the rest of the students in the fall?" She took a step toward him. "More importantly, though, I wonder if you've considered how much he would suffer if you proceeded with such a plan. Put yourself in his place, my lord. If you were sent to a strange school, among unfamiliar people, having just been separated from the only family you have ever known, how would you feel? Compound that with the brutal knowledge that your new-found father has shown no interest in even becoming acquainted with you." At his silence, she pressed on. "I wonder how you, or anyone, would feel, my lord.
He'll adjust.
He saw her close her eyes and take a calming breath, no doubt to cool a temper that was blistering beneath the skin. But is there any reason why he should be forced to adjust so abruptly? She didn't wait for an answer, shifting her gaze to the floor at his feet. Blame me if you will, my lord, but your son is different than other English boys in so many ways. She appeared to be measuring the distance that separated them. In wealth and comfort, there has not been much that I could give him while I've had him, but he has never wanted for affection or love. I have always been prepared to fight his battles with him when other children laughed at his deformed hand, or when adults screamed at him cruelly, thinking him ignorant rather than simply hard of hearing. I fought for him, and I taught him how to fight for himself. I taught him to draw strength from the goodness that he carries within, and never surrender to a hardship that burdens him. I taught him that burdens make us strong. But for all of that, my lord, he's still only 9 years old, and far too young to be facing a whole new world of obstacles on his own. Stanmore had never harboured any intention of ever allowing compassion to affect his dealings with the lad, but the woman was proving quite adept at eliciting his sympathy. "Damn me," he swore silently, turning sharply toward the window and staring out. "I ask you, my lord, to reconsider your decision. I implore you to give him a chance, to get to know him, even if just for now. When the fall comes, there will be ample time for you to decide what must be done. I only ask that you allow him to adjust to his new life in steps. Let him feel accepted by you before I leave him." The last words caught in her throat, and he didn't have to face her to know that she had tears in her eyes. Damnation! He shut his eyes and forced himself to master his anger. The woman had no right to question his decisions. She knew nothing about his past. She knew nothing of the torment he'd endured or the willpower he'd exerted to make himself come even this close to the child. She also knew nothing about the promise he'd made. Stanmore opened his eyes and stared out at the cobbled stones where he'd seen them first. The key seemed strangely empty and idle. He turned sharply and faced the woman waiting quietly for an answer. 2 months at Solgrave, my home near St. Albans, he pronounced gravely. A private tutor will be sent down to work with the lad as soon as he settles in. He paused, frowning deeply. And you would do me the honour of accompanying him there, if you wish. The instantaneous change that swept over her was most diverting to observe. She closed her eyes for an instant, and he saw her lips move in silent prayer. More so than in almost anyone he'd ever met, Mrs. Ford's face was an open window to her soul. Finally, she nodded and took a step backward toward the door. "Thank you, my lord." "Mrs. Ford?" He found himself calling after her. She paused, with a hand on the latch. "I meant what I said about asking you to remain at Solgrave as my guest." Stanmore looked out the window. "However, well, since there is no delicate way to put this, I'll just say that you will find that the attire that is apparently suitable in the colonies is hardly suitable here. Mrs. Trent, my housekeeper in St. Albans, will see to it that you have everything you need." Escaping the room as quickly as she could, Rebecca paused in the empty hallway
and pressed her icy hands to the feverish skin of her face. She felt shaken, spent, and in total chaos over a battle that she appeared to have won. But why was it, then, that she felt so wounded? The sound of footsteps on the stairs jarred her from her momentary lapse. Hurriedly, she moved down the dim corridor and slipped into the first of the 2 rooms that she and Jamie were occupying. A door between the chambers was ajar, and before joining the lad, Rebecca untied the knot of the cloak at her neck and laid the garment on a chair. On the wall in front of her, a small mirror caught her reflection. A gasp of astonishment accompanied the sudden flush of colour that sprang to her cheeks. She stared in shock and dismay at the rippling waves of hair dancing in every direction. Taking in the well-worn dress, covered with splotches of mud where Jamie must have held her when the 2 had fallen down, she realised she looked more like a strumpet than a prim tutor fit to preach tolerance and compassion. No surprise that the arrogant Earl of Stanmore had no qualms about telling her that she was unsuitably attired for a stay at his estate. She sighed deeply and bent to the task of creating some sense of order out of the wild locks of flaming hair. "You back, Mamma?" Jamie's delighted cry from the doorway and the excited bounce in his step as he came forward, stopping in front of her, made Rebecca immediately sweep her troubles aside. He gave her a formal bow. "Have I cleaned up properly, Ma'am?" She gave him a full curtsy. "Aye, Master James, I'd say you look absolutely stunning." Rebecca blinked back tears and opened her arms as Jamie moved into her embrace. She kissed his freshly brushed hair and looked up to find the serving woman smiling warmly at the 2 of them. "Is there anything else you'll be needing now, Mrs. Ford?" Rebecca shook her head. As soon as the woman had left the rooms, though, Jamie started to bombard her with questions. "Now, who is it that I have to be meeting this afternoon?" Rebecca, looking down into the young boy's upturned face. "The Earl of Stanmore." "And what is he to you?" She took a deep breath and tried to calm her jittery stomach. "He is no one to me, but—" "Very well." He shrugged and pulled out of her embrace, walking to the open window. "If he is nobody to us, then maybe you and I can take another walk down the quay." "Jamie, this time I'm going to count the number of ships we see. I know George won't believe me when I tell him that there were more ships here than we have at our wharves in Philly." "Jamie." Rebecca moved next to him at the open window, knowing in her heart that she wouldn't be able to find the courage to repeat what she was about to say. Once would be crushing enough. She wanted to be certain the young boy heard her clearly. "When do we go back home?" Rebecca heard a note of sadness in his voice, and she caressed his hair. "We just arrived, my love." "I don't like it here. I want to go home." She lifted his chin and found tears glistening on the rims of his blue eyes. "Tell me what's wrong, Jamie." "I don't like the way these people treat other people." She hesitated, trying to remember what they had seen, what Jamie might have noticed that had escaped her own attention. "What do you mean, my love?" He pulled his chin free, and Rebecca followed the direction of his gaze. She spotted a line of Africans in chains being boarded onto a ship at the quay in front of the inn. She frowned and took a deep breath. "Isn't it wrong to treat people like that?" he said, looking up at her. "Of course it is wrong. Those people were stolen from their own families and homes and brought here against their will. In Philadelphia, because of constant efforts by many of its residents and led by the Quakers, many slaves had already been given back their freedom. In fact, she'd heard that a man named Benezet was about to open a school for blacks this very year. Rebecca could understand the lad's uneasiness, though. The number of slaves Jamie had seen this week, the way most of them were shackled and handled, was not like anything he'd ever seen in Philadelphia. Do they treat them like this because they're different? I think they treat them like this because some men are greedy and cruel and lack the belief that we're all God's creatures, equally. Will they treat me like this because I'm different? Rebecca realized Jamie hadn't heard her last words. He was now staring at the 2 fingers of his deformed hand poking through his sleeve. She took a hold of his hand and brought it to her lips. Tearful eyes followed her movement. You are perfect as you are, my love. In God's eyes, we're all perfect. Then why? She shook her head. I cannot answer that. But I do know that we should never be ashamed of who we are. Instead, we should work hard to teach and change these people who value money over compassion. Those who are ignorant simply don't know any better. His trust in her words was clear as he blinked the tears away. She kissed his fingers, wiped a tear from his cheek, and caressed his face with the warmest smile she could summon. Now, about this meeting you'll be having with the Earl of Stanmore. I have something very important to tell you. He watched her, waited for the words. Rebecca took a breath and pushed herself to say the words. It is something that you must know before he sends for you. But what I am about to tell you, my love, changes nothing between us. It does not change how much I love you. It... The sound of shouting and the clattering of a horse's hooves on the cobbles below stole Jamie's attention from her, and her shoulders sagged a little as the boy leaned out of the window. Jamie, Rebecca stopped as she saw what was happening. Look at that, Mamma! Isn't he a stepper? Amid the activity as the 2 of them watched, the nobleman took the reins and spoke curtly to the steed, which settled down immediately at the sound of his master's voice. Stanmore swung up into the saddle easily and turned to say a parting word to Sir Oliver Birch, who also came out from the inn. Standing with her hand on Jamie's shoulder, Rebecca felt her heart sink. All the courage she'd built up drained out of her in an instant. There would be no meeting, after all, between father and son this day. Who is the man on that beauty? Mamma, look at the way he sits. Involuntarily, Rebecca's fingers tightened on Jamie's shoulders as she prayed for the Earl to look up to the open window. With a final nod at Sir Oliver, Lord Stanmore did finally look up. But Jamie was not the recipient of his parting glance. His piercing gaze fixed only on her face for a moment, and then he was gone. Chapter 8. One could always count on a capital dinner at the Duke of Gloucester's, on cigars of the finest quality, and on port that would make a Madeira monk puff up with pride. The ladies had long retired to the drawing-room, and the Duke was gesturing for his 4th glass when Stanmore turned to Nicholas to voice his displeasure with his friend. Just assure me, my fine-finned gudgeon, that bringing Louisa as your guest tonight was done purely for your own entertainment. Nicholas took the cigar out of his mouth and looked at him as if he'd sprouted an extra head. My good man, you certainly know me better than to insult me this way. You know I like my women beautiful but unpretentious. I like them innocent, or at least with the ability to put on a good show of it. But the truth is, Stanmore, that since I have yet to meet my ideal woman, I find that I also prefer to while away my time with the rich ones, and by that I mean far richer ladies than Lady Nithsdale and the paltry 10,000 a year her dearly departed husband left to her. Why, she can go through that, without anyone's help, in 6 months' time. Stanmore waved off the passing butler, but Nicholas accepted another glass. The lady you have referred to came here tonight as my guest, because she gave me the distinct impression that you wanted her to be here. Stanmore's glare was withering. I didn't say that I believed her, but seeing the foul mood that has laid claim to your disposition, a disposition that has been steadily worsening since your return from Bristol, I thought it might just prove diverting for you. Nicholas fit the cigar between his lips and studied the brooding expression of his friend over the smoke. I haven't asked you what went wrong in Bristol, for I know you'll tell me only if it pleases you. But I know the value of a willing woman when it comes to improving a man's mood, even if the woman has been complaining openly of late about being neglected and privately hinting of her fears of having offended somehow. It never ceases to amaze me how indiscreet Louisa can be. You are the one, my friend, who chose her as a paramour, and if I remember correctly, a month ago you were not quite as sensitive about the lady's indiscretions. An image of Louisa's bright smile and warm greeting when he'd arrived at the Duke of Gloucester's tonight came back to him. He was fairly certain he'd been civil in his greeting, albeit perhaps a little distant. But what else was to be expected? He'd been both surprised and displeased to see the damned woman. And what of it if his disposition was a bit surly these days? Stanmore wished he knew why he'd been feeling so damnably off lately. No, that wasn't entirely true, he thought, watching the blue cigar smoke hang over the table. It was that woman, that blasted Mrs. Ford. It was the look of her, the wounded way she'd looked at him out the window as he'd prepared to leave Bristol. That was the image that he simply hadn't been able to shake. He scowled fiercely, downed the port in his glass, and turned his glare on Nicholas. You brought Louisa here tonight, he growled, and I expect you to accompany her home. Before his friend could answer, a footman whispered that Lord North desired to have a word with Stanmore. The Earl turned and waved to the new Prime Minister, who was gesturing to him from a small group gathered by one of the tall windows. It had been at Lord North's encouragement that Stanmore had agreed to attend tonight. The Minister's promise of lending an ear on the issue of the slave trade made attendance at the dinner worthwhile, no matter how disinterested Stanmore was in such entertainment these days. He had a parting word, though, for Nicholas before he started across the room. I value your concern, but don't disregard our relative positions. You have always been the rogue, and I the responsible man. You've always caused strife, and I have always endeavoured to resolve it. What would become of the world if we were to change places? Do you wish, scoundrel, to become answerable? Dash it, Stanmore. I see your point. Disregard anything I've said. She had spoken quietly and steadily until she could say no more. Jamie simply stared. His lower lip quivered. His young face flushed red from emotions that were, no doubt, churning in his breast. His blue eyes showed his distress and confusion as he struggled to take in her words. In them, she could see his doubt and his desire to deny what she was saying. Finally, he simply turned away and stared out the small window of the carriage, watching the countryside rush by through a veil of tears. The sobs crowding in her own chest threatened to rise into her throat and choke her, but she continued. She had no choice but to tell him as much of the truth as she could, at least as much of it as she dared to divulge to Sir Oliver when they'd been in Philadelphia. Rebecca spoke as long as the words carried her, but Jamie's continuing tears and the utter sense of despair afflicting him soon checked her. She knew that these moments in the post-chaise and four that Sir Oliver had arranged to take the two of them east might be the last private time they would have together. And in a place as large as Soulgrave, she simply could not afford to delay any longer what Jamie would inevitably discover once they arrived there. He had to learn the truth from her, and no one else. The carriage lurched roughly, and Rebecca put a protective hand on Jamie's knee to stop him from sliding off the seat. He didn't flinch away from her touch, and she silently sent a prayer of thanks heavenward. Summoning up her courage, she moved to the seat across from him. "Jamie," she said softly to him, taking a hold of his chin. He turned his weepy eyes from the window and looked into her own face. "Jamie, please talk to me." He wiped off his face with his sleeve. "How long?" "We should be there shortly." He shook his head and entwined the fingers of her left hand in his own. "How long will you stay at this place with me?" She'd expected his questions to be about the father. Yes, more than anything else, she'd hoped he would want to know about the man who had supposedly been searching for years for his lost son. This had been the version of the story she'd conveyed to him. But his question, the anguish that she could so plainly see in his face, had to do with her. She forced herself to look truthful as she reached deep for another lie. "I'll stay as long as you want me to stay. I can find a job in a village near Soulgrave. Later, when you're sent to Eton, I can come and live in the town. Or at Windsor. That's just across the Thames, and very near the school. You're not losing anything that you have right now, Jamie. You must see this change for all that you're gaining, for all that Lord Stanmore, that your father, is offering." His face showed how unconvinced he was, and Rebecca felt vaguely ill, knowing that she herself lacked conviction on that score. If only the Earl of Stanmore had shown some warmth toward Jamie, if he'd shown any sign of welcoming him. The driver of the carriage called out, announcing their approach into St. Albans. Out the window, Rebecca could see a busy brickworks and the spires and roofs of the town beyond. Under different circumstances, Rebecca would have taken joy in sharing with Jamie what she'd read in her youth about the ancient town. But right now, all she could do was fight down the growing knot in her own throat and silently utter a silent prayer. They drove on through the narrow, winding streets, passing finally the pointed arches of St. Albans Cathedral. A few moments later, the carriage was rolling north from St. Albans, over a less reliable road than the coach road from Bristol. Then 2 miles further on, the driver turned into a well-kept drive, bordered by tall, handsome trees. Rebecca clutched Jamie's hand. "It shan't be long now." On through a large deer park the carriage rolled. At times the trees opened into sheep-dotted meadows that gave the travellers beautiful views of the surrounding farms and countryside, and Rebecca realised that they were climbing in almost imperceptible grades onto higher ground. At one vantage point, they could see in the distance a small village huddled along the sides of a meandering river. Finally, as the chaise topped a wooded hill, the drive turned and ran along the crest of a grassy knoll. "Jamie, look!" Her attempt at cheering the boy was answered with an indifferent shrug. To the left of the carriage, the trees opened onto a broad valley. On the far side, nestled among the wooded hills that rose up behind it, a finely built, rambling house of red brick sat comfortably amidst orchards and gardens and fields. From the style of its architecture, the house must have been built in the time of Queen Elizabeth. Ancient, but solid and tasteful and unpretentious. Before it, wild flowers of purple and white coloured a rolling meadow that ran down to a broad lake. There was a natural quality to the house and setting that welcomed a traveller. Rebecca had never seen a place quite so beautiful. "You will love your new home." Her whisper was answered by Jamie's shrug. As the chaise crunched to a stop on the gravel of the impressive courtyard, the young boy sank deeper into the cushioned bench and closed his eyes to the few servants awaiting in greeting outside. "Jamie?" She held his chin and encouraged him to open his eyes before the door of the carriage was opened by the groom. Frightened blue eyes opened and pooled immediately with tears. "I'm here with you. I love you today the same as I loved you yesterday, and I'll continue to love you forever." "But I'm not your son." She flattened his hand against her chest. "You are my son in here, and that will never change." He shook his head. "But—" "Don't mourn a loss where there is none, Jamie," she pleaded. "Don't torment yourself or me by acting as if I were already gone." There were more tears, and Rebecca forced back her own, bursting emotions as the young boy wrapped his arms around her. "I'm afraid. These people, I don't know them." She pulled back just enough to use a handkerchief from her own sleeve to wipe his face clean. Then she smiled into his face and clutched his hand tightly in her own. "I'll give you my strength, and you give me some of yours. Let's go and meet these good people together." The sky was edging from black into grey, and Jamie knew that storm clouds would not delay much longer the coming morn. Kneeling on the wide window-sill, with his forehead pressed against the cool panes of glass, he watched the shapes begin to form outside. Indistinct at first, and then growing clearer. A pair of monstrous giants changed into a grove of plane trees. A strange horned head of some huge decapitated beast turned out to be only the stables. Beneath his window, a small formal garden gradually became more distinct, and he looked out past its well-kept paths and beds to the meadows and the grey lake. The drive leading out of the estate and back to the St. Albans Road wound over the small stone bridge at the top end of the lake and up the far side of the valley. He stretched and frowned. He'd been kneeling at the window for the past few hours, hidden behind the thick draperies, and watching. They'd only arrived yesterday, and he already knew he didn't want to be here. The room they'd given him was larger than the 2 rooms he and his mamma had occupied in Philadelphia, and the bed was so huge that all 4 of the Butler children could have slept in it, and there still would have been room for more. He hated this room. He hated his bed. He hated the people that wore all those proper clothes and talked correct and tried to not stare at his hand and kept calling him Master James.
He hated the fact that he was separated from his mamma and that she no longer wanted him for a son. The things she told him yesterday, about his real mamma dying years ago, and how it was time he started spending time with his real father. It couldn't be true. Some place deep in his chest, Jamie knew that he had to be her real son. He loved her so much. Just the thought of her going away made him hurt to the point of bursting. Even now, he could feel the ache in his gut. He choked back the knot in his throat and peered past the curtains toward the closed door. She was sleeping in the room next to his. But what if she decided she didn't love him any more and left him during the night? There were many doors to this place, and what if the carriageway he'd been watching wasn't the only way off the estate? Once, not long after moving to the window, Jamie had seen someone crossing the property and carrying a lantern and a cudgel. A huge dog had ambled along beside him. A watchman, he decided. He hadn't been the best of boys last night. He hadn't touched his dinner. He'd pretended he couldn't hear anything anyone said. He'd even been rude to Mrs. Trent, the heavy-set housekeeper, flinching when she'd put a friendly hand on his head while she'd been showing him his room. That had really put his mamma out. She hadn't said anything, but he could tell it from her eyes. Her eyes told everything. He had a scolding coming, no doubt. But, sitting in the window, he realized that even this was a good thing. It gave him as good a reason as any to go and wake her and make sure she was still here. Jamie pushed the curtains back and dressed quickly. There was something strange about the hallway, Jamie thought, as he stepped out of his bedchamber. He'd been too stubborn last night to show any interest, but now he stood staring. The people in the paintings on the wall, the men and women in fancy clothes, and some even in armour, were staring back at him. Vaguely it occurred to him that some of the servants must be awake, for there were 2 newly lit candles on a couple of the tables along the wall. He glanced in the direction of his mamma's closed door, but then his attention was drawn back to the paintings. Next to a picture of an angry-looking man holding a book and wearing a sword, there was a picture of another man standing before a beautiful dappled grey hunter. Around him, servants were holding a hunting lance and tending to a huge stag he'd obviously just killed. Jamie had never been hunting himself, but Tommy Butler had told George and him plenty of stories about it. These people, though, looked to be much fancier in their dress than any who would go hunting in the woods along the Schuylkill, Jamie thought. Walking down the hall, he continued to look up at uniformed men and elegantly dressed women sitting in the portraits, or depicted on tall horses with scenes of hunts in the background. More than one had this house pictured. One had a castle in it. All this fuss over such a wee lad. Mind your tongue, Bessie. The master's son. Whatever we can do. Worth the fuss, as you call it. Away for as long as the wee one has. It's a shame we cannot do more. Well, I dunno. If cook burns that porridge this morning, I don't know, but I'll... Hush you, vixen. You'll be waking the household. How'd you like to be put out on your... Pausing by an open door, Jamie listened hard to comprehend the snatches of talk between the 2 women. The 2 servants were busy working in a huge chamber. If he turned his good ear to it, he always heard much more than people thought he did, but he'd always kept this secret to himself. It was a special thing to have his mamma think she was the only one that could say anything to him and he could hear.
It wasn't a lie, he reminded himself, as he slipped by the open door and stopped to look at a painting just beside it. It was a way to get good attention from those he liked, and to ignore the people that he didn't. This woman, Ford, the lad's nursemaid? At hearing his mamma's name, Jamie's gaze dropped from the painting and riveted on the open doorway. He moved to the door. I heard Mrs. Trent say in the kitchen last night that's about what she's been to the lad for all these years. If she's only one of us, why did they have her placed in this wing? The younger woman's voice turned peevish. She ain't one of us. She's quality. You can see that from her manners plain enough. Perhaps so, but you couldn't tell from her clothes. Peeking around, he saw the maid he assumed to be Bessie shaking out a blanket and folding it again. That don't mean anything, you fool. They've just come from the colonies. Well, she's in England now. Why, you should have heard Ellen going on this morning in the washroom about this Mrs. Ford being put just down the hall from the master's rooms. And she had a point too, if you ask me. I'd know better than to ask a goose like you, or Helen. Well, it's just a good thing he's not here yet, or folks would start to talk. Start? Ha! You and the other idlers are already talking, it seems to me. The older woman chided, going around and closing the windows. From all we know, the woman has an husband waiting in the colonies. Mrs. Trent says she's only staying a short while. So the way I see it, she may very well be long gone before his lordship comes down from London. Going? And pray, who's to be taking care of the wee master? Shan't be me, I'll tell you. A slight noise by the doorway drew both women's gazes, silencing them immediately. Bessie moved quickly to check the hall, but she saw no one. Listening carefully, though, she thought she could hear someone running in the distance, down the servants' stairs, toward the kitchen wing. And to conclude, my lords, I say to you that a tide of moral authority is rising in this land of ours. We who sit in this palace of Westminster today have a solemn duty. The time has come, though we have done perhaps irreparable harm in the past, though the blood of so many stains our hands, it is our duty to put things right. The barbarous iniquity of slavery will be washed away, and it is our duty to see that all vestiges of this evil are cleared from our great houses, from our towns, from our ports. We must wash this evil from the very shores of England. As the Earl of Stanmore sat down, many of his fellow members of the House of Lords responded with calls of "Hear, hear." From others, however, his speech brought only stony looks and silence. As the next speaker rose, a page appeared at Stanmore's elbow. "My lord," he whispered, "your presence is urgently desired in the lobby." Pulling his wig from his head, the Earl strode quickly from the chamber to where a footman wearing Stanmore's own livery waited anxiously. "I've just come up from Solgrave, my lord." The footman bowed and handed him a letter. "I was told to say it is urgent." Glancing quickly over the crabbed handwriting of his Hertfordshire house steward, Stanmore cursed fiercely before storming from the palace, the footman in tow. The last golden vestiges of afternoon sun were just fading, as the two serving men carried branches of candles into the suite of saloons on the first floor of Lady Mornington's palatial home. On a brass perch in one room, a brilliantly coloured macaw shuffled along the bar and crooned noisily at the closest servant. The saloons were still quite busy, and voices and laughter filled the air. 24 or so ladies remained, many plying their skills at the variety of gaming tables their hostess was kind enough to provide.
While some were seated around tables, intent upon the cards the faro dealer was turning up, others sat in pairs, playing piquet. Still others, finished with their gambling for the day, gathered in small circles or roamed from this group to the next, eager for the latest bits of gossip. Lady Nithsdale stood by one of the tall windows that looked out over Grosvenor Square, hardly pretending to listen to the group that had gathered around her. She'd lost another 500 guineas at piquet this afternoon, and though she knew that she was frowning, she really didn't care much at this point. As it stood now, she couldn't request an extension to her credit in Lady Mornington's establishment without some kind of encouraging news from Stanmore. If she were refused, word would quickly spread, and her presence would be unwelcome at every gaming house in London. She frowned more deeply as the topic of the conversation caught her attention. If Stanmore's sudden disinterest in spending time with her weren't distressing enough, it was obvious that everyone in London seemed to be intimately familiar with the Earl's private affairs. Everyone but her.
And you could be quite correct in that, my dear,
Mrs. Beverley was saying in her annoyingly conspiratorial whisper.
My milliner told me that all of Kensington is simply abuzz with the news. She told me that she has it on the very best authority that 15 dinner invitations were delivered to his lordship last week alone. With Elizabeth's name finally put to rest, Lizzie Archer chimed in, it only follows that there should be a mad rush for Lord Stanmore's attentions.
Mrs. Beverley gave a knowing laugh. To think all those fathers who have suffered so to keep their daughters clear of Stanmore's path for all these years. Now that they've a chance at matrimony, they're gladly throwing their lambs to the wolf.
If I may say, ladies, the devil take matrimony, for I'll gladly don sheep's clothing myself. That wolf can have me whenever and however he chooses.
Louisa carefully unclenched her jaws as the laughter rippled through the group. She put on an air of indifference and turned, sending a cutting glance Lizzie Archer's way. The young woman's large white bosom, so artfully spilling over the top of her dress, was already heaving at the very possibility of bedding Stanmore, no matter how unlikely the possibility.
Why, Louisa!
The diminutive Lizzie gasped with feigned surprise.
I had no idea you'd given over your game of piquet. Did your luck run out?
Why, Lizzie, Louisa said breathlessly in the same counterfeit fashion. I had no idea you'd given over Lord Archer after less than a year of wedded bliss. But, you know, my dear, sometimes we're just not lucky enough to recognize what we have. Take, for example, your Archie. Not just energetic, but talented too. Why, I was telling him the other night that his technique is quite commendable. With a flourish, Louisa patted the red-cheeked woman on the hand, turning her back on the astonished onlookers before making her way toward her hostess, Lady Mornington. The older lady's wry smile told Louisa that she'd overheard their little discussion. I give you a lot of credit, Louisa, my dear. Your luck may have been out today in cards, but when it comes to protecting what is yours, you have an unnerving ability to break the bank every time. Come and sit with me. Louisa seated herself beside Lady Mornington and cast an impatient eye over the faro table across the room. What is mine appears to be a subject that's questioned more often than I desire these days. Then perhaps you should be more persuasive. Lady Mornington inclined her head toward her young friend. Perhaps it is time to press your advantage, my dear. With Stanmore? Louisa tucked a strand of her powdered hair in place before turning her pouting face away. "One must be very judicious when it comes to pressing his lordship. But believe me, I have devised my strategy, and the cards look quite promising."
"Does this strategy perhaps involve a certain close friend of the Earl? A certain man of the town?"
One of Louisa's finely pencilled brows lifted with admiration. "You keep yourself informed?"
"I do, and I must say that I don't approve of your plan."
Lady Mornington's scowl was genuine, deepening Louisa's surprise.
"Sir Nicholas Spencer might play along with your charade, but he would take a bullet in the head before being party to anything that will adversely affect his friend's well-being."
"I assure you that I have Stanmore's well-being in mind as well."
"Perhaps, Louisa, but don't expect Sir Nicholas to do anything that will compromise his friendship with Stanmore."
"What I am considering is completely harmless to all concerned," Louisa was quick to explain. "Sir Nicholas is as fond of gaming as I am, so it is quite natural for me to cross paths with him when he's in town. Pray, madam, is it so inappropriate that I should strive to remain apprised of Stanmore's whereabouts and doings? Nicholas is good company, and he freely provides me with such information."
The older woman's gaze swept the room before turning to her. "And have you learned anything of value, my dear, from your association with Sir Nicholas?"
"Indeed." Louisa smiled as brightly as she could manage. "I've learned that Stanmore's absence from my side has purely been the result of his efforts to settle his son."
"Were these Nicholas's words?"
She fought back an embarrassed rush of heat in her face. "Though he has not used those exact words, it is the only logical answer. Stanmore has not been seen in the company of anyone else."
Lady Mornington smiled knowingly. "Then I assume that you've already been practising ways to charm a lad of his age."
"You may be certain that I have every intention of forming the warmest of connections with James Samuel Wakefield." Louisa smiled back at her hostess. "Only a fool would forego seizing such an opportunity, and you know that I am no fool. You may safely bet on it. I will have Lord Stanmore for my own."
Chapter 9. The Chiltern Hills, shrouded in mist, loomed dark and ominous over Solgrave. But the mud-covered rider took no time to spare the ancient ridge even a glance. The threatening clouds overhead had more than once made good their threat in the past several hours, deluging the roads from London with cold, stinging rain. The treacherous byways had required the rider's utmost skill, but now, as Stanmore pushed his exhausted horse ahead, the end was in sight. Racing across the rain-soaked meadow, the Earl rounded the lake at a gallop, pounded across the stone bridge, and reined up at the front door of the mansion. At first glance, he could see that the entire estate was in turmoil. Dismounting from his steed, Stanmore strode through the huge doors into the entry hall. Daniel, the house steward of the family's country seat, dogged his heels, his apologies and explanations tumbling out breathlessly. "And Mrs. Ford discovered Master James was missing first thing in the morning, my lord. We searched everywhere. We turned the house all a-kilter, and searched the grounds immediately surrounding, and the stables. You know lads love horses, and the servants' quarters. I am dreadfully sorry, my lord. When we could find no sign of the lad, I sent for you." Stanmore discarded his sodden coat and handed it to a footman before heading toward his library, in the new wing. "Have you sent someone to Nebworth?"
"Aye, my lord,
Pawson took 6 men from the stables. They spread out and stopped at every cottage from here to the village. No one has seen the lad. Stanmore stalked into the library and immediately found himself looking at the lake through the large windows of the room. He stopped abruptly, a mysterious tightness gripping his chest. 2 years ago, the son of one of the servants had drowned in the lake. They'd found his body a week later by the dam at the old mill. His steward spoke quickly, obviously reading the frown on his face. We haven't started searching the lake, my lord." An image of a red-haired woman embracing a child on a dock in Bristol immediately came before him. He could see the blue eyes that had looked at him beseechingly, the lad standing beside her in the open window at the inn.
"Bring Mrs. Ford to me."
He turned his back on the steward. As Daniel quickly retreated, Stanmore's attention again was drawn to the waters of the lake. 2 miles in length, the narrow band of water formed a crescent across the estate, ending at the old mill above Nebworth village. Over the years, the deep, clear waters had brought grief to a few families living near it. He watched 2 of his gardeners hurry down from the house and turn to follow a path along the water's edge. James drowning on his return. No, on his first coming to Soulgrave. It was just not possible. Fate would not deal such a cruel hand. He saw a 6 men emerge from the trees at the far side of the valley, converse for a few moments, and then disappear into the woods again as the rain began to come down in sheets, obscuring even the far side of the lake. He cursed himself silently. The devil take him if he hadn't tried to keep the promise he'd given at the old man's deathbed. He'd brought the lad back, and that was all that was expected of him. He would do his duty, and the family line and good name would be preserved. But now this. Life seemed to hold nothing but twisted luck for him. And for the boy as well, it seemed. The sound of footsteps behind him turned Stanmore around. Daniel stood in the doorway, looking for the world like a gallows bird, and Mrs. Trent stood beside him, wringing her hands.
"Mrs. Ford is still out there searching, my lord."
The housekeeper cast a nervous glance at the window, and then looked down at her hands.
"What do you mean, she's out there searching?"
"I told her, stay put, my lord," Daniel mumbled desperately, cutting an accusing look at the portly woman.
Mrs. Trent shot the steward an answering glare before speaking.
"She was beside herself, my lord. Anyone taking a step out or coming back, and she was rushing after them. She was near mad with worry. There was no holding her back, try as we may."
"When was it that she went out?"
Embarrassment coloured the housekeeper's face.
"She set out on foot, a little before noon, my lord."
"That's hours ago."
Stanmore spat as he started for the door.
"Which direction did she go? What does she know about where a boy could get lost around here?"
"My lord, she was even wilder than Marie when she'd lost her Johnny 2 years ago."
The housekeeper nodded toward the rain pelting the windows.
"There was no stopping her. It was as if she were missing her own son."
"For God's sake, how else was she to feel?"
Stanmore stalked to the windows, his mind racing. He'd met Rebecca Ford only once, but the woman's affection for the lad was something that he didn't think he would ever forget. In fact, there were a few things about the woman that continued to linger in his memory. But this was no time for thoughts of that nature, he thought, scowling. Why, she could be in the damned lake herself. Whirling to face them again, he began barking orders on his way out of the room.
"Daniel, send someone to the village looking for Mrs. Ford. Mrs. Trent,
Question whoever was attending her this morning. See if they might have mentioned any place that she might have gone to search. Something that might have been said to induce her to set out on foot. Striding down the long servants' corridors and into the kitchens, Stanmore found himself surrounded by the anxious faces. House servants, grooms, gardeners, everyone not already out on estate grounds, were immediately organised into search parties and quickly dispersed. A dry riding coat was waiting for him by the time he reached the front door. A fresh hunter stood prancing on the gravelled yard. Obviously challenged by the mere glimpse of a dry coat, Zeus himself took a hand in the proceedings. The storm seemed only to worsen, the wind rising as flashes of lightning illuminated the Hertfordshire landscape. Stanmore spurred his mount across the lawns and meadow to the path around the lake. One of the upper maids had apparently been stupid enough to mention Marie's lost boy to Mrs. Ford. She'd even told her of the mill and how they'd found him there. The wind and rain stung his face as he made his way along the shore, but Stanmore's mind was focused on finding the lad and Mrs. Ford. Rebecca. Even as the woman's name occurred to him, anger suddenly flooded through his veins. Why he felt any concern for her at all was beyond his understanding. She was the cause of all of this. If he had not allowed himself to be taken in by her pleas, if he'd simply stuck to his original plan, the boy would be at Eton even now. The foolish, stubborn, meddling woman. He cursed into the wind as he continued on along the lake. As he rode, he continually swept the trees with his gaze for signs of anyone taking shelter there. The storm was nearly a gale by the time Stanmore spotted the old mill in the distance. Coming out of the grove of trees, though, he saw her through the pouring rain. The grey, cloaked figure, her back to him, had just fallen on the muddy bank and was struggling to get her feet beneath her. He spurred his horse toward her. "Mrs. Ford!" he called out. The woman straightened up and turned toward him. The wind whipped the long, wet hair across her eyes, and she clawed it out of her face. The dark cloak and the dress beneath it were stained with the mud and rain, and torn from the brambles she'd been traipsing through. A look of hope flashed across her muddy face. "You found him!" Though the mud dragged at her sodden shoes as she started toward him, he could hear the note of relief in her cry. As he reined up beside her, he was struck by the paleness of her face beneath the smudges of dirt. "No, they haven't found him." The blue eyes fell, and her face immediately took on a haunted look. He saw her thin frame waver in the force of the wind, and he leaped to the ground, thinking she was about to fall. But she turned away from him without another word, and began slogging through the storm toward the dam. "Wait!" he ordered abruptly, pulling his horse behind him. "Where do you think you're going?" Her gaze was directed ahead, toward the dam and the old sluice leading to the mill wheel. She looked like a madwoman. "There is nothing you can do that we cannot do better. Nowhere that you can search that my people cannot cover more thoroughly than you." She was deaf to his words, and did not even look up as a bolt of lightning lit the sky. Stanmore's horse, however, reared nervously, and he turned momentarily to steady the animal. "This is madness, woman!" he shouted, just as her feet slipped from under her. He cursed under his breath as she slid down the embankment to the edge of the water, and moved as quickly as he could to her aid. She wouldn't accept his outstretched hand, as she stubbornly clawed her way up again, covered now in mud from her head to toe, and shivering like a leaf in December. She was perhaps the most pathetic-looking creature he'd ever encountered. But nothing about her situation seemed to dampen in the slightest her will to continue on with her search.
If this is not the most absurd—
He found himself trailing after her as she continued on without giving him even a look.
Mrs. Ford! Rebecca! Don't you see that I'm losing time chasing after you when there is a graver matter at hand?
Again she ignored him, and Stanmore found himself becoming genuinely angry at the mullishness of the woman. Catching up to her, he took hold of her elbow and turned her around.
You must return to the house this instant.
She pushed the wet hair out of her face, and her eyes flashed with fury. Let me be! The words were spoken through clenched teeth, but he paid no heed to her temper.
I cannot. Like it or not, you're my guest at Soulgrave. I am responsible for your safety.
Save your concern for one who truly matters. The look in her eyes changed, and tears mixed with the rain on her face. Your son is missing. Do you understand that?
And you blame me?
I do, she cried. James is missing.
He has run away, you mean?
Because you failed to even introduce yourself to him or acknowledge him when you had a chance. He's run away because he was afraid. If you'd listened to anything that I told you in Bristol, if you'd taken into consideration his age, his condition—
Have you considered, madam, that perhaps your own shortcomings in raising him with some sense of discipline—
Don't you dare criticize me! He has grown and thrived in my care.
A weed thrives on the roadside with very little tending.
Insult me as you wish. She jerked her arm free. But let me go. By God, I'll find him. And when I do, I'm taking him back with me to Pennsylvania. It is obvious to me, and to James, that you have no real wish for him to be here. Only, damn me, but if I'd known that sooner, I never would have allowed you to uproot that child. She struck off in the direction of the old mill again, leaving him cursing himself bitterly for unleashing his temper at her. In doing so, he had let her take charge.
Mrs. Ford!
He called, going after her. She trudged on, giving no indication of having heard him.
Rebecca!
He shouted, reaching her side with a few long strides. This time, as he took hold of her elbow, he spun her around and grabbed her other arm as well. He wasn't forcing her to stay put, he reminded himself, but he would damn well intimidate her if that's what it took to hold her long enough to make her see reason. She turned her face away, refusing to look at him.
I was rash in my words. I have no right to criticize you for what you've done for James.
I have no time for your apologies either. She tried to pull out of his hold, but Stanmore only tightened it. His fingers dug into the soaked fabric of her sleeves.
And I have no time to drum up an argument. We're both after the same thing.
He motioned toward the darkening sky.
It soon will be night, and I'm wasting time not helping with the search.
Then go, she cried out, twisting toward the mill.
I cannot, not when you're running around in this storm, endangering yourself without purpose.
I am not the one that you should concern yourself with. It is James who—
It is James who will be needing you when he's brought back,
he interrupted, shaking her once.
He didn't want to think about the grey water beside them, about the possibility of a boy gone forever. He needed her back at the house, where her situation would not prey on his mind. "Have you considered the predicament you may be creating? What happens when James is returned and you're not there to greet him? You're the only one that he really knows, the only one who will be able to comfort him." Her body sagged slightly in his arms. "But I just cannot stay there, waiting. I feel so helpless. She looked up at him with tormented eyes, set in a face suddenly showing her weariness and vulnerability. The wind blew wet strands of hair across her pale cheek. "Think of him. Think of how you can help him most," he said reasonably. He finally had her attention. "Let me take you back to the house. I was raised in this place. I know every hiding place where a boy of his age can go. I know how far he can run and in which direction. I'll go after him myself. But I need you at the house to care for him when we bring him in." She didn't answer him, but Stanmore took her silence as a sign of assent. Wrapping his fingers around her waist, he pulled her toward his horse. Her steps were heavy, resignation written in her every movement. He removed his coat and wrapped it around her shoulders. Although wet, he hoped the warmth of his body would offer some comfort. He didn't trust her to hold on, seated behind him, so instead he lifted her easily onto the back of the giant animal and swung up behind her. She didn't utter a word as Stanmore wheeled the hunter around. She held herself rigid, away from his chest, her eyes searching in the distance. The hands clutching the mane of the horse were nearly blue beneath the mud, though, and he could see the shiver trembling uncontrollably on her lips. Wrapping a hand around her waist, he pulled her against the warmth of his body. "We'll be there soon." His chin brushed the soaked strands of hair, and he frowned at the unsettling feeling of protectiveness that coursed through him. "Let Mrs. Trent see to your needs when you get back. Dry clothes, a cup of wine. You cannot allow yourself to become ill, not when not when the lad needs you most." Silence was her only answer. In a few minutes, Solgrave came into view, standing solidly against the storm. The lamps had been lit, and Stanmore pressed a hand against her shoulder, drawing her more tightly against his chest to protect her from the whipping rain. Certain things were starting to make sense now. Birch's immediate liking of this woman, for one. The trust that the lawyer bestowed on her. This was a totally uncharacteristic response in the old bachelor. Stanmore could see that there was something about her that spoke of strength, an independence that was not based on position or wealth. Added to that, the woman had compassion and intelligence, and she was as obstinate as a rock. And yet, right beneath the pale skin and stormy blue eyes, there was a vulnerability that he doubted everyone saw. He hadn't even dismounted from his horse when Daniel and several of the grooms and footmen rushed out into the rain. He handed the soaked woman down from the mount. "Any news?" he asked of his steward. "Some of the men have come in and gone again. They've talked to most of the villagers, my lord. It appears fairly certain the lad didn't go to Nebworth." The steward nodded his head toward the lake. "Shall I put together a party with hooks and lines to—" "No," Stanmore interrupted the steward with a warning glance. "We've more places to look yet. See that Mrs. Ford is attended to." Rebecca held his coat up to him. He reached for it, and their gazes met in the pouring rain.
"You will bring him back?"
"I've said I would, and I shall." Chapter 10. The darkness that descended was complete and broken only by occasional flashes of lightning. The wind and rain still lashed at him as he rode, but Stanmore sensed that the gale was beginning to blow itself out. Dashing the rain from his eyes, he reined in his mount at the edge of a small meadow, peering through the dark for the ruined cottage that he knew was nearby. It was one of the last places he could think of to look. He frowned at the thought of going back empty-handed. The hut had been a tumble-down affair, even when Stanmore had roamed the woods as a boy. As he nudged his horse into the clearing, though, he realized he'd not been out in this area for 15 years at least. The cottage had once been inhabited by gamekeepers of the estate, but no one had lived there in decades. Another flash of lightning showed him that his memory was not so bad after all. Framed by tall plane trees and a few ancient oaks, the cottage sat at the far edge of the meadow. Even at a glance, Stanmore realized that the hut was far more decrepit than he recalled. But the condition of the place would mean nothing to a boy seeking shelter from the storm. The forests that covered the rolling hills and valleys for the next mile or so would soon give way to farms, and then the park belonging to Squire Wentworth's Melbury Hall. But James wouldn't know that. Stanmore dismounted before the hut and secured his horse to a low stone wall. Taking a step toward the low door, he stopped and eyed the shelter warily. Even though half of the thatched roof had fallen in years ago, the place did not have the feeling of being totally deserted. Branches, broken to a uniform length, had been stacked against the stone wall. The leather hinges that once held the door in place had long ago given way, but someone had fairly recently pulled the stout wooden plank up against the narrow opening. The single window even appeared to have a hide tacked across the inside to keep out the weather. And as Stanmore stood there, the shifting wind brought him the smell of a wood fire. Man or boy, he thought, someone was in that cottage. Just to be sure, the Earl circled the cottage. Gypsies regularly came through the area, though usually in the fall, and they rarely camped in this part of the estate. An escaped convict or a wandering beggar was unlikely to have wandered so far from the roads or from the farms either. More than likely, it was simply one or more of the children from his estate, or from Melbury, who had been doing the minor repairs. They had always been drawn to the hut. When he himself was young, he'd played Storm the Keep in this very place. How many times he led his army, composed of the woodcutters' sons and the Trent boys, to victory against some of the farm lads from Melbury. The flashes of lightning told him that no serious repairs had been made to the cottage. A stream of water was running from a small gap in the crumbling wall at the back of the hut. Deciding that discretion was probably in order, though, Stanmore crouched and peered through the small opening. The fallen thatch blocked his access, but he could see the light of the small fire flickering on the wall across the small space. As he watched, he saw a young hand reach over and carefully place a broken branch on the fire. Obviously, the occupant had not heard him approach, for there was no nervousness in the boy's movements as he added another branch to the fire. This time Stanmore caught sight of the lad's other hand. It was James. Stanmore's lips twitched, and a feeling of relief swept through him, its intensity surprising him and causing his face to immediately crease into a frown.
He remained where he was for the longest moment, and just stared at what he could see of the boy. His back was turned, and the Earl could only see the extended arms and muddied knee breeches and the bare legs and feet. Although late in May, the chill night air lacked the feel of summer. But still, on this stormy night, James had chosen the discomfort of this ramshackle cottage over all the luxury that had surrounded him at Solgrave. Stanmore pushed himself wearily to his feet and made his way around the cottage to the door and the slab of wood propped against it. He considered for a moment and then took a step back toward his horse. "Holloa! Is anyone in there?" he called loudly over the sound of the storm. Moving forward, he pushed the door aside and peered in. The fire was still burning, but the lad had disappeared. He ducked his head and entered the cottage. On the far side of the hut, 2 muddy feet protruded from beneath the fallen thatch. As Stanmore looked at the boy, the rain began to come down again in earnest through the broken roof. He studied the low and unsteady rafters, and then crouched before the boy's hiding place. "There's no point in running away or hiding. You must be soaked to the skin now. At this rate, you'll probably come down with a fever and die within a fortnight." James didn't move from his hiding place, so Stanmore glanced up at the inside of the place. Someone had indeed been spending time in there recently, for there were telltale signs throughout the space. The ashes in the fire indicated that more than a few meals had been cooked there, and the bones of rabbits and squirrels in a small pit by the wall told him that his deer park was at least feeding someone in the neighbourhood. With a wry smile, he turned his attention back to the boy, who was stubbornly continuing to ignore him. "Come, James. I can see you, lad." There was still no movement, and he remembered what Birch and Mrs. Ford had told him about the boy's difficulty in hearing. He stood up and heaved a pile of thatch to the side, revealing the boy. He had Elizabeth's eyes, and her colouring, and the same blonde hair, and he was shivering slightly from the rain, or from fear of him. The Earl stretched a hand out to the boy. "It is time for you to return to Solgrave." The lad made no move to accept the proffered hand. He just continued to stare at him with a piercing glare that Stanmore also recognised. "You've put the household in complete disarray today. Now, I know you don't care a rush for my people's concerns, but there is one person there that I know you do care for." He crossed his arms over his chest. "Mrs. Ford was so upset that she went out in this storm searching for you, alone and on foot. We were able to bring her back to the house for a short time, but if I don't take you back right now, then she'll be going out again." Stanmore jerked a thumb toward the dry corner of the hut. "I doubt she'll be as lucky as you to find a place to dry out or a fire to warm herself. She'll be coming down with a fever, and it'll be your fault. So, if you care nothing for her—" James rose to his feet, but said nothing. With a grunt, Stanmore used his boot to put out the fire, while the boy went and stood by the door, waiting. When the Earl motioned for James to go out ahead of him, he was amused to see the boy replace the slab of wood across the front of the door. The two walked in silence through the rain to the waiting horse. Stanmore, lifting the child onto the back of the animal, was amazed to realise that, even soaking wet, James weighed almost nothing. There was a great deal that Stanmore knew he himself had to say to the lad. Some explanation for the past, perhaps. Some greeting or introduction, he supposed, this being their first meeting. Still better, The boy deserved a good tongue-lashing for the trouble he'd caused Solgrave's servants. But he said nothing. Instead, the ride back to the house was made in absolute silence, broken only by the rumbling of thunder receding in the distance. The bed remained untouched. The household had finally settled after the ordeal of the day and night. Rebecca sat quietly on a chair in her bedchamber and pondered the emotional sleigh ride she had experienced in the last 24 hours. She had never been more saddened or crazed than at the moment when she discovered Jamie missing this morning, and she could not recall a moment of greater joy than she'd experienced tonight at the sight of him descending safely from his father's gleaming horse. She'd rushed into the rain and had cried as her boy had run into her arms and buried his face into her neck. Mumbled words of apology nearly drowned out by the sound of the Earl issuing directives to his servants. After a moment, though, she had to draw back and release Jamie, allowing the housekeeper and the steward to take charge of him. Overseeing their efforts from a distance, she'd seen them do everything she would have done, and more. Drying him, dressing him in warm clothing, feeding him, putting him to bed. She'd nodded encouragingly when he'd directed his soulful gaze at her. He was James Samuel Wakefield, the heir to a vast fortune, the next Earl of Stanmore, and Rebecca knew, as difficult as it was for both of them, she had to hold herself back and allow Jamie to learn to deal with these people who were a part of his future. Earlier, when she'd returned to the house and was waiting for news of him, Rebecca had found plenty of time to think over what the Earl of Stanmore had said to her. It was the truth. It was her fault that the young boy had acted so hastily this morning. Her lack of experience in bringing up a child, her years of excessive protectiveness, had led to Jamie being so dependent on her, so attached to her. Now, she had to do her best to help him become more independent, to acquire what he needed to take his true place in the world. She brushed away the tears on her face and pressed a hand to the ache in her chest. It was no help. She was an unholy mess, but she was truly missing him already. Rising to her feet, she tightened the belt of the robe Mrs. Trent had given her earlier and walked toward the door. She'd said good night to him, gently refusing to sit with him when he was finally put to bed. But now, a couple of hours later, she knew he would be asleep, and she had to see him. She had to at least look at him and try to soothe her aching heart. The hallway was quiet when she stepped out. As she approached his door, she had a moment of panic. What would happen if he were missing again? But her mind was quickly put at ease when, upon opening it, she saw him sleeping peacefully, as if nothing had ever been amiss in the world. Rebecca stepped in and quietly closed the door behind her. The curtains were open, and a soft blue light imbued the room with a pervading sense of serenity. The rain had stopped, and a bright moon had somehow worked its way through the clouds. Outside, the countryside glistened beneath its white beams. Rebecca stood for the longest time with her back against the door, watching the young boy sleep. Jamie. Only a short time ago, she'd thought her life so complete. She'd been a mother to someone who needed her. She'd been fulfilling a promise she'd made long ago, and in so doing, she'd filled up her own life with joy. She brushed away a tear and walked toward the bed. Leaning over him, she pulled the blanket up to his chin. She touched his unruly hair and brushed a soft kiss against his brow. Straightening up, Her heart leapt in her chest. The Earl of Stanmore, sitting in a chair in a shadowy corner, was gazing at her intently. He obviously had been watching his son sleep, but now his gaze was fixed on her. It was a strange, unsettling look. It was like looking into the eyes of a great cat. Embarrassment, guilt, emotions that she somehow couldn't put a name to, surged inside her. She took a step back, but found the Earl's piercing gaze following her. With one quick look toward the sleeping Jamie, Rebecca turned and, as calmly as she could, escaped the room. She was down the corridor, nearly to her own room, when the sound of the Earl's tread made her pause. "Mrs. Ford." Rebecca wished she could stop the strange fluttering of her pulse, curtail the heat rushing to her face. She turned around to face him. They were alone in the semi-darkness of the hall corridor, the dark portraits of his ancestors looking down on them. Her gaze fleetingly took in the top boots, the tight buckskin breeches, and the white shirt carelessly left half unbuttoned. She found herself staring at the dark skin and the corded muscles of his neck. "I see you were not able to sleep either." She forced herself to look up into the chiseled face and dark eyes. The way his gaze travelled from the tip of her bare toes to the wayward curls hanging to her shoulders caused Rebecca to swallow hard. She pulled the folds of the robe tighter around her neck. "I'd hoped to speak to you tonight, as I mean to return to London for a short while. Parliament will be rising, but I must attend a few private matters as well." Like a fool, all she could do was nod. Something about him had taken hold of the very breath in her chest. "I wanted to tell you that you were correct in recommending that James come here for a time before he was sent to Eton." "Are you trifling with me, my lord?" she managed to get out. "Not at all. What he did today, running away, could have had far more serious consequences in a public place such as London or at school." For the first time since arriving in England, Rebecca felt a ray of hope about Jamie's future. The Earl of Stanmore did appear to care about his son. Having activities to occupy his mind, getting him involved in life here at Solgrave, these things will perhaps improve his disposition toward his new life in England. "I agree." "I've instructed my steward Daniel to hire a tutor for James. I would like you to oversee his selection, though. I recall Birch telling me that you were a teacher yourself in the colonies, so your approval will, naturally, be highly valued." "I am honoured,"
she murmured again, finding herself unable to maintain eye contact with the Earl. Fighting him over James had been easy, but facing him alone and, well, dressed as he was, made her tremble strangely. And what made it worse was that he was being so agreeable. "I know it is late, but I'm going to the library for a glass of wine. If you care to join me, perhaps you can tell me anything else of importance that my people should be aware of in dealing with James." Rebecca felt her face grow warm again as a rush of sensations suddenly filled her. The feeling of the Earl's strong arms as they had held her in place on his horse, the occasional brush of his chin against her wet hair, the warmth of his coat, the smell of night and forbidden desires, all of these things set her heart drumming wildly in her chest. And then a fear, 10 years old, took hold of her. She shook her head, panic and desire at odds within her.
I am very sorry, my lord, but it is late and And it has been a tiring day?" She took a step backward toward her door. He nodded with a look of perfect understanding. "I've been remiss in not even inquiring after your health. After the hours that you spent in the rain yourself,
"I'm fine,"
she said convincingly, taking another step back until her hand rested on her door. She needed to get out of this corridor, away from him. In his presence, something she could not understand took control of her senses. It was as if she was losing control of her body. Her reaction to him was absolutely appalling. What was happening to her?
I'm quite well. Good night, my lord."
"Mrs. Ford." His call kept her from escaping into her room. "I believe you should stay. I invite you to stay as long as it takes for James to be perfectly settled in Solgrave."
"Thank you, my lord."
She slipped through the door and closed it behind her. Placing her fingers on her fevered cheeks, she stared with unseeing eyes into the darkness of the room. Standing there, Rebecca wondered if the Earl's invitation had been for Jamie's sake, or for some interest of his own. Chapter 11. Sir Oliver Birch was both surprised and disturbed by Stanmore's questions. Summoned to the Earl's Berkeley Square townhouse on a Sunday evening, the seasoned lawyer had come sensing trouble. Now, sitting in the comfortable chair in the spacious library and watching Lord Stanmore talk and pace, he knew it. "If I may repeat what you just told me of this woman," the Earl said thoughtfully, his hands clasped behind his back. "You're absolutely certain she accompanied Elizabeth on the journey to America?" "Not absolutely certain, but according to the physician who was on the ship and who is now residing in New York, a woman named Rebecca travelled with her. Our Mrs. Ford certainly fits the description that he gave me. In fact, he was the one that recalled her travelling on to Philadelphia. He told me he only happened to overhear her making her arrangements." "Indeed." The Earl stopped by the marble fireplace, a frown creasing his brow. "Why did he happen to recall all of this, Birch, 10 years after the fact? Didn't he trust her?" "I cannot say for certain." The lawyer swirled the fine claret in his glass. "But she was an extremely attractive young woman." Feeling Stanmore's fierce glare upon him, the lawyer quickly continued. "Not to mention that she was travelling on to Philadelphia with only the child. How could she get a coachman to take her, unescorted?" "Things are quite different in the colonies, my lord. Women apparently travel unescorted as a matter of course." He hesitated. "But you should have no fears with regard to her reputation. Whether we're speaking of 10 years ago or 10 days, I'm quite certain, and I say this from my own journey with her and from all I heard in Philadelphia, Mrs. Ford has a strict code of conduct. Quite refined, in fact, though thoroughly unpretentious. Her life in the colonies has made her perfectly at ease in the dealings with men, but she also demands propriety at all times from everyone. Why, even the sailors treated her with the utmost respect. I find the woman quite remarkable, really." Birch noted the fleeting look in the Earl's dark eyes, but he did not want to hazard a guess as to the meaning behind it. He watched Stanmore move to one of the large open windows and stare out into the park that graced the square. There was no doubt in the lawyer's mind that this summons had to do with his lordship's brief but sudden sojourn to Solgrave yesterday. "Is there a chance that she might have made Elizabeth's acquaintance in London?" "I seriously doubt it. You know the social set to which your wife belonged." Birch shook his head thoughtfully. "Though Mrs. Ford is obviously well educated and has a disposition that speaks of gentility in her upbringing, she isn't a member of London society. I believe they must have met during the initial crossing. I, for one, can understand why Elizabeth saw reason to entrust her with the care of James." "Can you, Oliver? Then can you think of any reason why this woman has chosen to hide her connection with Elizabeth? From what you said of your first meeting in Philadelphia, she lied to you about it there, and she has yet to admit to knowing her." The lawyer glanced thoughtfully at the Earl. "It could simply be that her secrecy stems from a lack of trust. Mrs. Ford is obviously devoted to your son. She may well have been as devoted to your wife. Why else would she have accepted the responsibility of raising the child? She obviously had no intentions of personal gain." The Earl nodded. "Her loyalties lie with Elizabeth and with James, my lord. You and I have yet to earn her confidence." Birch shrugged his shoulders. "But on the other hand, all of my assumptions could be incorrect. Perhaps everything she says is true. We could be mistaking her for someone else who was on the ship with your wife." Stanmore stood for a long moment, apparently considering this possibility. "Tell me what you know of this husband, this Mr. Ford." "I know very little," the lawyer said, relieved that they were moving past her possible fabrication. "They must have been married soon after she left New York. He's been dead for some time, though, according to those I questioned in Philadelphia." "What else? What did he do for a living?" "There was very little that anyone could add for certain. Some thought he was a carter, others believed he'd been a soldier. Whatever his position in life, he obviously didn't leave much behind for his wife. From what I was able to establish, for virtually all the years Mrs. Ford has been in Philadelphia, she's been living on the fruits of her own labours and supporting James and herself fairly successfully." "So there were no other children?" "None that survived, at any rate." As Stanmore turned to face the lawyer, his dark gaze was probing. "Anything else about her? Anything about her parentage, where she was born and raised?" "The only information I was able to establish with any certainty pertains to the years that Mrs. Ford has resided in Pennsylvania. If I were to hazard a guess, I would suggest that she may have been the daughter of a cleric and raised in a town not so remote or rustic either. As I mentioned before, she either had excellent tutors or was sent to a fine school as a girl, for she is certainly learned in a variety of subjects. In Philadelphia, there were many who spoke of her proficiency as a teacher." Birch crossed his long legs as the Earl turned to the window again. He knew that one never questioned Stanmore. Even so, the lawyer was very curious about the nature of the trouble yesterday. "If I may say, Mrs. Ford struck me as a refreshing change to many English women of her place in life, and aside from one small misrepresentation regarding her past, I believe she is perhaps the most honest and straightforward woman I've ever met." Watching the peer carefully, Birch saw no disagreement in Stanmore's attitude. The lawyer let out a silent breath of relief, as he had every intention of keeping Mrs. Ford in Stanmore's good graces if he could. In fact, though he would never admit it openly, Oliver planned on finding some excuse to visit Solgrave in the near future. And it wasn't for the country air that he wished to visit Hertfordshire.
Mrs. Ford might be a pauper, but her lack of wealth was no hindrance as far as Birch was concerned. For the first time in his life, the woman had awakened in him thoughts of matrimony and children. Though he was entirely inexperienced in matters of the heart, the way he saw it, all that was required of him now was spending some time in her company, making his intentions known to her, and receiving some encouraging response from the lady. After that, it was simply a contractual matter, putting the entire affair back in the arena where he operated the most comfortably. Do an inquiry this week regarding Lady Nithsdale's finances. In particular, I want to know the total of all her outstanding debts. Jolted from his own line of thinking, Birch raised a dark brow at the Earl's comment. I can already tell you that it will be a large sum. Dame Fortune has not been smiling on Louisa for some time. You will pay off all her debts, including her gambling debt. His lordship's manner was relaxed, almost indifferent, as he crossed the floor to the fireplace. Send word to the house when the notes have been collected. There will be a letter waiting here to be delivered to Lady Nithsdale when the task has been completed. She should be grateful for such generosity, Stanmore. She'll be incensed that I'm ending our liaison. This was just the last of a number of partings of ways that the lawyer had handled for his wealthy client. In previous situations of this type, Lord Stanmore's open-handedness had always helped to dry the tears shed afterward. In this case, however, knowing Louisa's temperament, Oliver was certain that he would have to handle the delicate matter with all the diplomacy and finesse at his command. Your timing might be quite good, however, Birch responded carefully, watching Stanmore's straight back as he paused before the portrait of his father. In what I believe might simply be a bid for your attention, I regret to tell you that last night, after attending the opera at Haymarket, Lady Nithsdale was observed gracing a certain gentleman's arm in Vauxhall Gardens. Louisa might do well to pursue that course of action. I no longer have any interest in the woman's indiscretions. He turned away from the painting and moved to the large desk. I have some appointments tomorrow, but on Tuesday I plan to return to Solgrave for a fortnight. At least. Birch straightened in his chair. Mrs. Ford made some very sensible recommendations to me in Bristol. The Earl continued to speak, but Birch's mind was racing in a number of directions at once. And then suddenly everything made sense. The ending of the affair with Lady Nithsdale, the endless questions about Rebecca. Oliver knew Stanmore didn't give a rush about spending time with his son. He had said so himself many times, before and even after finding James. It was Rebecca herself that had caught his lordship's eye, he thought bitterly. Leaving London, my lord, with the King's birthday just a fortnight off? There will be great disappointment among the ton, I should say. With the Parliament rising yesterday, my time is my own. Disdain was etched clearly on the nobleman's face as he seated himself behind the desk. Being considered a catch, as our friend Sir Nicholas so indelicately refers to it, was not a comfortable role prior to my marriage to Elizabeth, and it is not now. My friends will understand, and the rest may be damned. He picked up some correspondence and laid it down in front of him. I have another task for you as well, Oliver. Birch sat forward on the edge of his own chair, hiding his distress. For the first time in his life. And now, Stanmore for a rival. Bloody hell. I want you to assume that Rebecca Ford, or whatever her name is, boarded that ship with Elizabeth 10 years ago. I want you to find her true name if need be, her parentage, her reason for going to the colonies. I want to know why she decided to stay instead of returning to England with the boy."
"That could take months, you know."
"I have faith in you, Oliver." Well, there was no sense in arguing the difficulties involved in finding out these things. They both knew that if there was anyone in England who could ferret out such information, it was Oliver Birch of the Middle Temple, and his bloody connections. After all, he'd been able to find Elizabeth and later James, a task that had been considered impossible by a number of his associates. "Bring me the truth, Birch. I need to know everything about her." As the lawyer rose to his feet, he couldn't help but feel the icy fingers of defeat around his heart. Lord Stanmore was a terribly handsome man, and a generous one. Why, if the most worldly and beautiful women in London could not withstand the allure of the man, what chance could Mrs. Ford have against him? There was no denying the Earl's desires. He was a man who simply took what he wanted. And now Stanmore was returning to Solgrave, and not to spend time with his newly discovered son, as he would have London society believe. He was returning to his ancestral home to dazzle a defenceless woman. "Bloody hell," Birch cursed as he stepped out of the Earl's library. Why couldn't he leave this one woman alone? Rebecca Ford had none of the experience of Stanmore's other liaisons. The lawyer was certain of that. And she could have no idea how dismal her life would be when he eventually cast her aside. He only prayed that she was sensible enough to know that there could be no permanent place for her in the life of Lord Stanmore. Indeed, it was her only hope. The patch of sunlight brought out the golden streaks in Jamie's mop of hair, as the boy sat quietly listening to the new tutor's instructions. Watching from the large windows of the gallery overlooking the walled formal garden, Rebecca felt immensely relieved at Daniel's choice of Mr. Clark, formerly of Eton. Now retired, the teacher had told Rebecca that his long career had concluded just a year earlier. Beekeeping and the care of his aging mother were now the only things to fill my time. Hardly enough for a man of his energies, however, for Mrs. Clark, his mother, was 84 years old and in perfect health. So the arrangement that allowed him to ride over to Solgrave several mornings a week from their cottage near the village church suited him immensely. Daniel had suggested him, and Rebecca had approved his choice. Standing now in the gallery, she smiled at the sight of the teacher's wild hair sticking out in all directions from beneath the old-fashioned bagwig. There was nothing that was intimidating about this man, she thought, and her observation of Jamie's reaction to the scholar now reinforced that perception. Small of stature, with bristling eyebrows above kindly grey eyes, Mr. Clark was the perfect person to introduce Jamie to his new home and his new future life at Eton. The stammer, it appeared, only came out when he was addressing women. Why, even his surprising decision to hold their first lessons outside was a mark in his favour. "Mr. Clark will not be leaving the boy alone, Mrs. Ford, and Daniel has a footman keeping an eye on them." Rebecca turned and smiled at the housekeeper standing by her side. She hadn't even heard the woman approach. "I'm not overly concerned, Mrs. Trent. I simply wanted to be certain that all was going well. I believe James likes him, but what do you think?"
"Oh, of course he does." The woman spoke brightly. "Mr. Clark is a bit odd, perhaps, but all those bookish types are, from what I've seen. But certainly a good fellow, I'd swear. I've known him since we were children. I've come to tell you that the dressmaker from St. Albans is waiting to see you, Mrs. Ford.
I've set her up in the sewing room in the east wing, and the woman has already seen to the new shirts you wanted for Master James."
"That all sounds very well, Mrs. Trent. Will you thank her for me?" Rebecca asked as her gaze again returned to Jamie. To her delight, he was actually speaking to Mr. Clark, who was nodding his head vigorously at the boy's responses.
"I'm afraid that won't do, Mrs. Ford. Won't do at all."
The housekeeper's emphatic reply drew Rebecca's attention again. For the short time that she'd been here, Rebecca had already noticed that, good-natured as she was, Mrs. Trent was generally quite emphatic about the way things must be done. A positive quality, she knew, for someone with such important responsibilities. Managing a country manor like this one was not a task for the indecisive.
"When his lordship left us for town," the housekeeper went on, "he made a point of reminding me that I was to see to a new wardrobe for you. Now, I'm not one to be reminded of my duties, Mrs. Ford. When we sent word to St. Albans yesterday morning about the shirts, I also sent along a girl with specific instructions. A girl just about your size."
"I'm quite happy with what I have, Mrs. Trent. I don't believe that I need to be burdening Lord Stanmore with such unnecessary expenses." The housekeeper shook her head, frowning as she surveyed Rebecca's grey dress.
"There's plenty of wear left in this dress, Mrs. Trent." "Aye, ma'am, but it will not do, not even for a country dress."
The woman's face showed that there would be no further discussion.
"Mrs. Ford, you're in England now, and a guest of his lordship. We mustn't allow your good heart to interfere with what must be done. With your help or without, I'll simply have to order at least a dozen dresses for different times of the day, and for the occasions that will present themselves during your stay. You won't be dancing in any dress that is suitable for winter in the colonies, I can tell you."
"Dancing? Mrs. Trent, I have no plans for such socializing while I'm here."
"It is my duty to see that you are prepared, Mrs. Ford, and that's all there is to say on the matter."
"But honestly,
His lordship will brook no buts, ma'am. You don't want an old servant like me put out for shirking her duties, do you?"
"No, of course not, but
"Very well, then." The housekeeper patted Rebecca's hand. "We shan't overdo things. You'll see."
Rebecca sighed resignedly, and Mrs. Trent smiled.
"In the good old days, when we'd have folk in for dinner parties twice a senate, at least, with a garden party on the weekend and a ball here and there, I would never have recommended a dress from a shop in St. Albans."
The housekeeper glanced nostalgically at the portraits adorning the walls.
"In those days, Daniel, or his father before him, would have been calling for a coach and grooms to take you to Oxford Street in London for your shopping. Why, we'd visit every dressmaker's shop and clothier's warehouse in the city. But if you went now, I would be asking you to shop at Wedgwood's place on Great Newport Street. His Etruria wear is all the rage, you know."
"No, I didn't know," Rebecca replied, suppressing a smile.
"From what I hear, he has a great room in which they deck out the cabinets and vases and set the places at table, just like an elegant dinner party. Why, every few days they alter everything, so the ladies fancy going back quite often."
She let out a longing sigh.
"Ah, it has been a very long time since I was blessed with making the arrangements for a party."
"The Earl's wife must have been fond of them."
The housekeeper frowned deeply. "I suppose she was. Not that I'd know, mind you. After all, we were not good enough here in the country to put on a party for her. She would entertain up in London, or at his lordship's other homes in Bristol or in Bath. Aye, she was sure to choose anywhere over Solgrave, though I don't know why, I'm sure."
There were so many questions Rebecca had about Elizabeth, questions Mrs. Trent might be able to answer.
But seeing the housekeeper's obvious disapproval of the late Lady Stanmore, the grudge that clearly had not diminished even after so many years, she decided not to press for information right now.
Now, his lordship's mother, there's a lady who was famous for her entertaining. Why, the grand party she presided over here at Solgrave, my dear, I could tell you stories.
Mrs. Trent's voice trailed off, lost for the moment in her happy thoughts, and Rebecca turned her attention to her favourite view outside. Jamie was leaning over Mr. Clark's shoulder and looking at a book the teacher had open.
Mrs. Ford, you are surely a good-hearted woman. We've not had a guest like you at Solgrave in a dog's age.
Clearly all thoughts of fashionable tableware and parties were now forgotten. I am not having a dozen dresses made for me, Mrs. Trent.
Truly, I know you wouldn't want his lordship beating an old woman like me over something so easily resolved now, would you?
She turned and met the housekeeper's forlorn look. Rebecca couldn't stop a smile from breaking across her lips at this new tactic.
I knew you'd see it my way. We don't have to argue over numbers, ma'am. You just be a dear and come with me.
Reluctantly, Rebecca found herself being led toward the east wing, where the seamstress and her assistant were no doubt lying in ambush.
Now, don't be alarmed when you see what they've brought along. What with the King's birthday celebrations not far off, the woman has been busy as can be, but she dropped everything to put together a few things that may just fit you, with a tuck here or there.
Rebecca came to a stop. Dresses already made?
If they fit, and I think they will, and if you fancy them, you'll be doing this hard-working seamstress and her 3 young ones a great favour.
Mrs. Trent,
no arguing, my dear.
The heavy-set woman nudged Rebecca with her elbow.
If you don't want to do it for yourself, then do it for Master James. Nebworth village belongs to his lordship, you know, and during the King's birthday celebrations the entire household will be going down there. Mind you, there'll be many an eye clapped on the lad, and on the mysterious lady who's been taking such good care of him for all these years.
Rebecca stared down at the tips of her worn shoes and stifled the urge to say that she'd prefer to stay behind.
Picture it, ma'am. You walk into the village at the lad's side, proud as a mother hen, as you should be, and dressed the way a lady of your position should be dressed. Seeing you, everyone will know that Master James was brought up proper, and all's well. But if you don't do as I bid, the poor dear will suffer the barbs of those wagging village tongues for years.
Rebecca wished she could argue against the housekeeper. She herself had been raised alongside girls from some of the finest families. She well understood the need for such display in certain situations. Scolding herself for not seeing to this before leaving Pennsylvania, she followed Mrs. Trent to the door of the sewing-room. It would have been a great deal more reasonable to have a dress or two made in Philadelphia than what it would be here. She hated the thought of owing anything to Lord Stanmore. She had no wish to be paid for her efforts on Jamie's behalf. The dressmaker, Mrs. Pringle, turned out to be a very thin and energetic woman, with the face of a person who was perpetually harried, as if the sky were about to fall at any moment. By the time Rebecca and Mrs. Trent entered, the woman and her silent assistant had already laid out at least half a dozen dresses for daily wear and for wear in the evening. Several styles of chemise and hooped petticoats, 3 different pinafores, plain or with lace and bows, 2 wide-rimmed straw hats that she'd taken the liberty of picking up from her friend Mrs. Grant, a neighbouring milliner in St. Albans, and a dazzling array of ribbons, bows, gloves, linen scarves, and other accessories. After Mrs. Pringle had cast a professional eye over Rebecca, her thin lips turned up in a momentary smile.
"I just knew, Mrs. Trent, I just knew, Mrs. Ford, these dresses will look beautiful on you. I took one look at the girl you sent in, and I said to my husband, he's the finest tailor in St. Albans, don't you know, Mr. Pringle, I said, we'll make up some dresses that'll look beautiful on this Mrs. Ford. And here I was right. Why, just look at them."
Rebecca watched uncomfortably as, one after the other, dresses of muslin and embroidered linen in prettiest shades of peach and cream, green and blue were laid out before her. Each was adorned with fine lace, and every one was prettier than anything she'd worn since leaving Mrs. Stockdale's school in Oxford. A vague queasiness settled in the pit of her stomach. Modesty, chastity, virtue. The words came back to her. Draw no attention to yourself, Rebecca Neville. Modesty, chastity, virtue. Her schoolmistress had been tenacious in preaching the value of virtue to the young Miss Neville. Then, without warning, the thought of Sir Charles Hartington in a library in London suddenly emerged from the dark recesses of her mind. Even as she fought back the bile rising in her throat, Mrs. Stockdale's words continued to ring in her ears. Thoughts of those last days in London so distracted Rebecca that she suddenly found herself standing on a step-stool as Mrs. Pringle and Mrs. Trent busily discussed which dress should be tried on her first. Rebecca blushed fiercely as the dressmaker unbuttoned the grey wool dress, helped her to step out of it, and then, without ceremony, cast it aside. In a moment she was standing in a dress the colour of ripe peaches, and looking at herself in a mirror held by Mrs. Pringle's assistant.
"I believe you're right, Mrs. Trent," the dressmaker was saying. "This flowered sprig muslin is very becoming on her. Just dark enough to bring out the colour in her hair and accentuate her complexion. Don't you agree, Mrs. Ford?"
As the two women chatted away, holding up pinafores and scarves and ribbons to the dress, Rebecca gazed at the low neckline, at the yards of lace that were layered in the sleeves and the full skirt. Before she could voice an objection, though, Mrs. Pringle pulled out the pins of Rebecca's hair. Rich waves of red and gold cascaded down over her shoulders.
"Oh, my!"
Mrs. Trent's exclamation was silently seconded by the delight in the eyes of the girl holding the mirror.
"I declare, Mrs. Ford,"
the housekeeper said brightly,
"if we work a ribbon here and there, you'll match the most beautiful lady ever to pass through the gates of Soulgrave. And this is just a day dress."
"It's true, ma'am," Mrs. Pringle said emphatically. "St. Albans would close up shop and put on an assembly for you, if you were to come to town."
"I believe you're on to something, Mrs. Pringle."
The housekeeper's grey eyes were shining with excitement.
"Indeed, I shall speak to the Earl about giving a ball in honour of Master James, and to introduce Mrs. Ford to the neighbourhood."
She circled the step-stool and stood before Rebecca, a happy smile deepening every crease and wrinkle in her face.
"We simply must start showing you off, my dear. You're absolutely too lovely to be keeping yourself hidden as you have."
For a lifetime, Rebecca had trained herself to look plain. Always she had striven to look severe, to appear much older than she was. From the set of her mouth, to the expression in her eyes, to the binding of her mane of unruly flaming hair, she tried to fade into the background, to go unnoticed. From the time she left London, she'd always been fairly successful. Rebecca now stared at the reflection of a stranger in the looking-glass and felt her stomach turn. Chapter 12. Carrying a basket of food between them, they walked to the old mill for a picnic. Jamie had been the perfect child for all of the morning, paying attention to Mr. Clark's instruction, and later spending time with Daniel, learning his way about the large house. Regardless of the complimentary words and the obvious relief on the part of the steward and the housekeeper, though, Rebecca had taken one look into the restless blue eyes, and she'd known it was time to give the lad a chance to break loose for a while. Coming from the less formal style of living that they'd led in Philadelphia, life at Soulgrave surely must appear quite restrictive for Jamie, Rebecca realized. Every moment of the day seemed to have some significance. Rebecca knew she would have to combine the business of the boy's new life with some opportunity to play and to run. The two of them found a stretch of soft grass near the ruined mill. She put down the basket near a clump of willow trees, delighted to see the look of mischief in his eyes.
"May I ruin these new clothes?"
"You certainly may not ruin them." She smiled at the upturned face and undid the ribbon of the straw hat Mrs. Pringle had forced her to wear with the new dress. "Though I don't believe a bit of dusting would hurt. But give me that jacket." Shedding the garment, the boy threw himself with a loud whoop on the grass and rolled down the long slope toward the lake. It was too late to mention that stains from the grass were a little different from a bit of dust, so she just sighed and then laughed at his antics. Rebecca pulled a small blanket from the basket that Mrs. Trent had sent in with them and spread it on the grass. Kneeling down, she began taking out the food and watching Jamie as he climbed on a boulder at the edge of the water. She sat back on her heels, frowning. Rebecca had not questioned Jamie about what he'd done and where he'd gone 3 days earlier. Hearing his murmurs of apologies and sensing his fears of being left alone, she'd made a pact with herself simply to look ahead and to continue to encourage him during the adjustments he had to make. He was only a boy, and running away was the most natural thing to do in a moment of stress. After all, hadn't she herself done the same thing so many years ago? And yet here she was, back in England, the one place she'd sworn she would never return to.
"Can I go swimming?"
He'd doffed his shoes and stockings and was standing in the water. "You cannot. The lake water is too cold." Jamie gave Rebecca a wry look and then ran up the slope, throwing himself in her arms. The two sprawled on the blanket, her straw hat flying into the grass. His sleeves were already wet.
"I'm sweating, and the water's fine. Please, Mamma, please let me go in. You know I'm a good swimmer."
It was true. Thanks to the Butler boys, Jamie had been swimming in the Delaware River for the past 4 summers. Those boys spent a great deal of time down at the waterfront, leaping off the piers and playing.
"Come and feel the water yourself, Mamma. Come and see. It's really warm."
Rebecca let him pull her to her feet, but went no closer to the lake. Dressed as she was, she had no intention of walking back to Soulgrave in ruined clothes.
"Come and check the water yourself," he wheedled. "It's much warmer than dockside, even in July."
Rebecca tucked a strand of her hair that had come loose from its ribbon behind an ear. She unpinned the lace-edged scarf she'd been wearing around her neck and placed it on the blanket. Then she walked with him to the edge of the lake. The water, so grey and muddied a day before, now ran clear. Along the shallow edges she could see tiny fish flitting along a sandy bottom.
"Please, Mamma." He tugged on her arm. "I've been the best lad. You saw it yourself. I gave no trouble to Mr. Clark, even though I was sorely tempted. Please."
Rebecca couldn't resist the upturned face. The eyes turned mischievous when he saw that he had her convinced. He knew exactly how to melt her heart.
"I have nothing to dry you with."
He quickly began stripping off his clothes.
"Never mind about that. You just sit up on the blanket. I can use that, or I'll just lie in the sun until I'm dry."
"What about all the food we've carried down here?"
"We'll eat it later. Turn around, Mamma."
He paused until she turned to go back up to the blanket. In a moment, she heard him splashing into the deeper water.
"You be careful. Not too far out."
Spurring his fresh hunter along the lake, Stanmore's irritation only grew sharper. He'd pushed his favourite bay gelding harder than he should have on the ride from London, but that vague sense of impatience nagging at him had been unsettling, to say the least. Why, he'd left Philip and the entourage of servants in his dust long before they had even reached Marylebone. Upon arriving at Solgrave, the Earl's first question had been about Mrs. Ford, and Daniel had hastily informed him that she and James had gone off on their own toward the old mill. He'd dreamed about her again last night. Rebecca had come to him, as he'd seen her in James's bedchamber 3 nights ago. She'd come to him, at first modest and ill at ease, presenting herself as she had on every occasion they had met. But as the gauzy fabric of his dreams continued to weave, he'd peeled her reserve. He'd awakened this morning restless, anxious to see her. Physical attraction to a beautiful woman was an old game to a man of Stanmore's age and experience, but the realization that Rebecca Ford was, at the very least, hiding any interest she might have in him, and perhaps even fighting it, aroused his curiosity. The fact that she'd obviously had no intention of pursuing or encouraging him, as other women so often did, only aroused his curiosity that much more. There was an innocence in it. The quality she possessed was not the childish, annoying coyness found in so many young women of the temps, but a charming, honest kind of struggle. Despite her modesty, though, she was attracted to him. He'd seen the gentle blush, the trembling hand, the way her stormy eyes had studied all of him that night outside of her room. There were definitely enough telltale signs to tease him and even unsettle his dreams. As Stanmore rode toward the abandoned mill, it occurred to him that his interest in Rebecca Ford created a conflict with regard to his plans for James. True, his expectations of the boy had been quite different than the reality. He'd had every intention of ignoring James, of sloughing him off to school. The lad would be comfortable enough amid the accommodations provided for the children of England's wealthiest class. But James's defiance, the lad's obvious desire for independence, had certainly surprised him. This had been the reason for his visit to the boy's room that night. Stanmore had wanted to look into that face and be reminded again of Elizabeth. He'd wanted to wash away the growing confusion and focus on his wife's cowardice, on her lack of honour. But he hadn't been able to see any of that in the sleeping face. The mother and son shared so much in their features, but there was a different spirit at work beneath the surface. The ruin of the old mill came into view, and he spotted the bright flutter of the woman's dress dancing in the wind. She was walking to the edge of the lake, her back to him. A few strands of golden red hair had already escaped their confines and were teasing her slender neck. As he drew near, He let his eyes appreciatively take in the new dress. He would be sure to thank Mrs. Trent for arranging for this new wardrobe. Somehow, he had a feeling that it couldn't have been an easy task. She must have heard the horse's hooves on the path, for Stanmore saw her raise a hand to her eyes to block the sun as she turned in his direction. He reined in the hunter and tethered him to a dangling willow branch. "I hope you don't mind the intrusion, but it is far too warm a day to be spent indoors." She shook her head and cast a quick glance at the lake. "I didn't know you were coming down from London today, my lord, though we're glad you're here. If you're hungry, I believe there's enough food in the basket to feed a regiment." Her faltering stammer indicated to the peer that she must have noticed his silent but admiring appraisal of the way she looked. Stanmore saw her gaze flit to a lacy scarf that she discarded on the blanket near the top of the slope. She modestly crossed her arms over her chest, and his gaze was drawn to the perfect swells of her ivory breasts above the neckline. He found he was indeed feeling hunger, but not for anything in the basket. He knew that he had to curtail this growing obsession with her. Rebecca Ford was no Covent Garden whore, nor was she one of the easy chits of the London ton. She was a prize worth savouring, and he had no intention of frightening her away. "Plenty of food, you say? Well, Harry, my cook here at Solgrave, was one of 21 siblings." He walked casually toward her. "He is generally known for valuing quantity over quality." She gave a little shake of her head in disagreement. "You're being unjust, my lord. Your cook is a fine one indeed. I've been very impressed with the quality of everything I've been served." "And you're simply being a gracious guest, but considering the slenderness of your figure—" He kept his eyes fixed on her face. "And the perfection of your manner, you might be starving here, and you would say nothing in protest." A pretty blush crept into her cheeks, and she looked away, robbing him of the pleasure of seeing the blue of her eyes. "I assure you, my lord, my stay at Solgrave has been the most enjoyable." "I'm very pleased to hear that, ma'am." He spoke the words gently, stopping only an arm's length from her. Wisps of her hair danced in the breeze, and Rebecca tucked them behind a delicately curved ear. So near, he could feel her skittishness. Stanmore turned to look at the lake. The sky, the stretch of the trees, curving up and over the crest of the hill on the far side of the valley. Moments later, though, he found his gaze had already returned to her face. "Daniel tells me that James began his lessons with a tutor this morning." "He has," she smiled. But a second later, a fearful gasp escaped her lips as she stepped sharply toward the lake. "Jamie!" Stanmore followed the direction of her gaze and stared at the calm waters of the lake. Forgetful of the shoes and dress, Rebecca took a step into the still waters. "Jamie!" "Where is he?" In an instant, Stanmore had shed his jacket and vest and stepped in after her. "In the lake. He was—" The boy's head bobbed to the surface for an instant, some 50 yards from the shore, and immediately disappeared again. Stanmore ran a few steps into the lake and dove into the deeper water. "No, my lord!" He heard the cry from the shore, but he didn't turn. He knew where the boy had gone down. He immediately dove again, gliding along just beneath the surface of the water toward the spot. He'd swum the length and breadth of this lake from the time he was just a lad, and he knew very well that the shallows around the shore had deceived many in the past.
The sandy edges dropped off so quickly and so deeply that the lake seemed to have no bottom in places. His strokes were strong, and he reached where he'd seen the lad only moments ago, but the calm surface of the lake lay unbroken. He took a deep breath and dived downward. The water became painfully cold, not a few feet beneath the surface, and Stanmore looked about him wildly for any sign of the boy. There was nothing. He surfaced again and took another deep breath, but this time, as he started to dive again, he glimpsed a splash of water 30 yards or so closer to the dam. He swam furiously in that direction, but again found no sign of James beneath or on the surface. He dove again, directing his strokes closer to the dam. Nothing. Stanmore treaded water for a moment, suddenly fearing the worst. His heart hammered in his chest. He glanced toward the shore. There, he saw Rebecca had stepped back from the water's edge and was waving in his direction. Before her, near the shore, he saw the scrawny body of a naked boy stand up in the shallows. The water splashed around him as the lad ran toward the woman. He didn't know whether it was due to the cold of the lake water or the scare of James's disappearance, but an angry pounding began to drum in his temples. Thoughts of thrashing the boy's skinny white behind ran pell-mell through Stanmore's head. He was angry enough to do that, he was certain. He started for the shore. Rebecca must have sensed his state of mind, though, for as he swam toward them, Stanmore saw her hand James a bundle of clothes, wrap him in her own scarf, and send him running toward Solgrave. Each of his boots weighed at least 50 pounds. His shirt and breeches clung to his body as Stanmore finally stepped out of the water. Glaring at the boy as he disappeared into the trees, he growled a curse under his breath and focused his anger on Rebecca. She'd picked up the blanket from the grass and was holding it out to him.
"You told him to run away, instead of facing the consequences of his actions."
He saw her take a step back as he stalked up the slope. "He was cold, shivering like a leaf."
"He saw me swimming after him. He could have waited and told me he was in no danger."
"He's a boy. He just thought it was a game." She tried to give him a weak smile, but his fierce frown caused it to fade immediately. "It was my fault. I tried to stop you, but—"
"You have raised a coward."
"James is no coward." Rebecca raised her chin in defiance as her temper flared. She shoved the blanket into his chest. He let it drop to the grass and took another step forward, only to have her take 2 back. Her gaze travelled down his chest before fixing again on his face. "It was just a mistake. He went to the house to change. He was dripping wet, as are you." As her voice trailed off, Stanmore felt the heat of his anger turn to desire. He continued stalking her, and she continued to back toward the mill.
"I cannot let this pass. When he ran away, I did nothing, but not this time. He needs to learn the meaning of responsibility. He needs to know that there are consequences."
"He didn't know he was doing anything wrong. He's a good swimmer. In fact, an excellent one. If anyone is to blame, it is I." She stopped abruptly as she backed against the wall of the old mill. I overreacted."
"Stop protecting him, Rebecca. He needs to—"
"It was I," she pleaded. "This time, I am the one at fault." He watched her rapid breathing. He took a step closer and allowed his gaze to roam, to caress the beautiful column of her neck. His eyes lingered on the wild beat of her pulse against the translucent skin of her throat, and moved lower to admire the rise and fall of perfect breasts to uneven rhythm of her breaths. He still moved closer, his gaze focused on her full lips. He almost smiled as they parted, a gasp escaping them, as his cold, wet body came in contact with her warm one. He focused on her blue eyes, suddenly lost in the storms of passion raging in them. Rebecca saw his eyes darken. Her breath hung suspended in her chest, her head, her back, her palms, all pressed against the hard stone wall behind her, could create no distance. Even if she could have moved back, the pressure of his hard, wet body in front told her that he would follow. Even if she were able to move mountains at this moment, she knew he would come after her. His mouth descended upon hers, and her eyes closed. His lips were hard, almost bruising in their insistence. Then, just as Rebecca felt fear beginning to crawl up her spine, Stanmore's mouth gentled, and she was jolted by a strange, molten heat uncoiling in her middle. Stunned at first, she stood still, trying to understand the sensations racing through her. She was even shocked to find that she loved the feel of his fingers on her skin as he held the sides of her face. She hesitantly opened the eyes that she had shut so tightly and saw the sharp angles of his handsome face as he drew back briefly before lowering his head again and nip and suckle her bottom lip. She couldn't move, couldn't breathe, but her heart was beating so hard that she was afraid it would explode in her chest at any instant. And still, the undulating mass of molten sensations was threatening to set her insides on fire. "So beautiful," he murmured against her lips, and Rebecca found herself staring into specks of silver deep in his dark eyes. "Kiss me, Rebecca." His fingers dug into her hair. She felt the ribbon loosen, the thick waves sliding down onto her shoulders, his lips again lowered to hers. Rebecca's startled hands jerked away from the wall, clutching at his back as the pressure of his mouth increased and his tongue started teasing the seam of her lightly closed lips. "Kiss me, Rebecca." She opened her mouth to tell him of her ignorance in such matters, but no words came out. It wouldn't have mattered. His lips descended again, and he thrust into the opening, sampling, rubbing, exploring her mouth. Bolts of lightning shot through her, and a scorching heat that she thought might kill her. His tongue rubbed against hers, and Rebecca vaguely felt his hands move down her back and encircle her waist. He pulled her even tighter against the solid strength of his chest. She felt no longer the wetness of his clothes, but only the incredible heat that seemed to possess them both. Her lifelong fear of intimacy suddenly transformed into an eternity of desire. Rebecca became almost frantic to satisfy this sudden hunger for him. Her hands travelled down his back. She could feel the powerful muscles beneath the clinging linen of the shirt. It was almost miraculous, the way her body felt, softening and moulding itself into the contours of his body. Through a haze, she heard his low growl of pleasure, and as he pressed her into the wall, she felt something else. The thin buckskin of his breeches could hardly be expected to conceal the presence of the aroused manhood pressing intimately against her body. Clarity and sanity returned instantly, as a series of images sprang up before her eyes.
images razor-sharp and horrible. A library in London, a man aroused, a man willing to violate the body of another, a murder. The same hands that had been struggling to pull him closer now wedged themselves between their bodies. Rebecca turned her face and shoved at his chest. To her surprise, he immediately released her. She felt light-headed and awkward, as shame and embarrassment quickly drained her of her strength. I'm so sorry." Her cheeks burned. Her entire body trembled as she edged herself away from the man and the wall. She stumbled backward toward the basket of food spread on the grass. "I shouldn't. I was wrong. This is all my fault." "Rebecca!" The sound of her name, uttered clear and low, felt like velvet on her ear. She took another step back before hesitantly looking up. "I am so sorry." The embers of passion glowed deep in his eyes. A flickering movement in his jaw told her of the battle that was waging inside. But he had not moved. He wasn't coming after her. Suddenly she knew. This man would not hurt her to appease his lust. Even stronger feelings of shame washed through her at the thought that she'd compared the Earl of Stanmore to Sir Charles Hartington. Nonetheless, he was still very much a man. "I started this." His words spoke of his conviction. "There is nothing wrong with—" "No!" She raised a hand to silence him and shook her head before taking another step back. "You are not to blame, but this is very wrong. This will not happen again." Turning, Rebecca ran as fast as she could toward the path. At the crest of the hill, though, she cast a quick glimpse over her shoulders and then stopped. Her breath caught in her throat. Lord Stanmore, shirtless and barefooted now, was striding into the cold waters of the lake for another swim, the powerful muscles of his broad back rippling in the summer sun. Chapter 13. By the time Jamie reached the cottage in the woods, the loose-fitting shirt on his back was nearly dry. Putting down his mother's scarf and the shoes and stockings he tucked under his arm, he pulled the makeshift door open a little and peered inside. "Israel, are you in there?" The inside was dark and cool, and he could feel the dampness that still lingered in the hut. A small movement by the fire caught the boy's eye. "Israel!" His call was louder this time, and he pulled the door open farther to let more light in. "Israel, are you there?" "Aye, sir." The voice was familiar. "No place else to go." A grin broke over Jamie's face as he saw his friend huddled in the darkness. The other boy was pushing himself into a sitting position. "What were you doing? Sleeping?" Without waiting for an answer, Jamie stepped out of the cottage and picked up his shoes and his mother's scarf. While he was out there, he filled his arms with some branches for a fire. The day he'd run away from Solgrave, he'd walked in the pouring rain for hours through the woods and meadows of the park, before coming upon a hollowed trunk of a huge and ancient oak tree. Thinking it might be a good place to find shelter, he had been more than a little surprised to find himself face to face with a boy of exactly the same size and age. When the boy made room for him, Jamie knew he'd found a friend. Huddled beside Israel in the tree, he told the boy that he was running away from his new home.
Israel had mentioned that he really didn't think of the place where he ate and slept as his home, so now he was working on a new one for himself in the woods. Jamie told him that he'd been happy all of his life until yesterday, when his mamma had told him that he was a nobleman's son. He didn't want to be any stranger's son. He'd been perfectly happy with only her. Israel said he never remembered having a mamma or a papa. He'd had to work with the woodcutter for his food, and he always looked down and never talked back when the white people at Melbury Hall addressed him, because he was a slave. He supposed his skin made him different. Jamie had simply shrugged his shoulders at the news. He told Israel that where he was from, a lot of people didn't hold with owning slaves, and that a great number of people whose grandparents had come from Africa and from the Indies were free. This hadn't really seemed to make much of an impression, but when Jamie had told his new friend that he too was different in his own way, Israel had raised a curious eye. Then Jamie had pulled up his sleeve and shown him his claw hand. Israel had been quite impressed by the looks of the hand, and, when the rain eased up a little, had asked Jamie if he wanted to come and see the home he'd been working on. A couple of hours later, as the two had been sitting and eating some of Israel's food, they had decided that together they could fix up the place better than Israel could alone. And since Jamie wasn't going back to Solgrave, he could be keeping an eye on things when Israel was working with the woodcutter. The pact was sealed with a handshake. Jamie walked inside the cottage with his arms full. "You were gone when I came back the other morning." He dropped his load on the floor and started stacking some of the sticks on the pile of ashes. "He came after me." "Your papa?" "The Earl, and I still say he's no relation to me," Jamie corrected, glancing at his friend's bare feet. Israel's calloused hands were dangling around his bare legs, and that was all of him he could really see in the dimly lit hut. "Did he ask any questions about this place and the fixing up of it? We're on his lordship's land, you know. Biddle the woodcutter told me everything from the ridge over belongs to Solgrave." Jamie snorted, shaking his head. "He didn't ask a thing. He doesn't care anything about it, or about me. He didn't even look twice at the place." Falling silent, he finished piling the wood. "I thought I'd make a fire. I went swimming in the lake and my clothes are wet. My breeches are stuck to my arse something fierce. There's dry kindling over there. And here's my flint." The flint dropped on the ground beside the ashes. Jamie pushed himself to his feet and went for the kindling. "Are you planning on doing any work about the place today? I can stay a while and help. They shan't be looking for me for hours." "Nay, I don't feel much like—" Israel's voice was so hushed that Jamie didn't hear his final words. He picked up the flint and turned to his new friend. "I'll need a bit of steel, or a knife if you—" He stopped, getting for the first time a good look at the other boy's battered face. "Israel?" He moved closer and saw the bloody shirt. Panic twisted a knot in his belly, but Jamie moved and crouched next to his friend. Using his left hand, he touched the fresh blood on the worn sleeve of the shirt. There was more on the back, but as Jamie tried to pull him forward to look, the other boy winced in pain. "Your face! All this blood!" Jamie felt his stomach lurch at the sight of Israel's face. One eye was swollen shut. There was a lump on his forehead. A cut still bleeding on the puffy lips. "My lord, What did you do?" "I'm a slave, remember?" "They can't just beat you for nothing. Who did this to you, Israel?"
"No one cares who done this to me."
"I care!" he cried. "I shall go right now and give them some of the same."
Israel shook his head, and Jamie could see he was in pain. "They are far bigger."
"Then I'll throw rocks at them. I'll make them pay for this."
The other boy dropped his chin to his chest again.
"Someone has to teach them a lesson."
The slumped shoulders spoke of defeat, and Jamie had a sickening feeling that this was not the first time Israel had faced a beating.
"Size is not everything, you know,"
he started hopefully. "I know. Colour is." Jamie swallowed a knot in his throat and fought back the tears that were burning his eyes. He sat down in the dirt next to his friend and pulled his knees up to his chest. In his mind he saw the Africans he'd seen in shackles in Bristol.
"You're different, only if I'm different," he said a little while later.
"But I've had someone to protect me. My mama has looked after me since forever. You need a protector until you get strong and can take care of yourself." Israel didn't say anything, so Jamie laid a hand gently on the boy's knee. "I'm not brown-skinned, but people try to hurt me too." His friend continued to look down. "One day, 2 summers ago, my friend George and I were coming back from fishing down by the docks in Philadelphia. This sailor started yelling at me for throwing something at him, and I'd done no such thing. And then, before I knew it, he had me by the ear and was cursing at me pretty fiercely, yelling about how he was going to break my other hand so I would have 2 crippled hands. Now, I really hadn't done anything wrong. He just didn't like me. Maybe because he thought I was weak. Maybe because he could see I was different than him." Jamie remembered how scared he'd been. It didn't matter how much he squirmed or what he said. He'd been sure that he was going to have his good hand broken. "Then, just when I thought I was done for, my mama showed up. She is just a little thing, you know. But how she faced down that son of a bitch. She just walked right up to him and lit into him, scolding him like a schoolboy. Why, she looked to be about 10 feet tall." Jamie felt himself fill with pride with the memory. He saw Israel lift his head and wipe at the bloody corner of his mouth with a dirty sleeve. "Wait!" Jamie put a hand on his arm before scrambling to his feet and fetching his mama's scarf. Carefully, he laid it on the other boy's knees. "Use this. She won't mind. I know any time I've ever been hurt, it's made me feel better to hold something of hers." Israel stared at the fine linen on his lap. "I can't touch this. They'll hang me for sure for stealing it." "They can't. I gave it to you." After a moment, Israel touched a corner. Then he brought his head near it, and, closing his eyes, he breathed in the smell. Jamie knew the smell. Lavender. He watched the bruised face, the sad expression. "So, this is what having a mama is like." Tears sprang into Jamie's eyes, but he tried to fight them back. "No one would dare to beat you again if my mama took you as a son." "That's not the way things work." Israel tried to open his eyes. The left eye was now completely swollen shut. The good one had tears in it. "And if you're my friend, forget all of this. If he hears that I complained, then I shall be far worse for it.
Who? Jamie asked again. Never you mind. In fact, it'd be better for both of us if you didn't even see me today. Leaping to his feet, he stumbled out of the hut. Jamie followed him across the meadow, and then stopped as Israel ran off into the woods, the linen scarf clutched tightly in his hand. There was no getting around it. Stanmore knew it. Everyone knew it. The first day in the country at Solgrave was hell. It always had been. It always would be. It was just a good thing for them that the two stewards were so damned capable at running his households. Nonetheless, waiting for the two brothers to work through their inevitable routine always managed to try Stanmore's patience. It was like watching two mastiffs circling each other, growling and snapping, their heads low, shoulders hunched, each one looking for the opening that would give him ascendancy over the other. Daniel was house steward for Solgrave. Philip was steward of the London house, and the elder of the two by 10 years. Therefore, based on some idea of primogeniture, even in service, the dour-faced Philip felt it was his duty to criticise and to guide his brother on matters Daniel had been seeing to quite competently at Solgrave for over 20 years. It didn't matter that Daniel's responsibilities and the number of people who reported to him far exceeded Philip's. It was simply a tradition that they should bicker for the first 24 hours, and Stanmore had long ago learned just to stay out of the line of fire and out of the servants' wing. Besides, he often thought with a grin, the two would be dreadfully hurt if he ever decided to leave Philip in London. By the time Stanmore returned from his swim down by the ruined mill, the carriage conveying his steward and his own personal servants from London had arrived, and the household was bustling with activity. Determined to avoid his stewards, the Earl retreated to his own chambers to clean up and dress. As a result, he asked no one about Mrs. Ford's whereabouts, including his valet, who retired quickly from the dressing-room with Stanmore's wet clothes and boots. What they had shared in the shadow of the old mill had happened quite unexpectedly, and yet his arousal had been so potent that even the second dunking in the lake had not completely cooled his ardour. As he stood gazing out his windows at the stables beyond the grove of trees, though, he realised that it was incumbent on him to speak to Rebecca and make her understand that there should be no apologies for what had taken place. They were both adults. Both had past marital experience. Indeed, with a woman like her, candour, or something akin to it, was the best course of action. Just because their stations in life differed substantially, there was no reason why they should not act on their mutual and quite obvious attraction. So long as they maintained a modicum of discretion, so long as she accepted the fact that there could be no permanency in their liaison, what could be the harm of it? The knock on the door brought him out of his reverie. Daniel entered, with Philip on his heels. "I see there is to be no escaping you two today." "Beg pardon, my lord?" Daniel replied after bowing. "What is it?" Stanmore watched Philip circle the chamber, inspecting the furniture for dust or any other sign of expected negligence. "My lord," Daniel continued, frowning but determined to ignore his brother, "Mr. John Clark, M.A., is waiting in the library, as your lordship requested." "And drinking your port more than likely?" Philip muttered, as he smoothed an imaginary wrinkle from a perfectly starched linen covering a table by the window. "Philip, kindly tell Mr. Clark
that I'll be down shortly." He paused as the two began to bow themselves out of the room. "And Daniel, see that the new tutor is offered a glass of our best Madeira." John Clark had not changed much in the almost 20 years since Stanmore had last seen him. When young Samuel Wakefield had been a student at Eton, Mr. Clark's old bagwig, with the locks of unruly hair sticking out from beneath it, had been legendary. And if the man had grown partial to his wine, he didn't appear to be any the worse for it. After greeting the old scholar and exchanging a few general pleasantries, Stanmore immediately focused his questions on what he wanted to know. "From what you've seen of James this morning, Mr. Clark, do you believe he will be ill-equipped to attend Eton in the fall?"
"Why, no, my lord."
Clark bowed slightly, a habit Stanmore noticed him doing after nearly every sentence he spoke.
I would say that Master James is a shy lad, but that's to be expected, I should think. Of course, that may perhaps hinder him somewhat in making friends, but that is not uncommon in a first-year boy."
Stanmore moved away from his desk and sought the sunshine pouring in through the large windows, looking out over the lake. "How much is he lacking in his studies, compared to other lads of his age?"
"From what I can see, Master James needs work in the classics. But outside of that, my lord, he appears quite proficient in his reading, writing, and arithmetic. I even noted the lad speaks a bit of French when prompted."
The scholar clasped his hands behind him and rocked on his heels. Stanmore had seen him do that 100 times in the classroom, and knew that the man was feeling more comfortable.
"Of course, I have only had a morning with him, but as we spend more time together, I can assure you that I shall see to it that he is well prepared, by the time fall term starts, in all areas of study."
The Earl turned his gaze out over the water of the lake. He wondered if Rebecca had returned to the house. Finding that he had to push aside the enticing image of her entwined in his arms, he turned again to the teacher. He couldn't allow himself to become overly absorbed in this affair. "What of his hearing?" he asked, frowning. "What difficulties will arise when he's thrown in with other lads at Eton?" Mr. Clark's eyes were focused on the colourful pattern of the Persian carpet. Finding his answer in the man's hesitation, Stanmore turned back to the window.
"My lord, that is a difficult question. He wouldn't be the first Etonian to have a hearing problem. In my judgment, my lord, Master James—"
A soft knock on the door drew both men's gazes. At Stanmore's call, Rebecca hesitantly opened the door, took a step in, and looked about the room. "I must apologize for the intrusion, my lord," she said quietly. The thought occurred to him that there was something quite charming in the fact that she had not gathered her hair up on top of her head since he'd set it loose by the old mill. The thick waves of red silk tumbled appealingly over her shoulders, bright against the ivory skin and the new dress. "Your presence is always welcome, Mrs. Ford." She curtsied shyly to Stanmore, but refused to meet his gaze. She turned to the tutor. "Mr. Clark, by any chance, were you planning any lessons for James, this afternoon?"
I thought the morning lesson was enough, madam."
Stanmore turned with surprise to the stammering scholar, who stood blushing fiercely and bowing with every word. A rival, the Earl thought, his amused gaze shifting back to Rebecca. He couldn't help but admire how compassionate and attentive and polite she behaved
in the face of the man's suffering. "Then you have no lessons planned for this afternoon?" she asked gently.
No, madam. As we discussed earlier, not for the first day."
The hint of anxiousness that flickered across Rebecca's face at Clark's answer did not go unnoticed by the peer. He noted the way her knuckles went white as she clutched the fabric of her dress. "Thank you, Mr. Clark. My lord." She backed toward the door. "I'll take my leave of you,
Mrs. Ford."
She paused with a hand on the latch, her face paling visibly.
"Mr. Clark, leave us."
The tutor mumbled his hasty farewells before departing from the room. After stepping to the side, she stood motionless by the door, but Stanmore could see a storm brewing in the blue eyes.
"Kindly close the door, Mrs. Ford,"
he asked gently. She shook her head. "I should prefer not to remain, my lord. I was on my way—"
"Mrs. Ford, I am not about to ravish you in this room. Close the door."
At her hesitation, Stanmore strode to the door and closed it himself. Turning, he took her hand in his and led her away from the door. The fingers were icy, her expression clearly nervous. She didn't try to remove her hand, but her anxiety was palpable.
"What's wrong, Rebecca?"
Her head lifted, the troubled eyes meeting his. He saw the small tremble of her chin, and Stanmore had to garner every ounce of his control to keep from pulling her into his arms. His thumb caressed the back of her hand, but she quickly pulled it out of his grasp.
"James has run off again. Is that it?"
She took a long moment before finally giving a nod. This confirmed that her nervousness had nothing to do with the intimacy they'd shared by the old mill.
"Put your mind at rest, Mrs. Ford," he said matter-of-factly. "You're not in Philadelphia. This is a large estate with many attractions for a lad of his age. Just because you cannot see him every moment of the day, you need not think that he is in any danger. There are many who work here, in the house and in the stables and on the farms, and all of them consider it their foremost responsibility to look after the lad. While the lake has its dangers, the boy has made it patently clear that we needn't worry about that. In short, you can cease your fretting."
A deep blush coloured the skin of her neck and her cheeks. "I'm so sorry to appear so foolish, my lord. Old habits are difficult to break."
"There's no need for an apology, Mrs. Ford."
Stanmore caught her impatient look toward the door. "If you'll forgive me, my lord." She tried to go around him, but he took hold of her elbow.
"When was the last time anyone saw the lad? And what is it exactly that has you so alarmed?"
She gave him a grateful look. I was the last one. I've already spoken to a number of the servants, and it appears that he didn't come back here after he left the old mill. He's probably still running around in his wet clothes and—"
"The day is warm and pleasant. I assure you he will not suffer from being outside."
His words sounded patronizing, even to his own ears. "I can see that my shortcomings as a parent are readily apparent to you, my lord. However, I am making every attempt to hold back and allow those who will be very much a part of James's future to take an active part in his life." She took in a half-breath and stared at some invisible mark on his coat, while moving slightly to detach her elbow from his grasp. "Nonetheless, my good intentions and my love for your son are separate matters entirely. I fear I shall never be able to sit idly while I think he may be in danger. Good day."
It took only a few strides to overtake her at the door. Stanmore knew this was not the time to engage Rebecca in a discussion of love versus attachment. Personally, he seriously doubted that such a thing as love really existed. He'd never been the recipient of it in his life, of that he was certain. He had felt passion, but that was another matter entirely, and he'd never harboured any feeling that he might confuse with love. Attachment, though, was a much simpler matter to deal with. James had lived with her for many years, so naturally she was attached to him, and as these things went on, once Rebecca and the boy were separated, they would both adjust. Presently, though, he preferred Rebecca to stay at Solgrave, so winning the point would hardly be in his own best interest. "Allow me," he said, opening the door and following her out. "I assume you plan to go in search of him?" I was planning to take a walk. The deer park is extensive, but there's a chance I might cross paths with him." "Do you ride, Mrs. Ford?" Still avoiding his gaze, she shook her head. "No, my lord. I think this is hardly the time—" "Then I shall arrange for you to learn while you're here at Solgrave. It will facilitate chasing after James immensely, I should think." She nodded politely. "I have a proposition for you, Mrs. Ford." He turned, finding her startled eyes upon him. "I'll go after James. I know where he is." "You know?" She cried in disbelief, stopping and facing him. "Well, I should say I have a strong suspicion that he's returned to the same ruined cottage where I found him 2 nights ago." "Then you don't believe he's run away again?" "I do not." Stanmore turned and moved off a few steps, motioning for a footman to bring his gloves. "Have a horse brought around," he told the servant, before turning back to Rebecca. "I believe he's found a refuge of sorts in it. He probably sees it as a place to play, as I assume most young boys would." "But is this cottage not far off?" "I'll ride over myself and make certain he's there. However, getting back to my proposition," he paused again, "I'm planning on staying at Solgrave for a while. I'll not be returning to London for a fortnight, at least." She blessed him with a smile that nearly stunned him with its beauty. Rebecca Ford was a woman who needed to smile more, Stanmore thought, forcing himself to move toward the door. "This is exactly what James needs," she continued. "Time spent with your lordship will surely settle him." Spending time with the boy was hardly the reason for Stanmore's extended stay. Still, though, the warm approval in her expression caused him to withhold the truth. "Mrs. Ford, I will spend time with him. But in doing so, I would like to rely on your help, your guidance. I make no claims to any knowledge of how to parent a boy like him. I would like to be sure that I'm proceeding as I should." Her pretty head bowed with modesty. "I am no expert, my lord." "Kindly do not require that I deliver one of your own lectures back to you." He arched a brow in challenge, and then hid a smile as she bit back her response. "Very well, then. I'm happy you've decided to see things my way." The shipmaster's cottage sat nestled into a grassy knoll, overlooking the sparkling grey-green waters of Bayard's Cove in Dartmouth. Sitting on the wooden settle, opposite the retired seafarer, Sir Oliver Birch listened carefully to the meandering recollections of a journey undertaken 10 years earlier. The stem of the clay pipe he'd been offered was smooth and warm between his fingers, and he noticed that the sailor, blue smoke hanging like a cloud around his head, held his pipe by the bowl, his leathery fingers seemingly insensitive to the heat as he puffed away at the tobacco.
I recall it as if it were yesterday. My ship, the Rose, and a finer ship ne'er sailed the western seas, I'll warrant ye. She'd just had her hull scraped at Shadwell's. Eager we were to be out on the open seas again. Time and tide waits for no man, they say. So I understand, sir, Birch said, trying to keep his impatience out of his voice. Aye, well, after taking on cargo and a handsome lot of passengers, my first mate sailed her down from London to Dartmouth. Was in the month of July, I recall. That's where I joined my crew, and we set sail for America. But it wasn't afore Dartmouth that I ever clapped eyes on the lass, or the lady, or any of 'em.
Through the open window, Sir Oliver watched a fishing boat pass along the bay beneath the cottage. He nodded encouragingly at the seafarer.
Please tell me anything you recollect, anything at all. Aye, well, she was quality, that's certain enough.
The captain cocked his head and pointed the stem of his pipe at the lawyer.
They were both quality. But one of 'em, the mother, was definitely the one with the means.
Her name was listed on the ship's books.
Why not the other?
The old man shrugged and puffed at the pipe.
Over the years, more than a few folks have paid their passage without putting down a name on the manifest. Some have had good reason, I suppose. One of the mates told me that the two women come aboard off a boat from Wapping Stairs. Her ladyship paid extra, she did, to put no name down for the other.
So they did know each other prior to that journey, Birch thought, remembering Stanmore's suspicion that Rebecca and Elizabeth might have been acquaintances prior to embarking for the colonies.
Did you meet the mother? Did you talk to her before her death?
Aye.
The man nodded and started refilling his pipe. I went in to her when Miss Rebecca saw the trouble the other one was facing. Wanted a doctor, she did.
Miss Rebecca? Birch asked. That's all you remember of her name?
Aye, and that I learned only because that was the name the sick woman kept calling her. We happened to have another passenger, a doctor he was, and I went in with him to see the unfortunate woman.
The sailor shook his head.
The lass had no chance. She was sick from the birthing. He bled her, but it was no use. By then, everything was in the Lord's hands.
Did she tell you anything before she died? Anything about the infant, to whom he should be sent? The sailor shook his head again.
She knew there was no hope, and the whole time we were there, she was clutching Miss Rebecca's hand, she was. Any fool could see the arrangements had all been settled between the two women.
Birch watched the sailor's weathered face as he relit his pipe. What else? What can you tell me about this Rebecca?
Afraid the barrel's empty, sir. I had a ship to sail, I did, and she had a baby to keep. Saw nary a glimpse of the lass for the rest of the trip. When we dropped anchor in New York, the woman went ashore with all the rest of the passengers, and I ne'er saw her again.
Frustration poked at Birch's insides. But there must have been something else. Think, man. Did she make any friends while she was aboard? Talk to anyone? The sailor shook his head.
I don't believe so. She was grieving at the death of her friend, I should think. I believe everyone left the lass to herself.
Try to recollect, Birch pressed, changing direction. Was there anything about her that made an impression on you? Perhaps something that she might have left behind, a locket or a handkerchief? Anything that might have given you a hint about her real name?
That was a long time ago.
The man's grey eyes narrowed to slits as he considered.
She was a pretty lass, as I recall, with hair the colour of gold and fire. She had eyes that matched the blue of the sea off of Bermuda, she did. Aye, she's a woman I'll not forget. Unless I'd be confusing her with that barmaid at the Pelican Inn at Port Royal. But nay, I wouldn't be doing that."
Birch stood up in defeat and walked toward the open door. Of anyone on the Rose, his greatest hope had rested with the ship's master. Looking out beyond the worn path leading from the cottage, the lawyer could see cobbled streets snaking down past old stone houses and shops. As his gaze drifted vacantly to the numerous masts of ships anchored in the bay, Birch carefully tallied again the sailors who had been on that ship and were now living in Bristol. 3. Not much to hope for. Nonetheless, he would ride to the city and search out those men. One of them might have learned something about this Rebecca. It was impossible for her not to have left behind some hint of her history.
"You're paying good money to her facts, ye are, sir. I don't suppose ye'd be interested in gossip I heard some time later."
Birch turned sharply.
"There could be gold in gossip as well, sir."
"She struck me as a right good woman."
"I'm well aware of her virtues,"
Sir Oliver said, a little snappishly.
"You know her?"
"Never mind that, sir. I'm paying you for answers." The sailor's eyes narrowed for a long moment while he puffed on his pipe. Finally he nodded in understanding.
"As ye say, Sir Oliver, it weren't till the next summer, and we was anchored in the Thames off Limehouse, that I heard the rumours just by chance."
It was difficult to be calm, but Birch waited.
"The word was that a month or so after we'd weighed anchor for the colonies, a gentleman was making the rounds of every ship's company, dock and tavern from the Tower of Dugby's Hole, offering gold he was, and questioning every sailor, mate and ship's master he could lay hold of. This gentleman was looking for a certain woman."
"How do you know there was any connection to your passengers?"
"Well, the description fit her. Hair, eyes, age, build."
"Any names?"
"Aye. The first name was the same too. Rebecca. Rebecca something."
"Do you remember anything of the last name?"
Something. Nipper, or Netter, or—"
He shook his head.
"Names don't stay the way faces do."
"Why didn't you go and find the gentleman and offer what you knew?"
The man shrugged. "Too much trouble, perhaps. Dunno. Maybe I didn't see the need to at the time. Made a good living by the sea, and me pockets had coin enough in 'em."
His gaze narrowed.
"Besides, I recall it seemed to me then that if the lass wants to go to the colonies and start over, then what gives some old sea dog the right to spoil her plans?"
"How about the gentleman's name? What did you hear about him?" The next shrug only served to frustrate Oliver more than the last.
"It'll be no help to you there, neither. I told ye, I never talked to the man. All of it might just have been gossip for all I can tell. I judge ye to be curious enough to hear all of it."
Birch walked to the table by the window, reaching into his pocket. He started to add to the money he'd already put there. Pausing, he held the coins over the others.
"You said the gentleman spoke to a number of people in London. Can you tell me the names of anyone that might still be there? Men who are not already dead or at sea for most of the year? A tavern keeper, perhaps?"
The shipmaster's gaze shifted from the coins to the lawyer's face.
"I reckon that's something I can help ye with."
Chapter 14. Jamie stopped in the path and looked up into the faces of the approaching horse and rider. The chestnut-coloured stallion was a magnificent animal, though the Earl sitting atop his back was obviously the master. Lord Stanmore had changed out of his wet clothing, the young boy realised, watching the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves of the trees play on the short black coat that matched the rider's breeches and top boots.
He stared into the man's face to gauge his lordship's temper. His mother hadn't had to warn him when he'd come out of the lake earlier. Though, in a way, Jamie had wanted to impress the Earl with how well he could swim. It took only one look at his mother's face for him to know that Lord Stanmore was not too happy about coming in after him. Well, no one had asked his lordship to dive in after him. Those thoughts aside, Jamie wondered if he was in for the kind of beating that someone had meted out to Israel. If that was the way things were done here, it would take only one beating to send him packing. And he wouldn't stop at the cottage either. He'd walk back to Bristol if need be, and sign on as a cabin boy on the next ship sailing. One look at the Earl's indifferent gaze, though, and he knew the man didn't care enough for him even to get angry, never mind beat him. "Your shirt and shoes are missing." The words were a statement, and nothing more. Stanmore reined in the horse beside Jamie. Rather than watching the man, the boy's attention was focused on the horse's black eye as it rolled toward him. With great interest, Jamie watched the flicker of the animal's ear. He couldn't help himself but to extend a hesitant hand and touch the top of the horse's nose, and then his neck. "Do you like horses?" Jamie didn't say anything, since he'd made a pact with himself to answer nothing the Earl asked him. "Perhaps you'd enjoy riding one yourself. I can have one of the grooms find you a gentle pony. You can begin learning any time you like." He really wanted to ride. He really, really wanted to learn how to ride a pony. No, he thought, he wanted to ride a horse as big and beautiful as this one. He stroked the powerful neck of the steed. He was softer than velvet. But again, his own vow kept him from showing any enthusiasm. He might be only 9 years old, but it wasn't too difficult to figure things out. As soon as his mamma thought Jamie was getting along here, she would disappear from his life. Forever. Of that he was certain. The horse pawed the ground impatiently, and Jamie stepped back, only to find the Earl's hand extended toward him. "Come, I'll give you a ride back to Solgrave." He could have walked back to the house on his bare feet, and without any help from his lordship, but he'd really liked the feel of the horse under him the other night when he'd ridden to the house, mounted behind the Earl. Jamie looked for a way to climb up on the horse's back without accepting Lord Stanmore's help, but there wasn't one. He took the proffered hand and fairly flew off the ground, landing gently on the animal's back. The Earl half turned in his saddle. "From now on, will you tell someone at the house when you decide to disappear for a few hours? You may think you are quite the independent lad, but Mrs. Ford has been worrying about you for too long now to change her ways so quickly." Jamie said nothing in response, but he did feel a pang of guilt that his mamma had been troubled. She'd always been agreeable when he and the butler boys went off together in Philadelphia. Perhaps he just needed to make her see that there was far less trouble that he could get into here at Solgrave. Maybe if he were to tell her about Israel. He thought about that for a moment, deciding in the end that he couldn't. He'd promised his new friend that he would say nothing to anybody about him. The man and the boy rode back to Solgrave in silence. As the chestnut stallion cantered easily along forest trails and over rolling meadows, Jamie's mind drifted back to the little cottage in the woods and how defeated his friend Israel had been. It hurt him to see how sad Israel had been, and how fearful. There was something very wrong on the neighbouring estate, and Jamie wondered if there was anyone at Solgrave who could help him to help his friend. Maybe he couldn't avenge the beating Israel had taken, but somehow the evil ways of Melbury Hall had to change, and he needed to find the person who could make a difference. The cup and saucer hit the wall with a violent crash. Another sweep of an arm, and the table was nearly laid bare, with puffs, powders, patches, and one practically new prayer book flying across the dressing room. The crumpled letter bounced against the mirror and dropped harmlessly onto the table.
"Is his messenger still downstairs?"
The servant girl took a step back toward the door and shook her head. "Nay, m'lady, this was delivered early this morning." As Lady Nithsdale's hand reached for the heavy jewellery box of tortoiseshell and ivory, the young woman hastily escaped her lady's dressing chamber. A moment later, the sound of the box splintering the wood of the door echoed through the entire second story of the townhouse.
"Bastard!"
Louisa screamed, pouncing on the letter and tearing it to pieces. Her rage cried for release, and nothing was safe in her path of destruction. A robe of sheer silk lying at the foot of the bed was ripped in two. Heavy bottles of perfumes adorning the high chest joined the jewellery box at the base of the door. Too angry to hesitate, too frustrated to think, she tore through the chamber, upsetting tables and chairs, laying waste to everything within reach until she finally faltered breathlessly by the window, clinging to the heavy drapes, flushed and spent. She sank onto the edge of an overturned sofa.
"I had you, you bastard!" she cried. "You were mine!"
Louisa stared down at the shreds of the message littering the floor. So impersonal, so businesslike. The very thought made her ill. She hated to lose. The thought of the money she'd stood to gain was bad enough. She'd invested her time in the blackguard, and time was a precious commodity to any woman of her age. She'd schemed, she'd waited, she'd done everything that was sure to win him over for good. And here she was, despite all of her efforts, discarded like a pair of soiled gloves. Defeat hung in the chamber like a suffocating cloud, but Louisa stood up, forcing herself to think. The mantel clock that had escaped her wrath had not ticked a dozen times before the thought came to her with a brilliant clarity. There was another woman. There had to be. Someone had stolen what was hers. What else could it be? This she knew how to deal with. The room was a shambles, but Louisa strode through it with the air of some conquering war goddess. She paused before the mirror and admired her own reflection. Despite the disappointment, her eyes were sparkling, her skin smooth and fresh, her cheeks blooming with colour.
"Let him have his tumble with the whore," she whispered haughtily to the reflection in the mirror. "But he'll be mine once I rid myself of the bitch."
Louisa moved to the door and yanked it open, scattering glass and jewellery across the floor. In the corridor, her call rang with excitement. She actually smiled a moment later when the fearful face of the servant appeared on the stairway. Turning on her heel, she preceded the young woman into the dressing-room and stopped by the window.
"Clean this mess, you little mouse. But before that, fetch door to pack my trunks, and send a footman to hire a carriage."
"You going on a trip, m'lady?"
the young woman asked, fearfully dropping a small curtsy.
"I am,"
Louisa answered, kicking aside a pillow as she made her way to the wardrobe.
"I've decided to accept a long-standing invitation from an old friend to visit Melbury Hall."
As the servant started backing out the door, Louisa stopped her again.
"And one more thing."
"Aye, m'lady."
"I received no letter from the Earl of Stanmore today."
The woman's confusion showed on her face.
"Must I spell everything out, you dolt? Listen, then."
She glared across the room.
"I left for Squire Wentworth's estate. Have you got that? And in the chaos of my departure, you stupidly forgot to deliver the letter to me."
The servant blinked and looked down at the shredded pieces of paper on the rug.
"Do you understand?"
"Aye, my lady. You never received the letter?"
The morning sun bathed the meadows rising above the lake on yet another day of spring's finest weather. Rebecca looked out her window at the morning sky, crystal clear and blue as a robin's egg. She sighed deeply and brushed away an errant tear. As she had done the day before, Rebecca sent down word this morning that she was still a trifle unwell. It was a feeble enough excuse, but one that had succeeded in sending Jamie downstairs for the past 2 nights to dine alone with his father. The Earl of Stanmore was making an effort to spend time with his son, and the best thing she could do, she was quite certain, was just the opposite of what his lordship had requested. She had to keep her distance, stop her meddling, and allow a bond to form between father and son, even if it hurt her to do so.
"Bear up,"
she whispered, chiding herself for her selfishness. The Earl obviously knew more about raising a boy than she'd given him credit for. Jamie had been perfectly fine when he'd finally returned to Solgrave with his father 2 days ago, and Rebecca had been the one who had looked like a fool for being concerned about nothing. Giving him up to this new world, a world in which she would play no role, was proving to be extremely difficult. For Jamie had been Rebecca's sole purpose in life for so many years. But she knew she must, and she firmly intended to unwind the reins of authority from her hands. He was Lord Stanmore's responsibility now, as he should be. The bright colours of the landscape outside her window blurred momentarily, as they had done so often for the past few days. There was nothing like a day spent in solitude, though, to force a person to seek answers. There were so many questions that pulled at her. More uncertainties than Jamie's relationship with his father distracted her, gnawed at her. Rebecca still didn't know the true cause of Elizabeth's flight with her baby. What was it in her marriage, in this man, that had driven her away so many years ago? No one mentioned her name. There were no portraits of her in the gallery of family likenesses. In spite of being the only wife of the Earl of Stanmore, and the mother of the future Earl, she was more like a vapour that had drifted in on a breeze, only to disappear as quickly as she had come. It was as if she had never existed. And if that were not distressing enough, Rebecca's own attraction to Stanmore was driving her insane. The memory of his kiss lingered, making sleep impossible and causing her to daydream like a fool in her waking hours. But she could not go on like this. Rebecca knew what she must do. First of all, she must assume a more appropriate position in the activities of the household. From the first moment of her arrival, despite the plain and worn clothing, despite the fact that she was a common working woman from the colonies, everyone at Solgrave had treated her like gentry, and she had allowed it. This, however, was a mistake that she would soon set to rights. Though she was not employed by his lordship, in rank and social status, she was no higher than his servants. Guest or not, she would have Mrs. Trent move her to a less conspicuous room, nearer the servants' wing perhaps. Then it would be easier for all of them to accept things as they really were, and she could begin to think of a way of repaying the Earl for all of these new clothes. Determined on her course of action, Rebecca left her room and set off down the corridor toward the narrow stairs that led to the kitchens and the servants' wing. She'd seen Jamie early, before he'd gone downstairs for breakfast this morning. He would be spending the rest of the morning
and part of the afternoon with Mr. Clark. Everything would work out better, she thought, if she could move from her room while the lad was occupied with his lessons. She was halfway down the back stairs, though, when she saw a young serving woman carrying a silver tray upstairs. The servant's surprise showed on her face before she could avert her eyes. "Mrs. Ford?" The girl gave a small curtsy before looking up at her. "Mrs. Trent was told that you were still unwell, ma'am, so she sent me up here with some tea and toast for you, if that suits you. If you don't mind me asking, are you feeling better, ma'am?" "I am, thank you. I can take this now." Rebecca took the tray out of the woman's hand. "I was a little tired yesterday, but I feel much better this morning." "Then perhaps you might like to have breakfast in the dining-room. The Earl is a very early riser, up and gone he is, but Master James and Mr. Clark are still—" "Not this morning, Ellen." "It is Ellen, isn't it?" The girl gave another curtsy and smiled slightly. "Aye, ma'am." "Has Mrs. Trent taken her own breakfast yet?" "She has, ma'am, hours ago. But I saw her talking to Daniel in the servants' hall not too long ago. Would you like me to fetch her for you?" Rebecca glanced down the stairs. "I have a better idea. Why don't you lead the way, and maybe I can have my breakfast there while I speak with Mrs. Trent?" "With our servants?" A deep blush coloured Ellen's freckled face. "If that's what you wish, ma'am." There were at least a dozen people talking and having their morning meal at the long table in the servants' hall, but all conversation ceased the moment Rebecca entered the room. Everyone's gaze focused on the doorway, spoons and knives forgotten in their hands, as she nodded tentatively at them. Instantly, everyone stood up. Feeling the awkwardness of the moment, Rebecca clutched the silver tray in her hand and searched the room for familiar faces. There were so many she knew, but they all simply stood in complete silence. "Mrs. Ford thought she'd take her breakfast in the... here, instead of in the dining-room. She was... Mrs. Ford was looking for Mrs. Trent." Ellen's explanation only made the facts look more incredulous. A sudden thought sprang up in Rebecca's mind that perhaps there was nowhere that she belonged at Solgrave. She was ready to back out the door when Daniel, followed by a taller and older-looking man, entered the servants' hall from another door. "Why, Mrs. Ford, how wonderful to see you!" The steward approached, his greeting so enthusiastic that Rebecca felt the weight partially lift from her shoulders. "We're so pleased that you're feeling better. Please, ma'am, allow me." He took the tray and handed it to the young serving woman. "Ellen, take this, and tell the cook to send a fresh pot of tea to the library." As soon as the girl ran off, Daniel lowered his voice and spoke in a confidential tone. "I hope there is no problem that required your presence in this wing. If there's anything that we've done that has failed to please you—" "Not at all, Daniel. I needed to speak with Mrs. Trent on a matter of little importance. Other than that, however, I felt it wise to allow Mr. Clark and James to start their lessons this morning with no distraction from me." "I understand, ma'am. If—" He gestured with a bow toward the door through which he'd entered. Rebecca knew that Daniel was trying to tell her, in the gentlest of tones, that her status at Solgrave would be no less than that of a proper guest of Lord Stanmore, and her brow creased. This presented an unforeseen obstacle to her plan. "I don't mean to be a burden. Perhaps I should wait in my room and—" "If I may speak bluntly, ma'am," the steward said, encouragingly, ignoring the older man behind him, who cleared his throat in obvious disapproval. "If I may be so bold to say, ma'am, your company was sorely missed yesterday. Your presence would be very comforting for Master James, and for his lordship himself, I might add, if you were well enough to be about today. May I?" Rebecca didn't know what to say to the determined steward, so she nodded. Clearly her only chance of making a change lay with Mrs. Trent. As she started to follow, though, she hesitated at the tall man standing behind Daniel.
"Ah, Mrs. Ford, please forgive me. Allow me to introduce Philip, his lordship's steward in London."
At his deep bow, Rebecca nodded gently. Beneath his powdered wig, the man's face bore no expression whatsoever. Seeing the two men standing shoulder to shoulder, she recalled overhearing a conversation between a servant and a gardener outside her window yesterday. Something about Daniel's granite-faced old tyrant of a brother. "Why, I've heard something about Philip," she said in pleasant tones, meeting the older man's unchanging gaze. "You must be Daniel's twin brother." Chapter 15. Mrs. Trent patted her on the hand and shook her head.
"I'm afraid that is quite out of the question, my dear."
Frustration washed down Rebecca's back. The housekeeper had, at first, looked genuinely distressed when she expressed her wish to change rooms. The older woman's expression had quickly softened into looks of affection, though, as Rebecca had tried to explain. The refusal might be gentle, but it was definite. "But, Mrs. Trent, I've explained to you that the bedchamber I now occupy should be reserved for visitors of quality."
"Quality? Posh! A fine dress does not make someone quality, dear. And I can tell you from years of experience that a title does not ensure quality either. Quality is a gift from the Lord above, and you have it. So, let us not speak any more of this."
"But, Mrs. Trent, I am no one of any account. I sincerely believe that if I were to move to quarters that were more appropriate—"
"Hush! Just hush that kind of talk, dear. I've lived in service here at Solgrave my entire life. I've seen all manner of high-born lords and ladies come and go through those front doors. I'm speaking for everyone when I say you have more quality in one finger than many of—" She stopped and took Rebecca's hand. "Nay, my dear, we'll just leave things be, I should think."
"Mrs. Trent—"
"Why, just look at how those of us in service are acting. My dear, I never thought I'd live to see the day when Philip and Daniel would agree on a thing without a quarrel."
The woman's round face broke into a broad grin.
"It's true. On my way up here, I was stopped by Philip, only to have him remind me that I shouldn't be keeping you waiting. Now, mind you, this from Philip. Why, the man has never shown such, well, enthusiasm in all the time I've known him."
"That doesn't count," Rebecca argued, crossing the library to one of the large windows. "I happened to charm him by saying I thought he and Daniel were twins. Philip might be partial to me now, but Daniel will likely never speak to me again."
"Posh! Daniel lies awake thinking of ways we can better serve you."
The heavy-set woman started pouring tea into a cup.
"It has been a long time since we've had a real lady here at Solgrave to care for. Now, come and sit and forget all about this nonsense of moving anywhere."
"Mrs. Trent, I'm in the way," Rebecca persisted. "I have the best of intentions, but as long as I'm around them, I find myself trespassing into areas where I should no longer... where I have no right to be trespassing."
"I should think 10 years of raising the lad on your own, and as well as you have, in that land of Quakers and other barbarians, gives you every right, my dear. Could we sit here together for a moment or two?"
Rebecca stared at the cup of tea the housekeeper was holding to her. She had no choice but to move away from her perch at the window and join Mrs. Trent.
"And don't start talking so soon of leaving either, as it hasn't even been a week since you've arrived, and that lad still needs you, as is only natural, to my way of thinking."
Rebecca felt her stomach lurch at the mere mention of the words. She was so far from ready to part with Jamie. Though things were progressing as she'd hoped, she still harboured unanswered questions about Lord Stanmore's past, and undiminished concerns about Jamie's future. Beyond that, she couldn't even bear to think about her own feelings or the empty life that awaited her back in America.
"But don't think you need to be looking over Master James's shoulder all the time. Between Mr. Clark and the rest of us, he'll be closely tended. Still, you need to stay close enough for the young master to see that all is well."
Rebecca sipped the tea, but said nothing.
"I know this is the country, and not much seems to go on here. You might have enjoyed yourself more if the Earl had arranged for you to spend some time in London, to my thinking."
"I have no desire to go to London. I insisted that we come here." Mrs. Trent gave her an approving smile.
"Well, if you know where to look, there's plenty to do here at Solgrave. Why, the gallery has paintings that folk come from nearly every capital on the continent to view. And as you can see, his lordship has a fine library. And the countryside hereabouts has some very fine walks. Why, there's even a point where his lordship's mother had a seat erected at the base of an ancient oak. The view the spot commands is lovely, my dear, truly lovely. And if you ride, the paths through the park woods are quite invigorating, they tell me, though I've never been a rider myself. And Nebworth village, such as it is, lies not far to the east of us. But of course, this Sunday after church, his lordship will surely be introducing you to some of the neighbouring gentry. Ay, my dear, you'll see for yourself. We have much to recommend us here in the country."
"Oh, I don't doubt that in the slightest, Mrs. Trent. It's just that well, I'm not accustomed to a life of such, leisurely activity." Rebecca knew this was another part of her problem. She knew that such enforced idleness would soon give way to fanciful thinking and dreaming, occupations she had no right to engage in. "Is there anything that I could do in the village?"
"Do, my dear? You mean work?"
Mrs. Trent's eyes rounded in shock at the mere suggestion. "Well, something constructive with which I might occupy my time," Rebecca replied hopefully. "Everything here at Solgrave is taken care of. Under Daniel and your stewardship, the manor operates so efficiently. With James to spend most of his days with Mr. Clark, I thought if there were a school for girls nearby, perhaps, that might have need for a tutor, or a minister who knows of some charity work that needs doing." The housekeeper's curious gaze softened, and she reached and placed her warm hand over Rebecca's.
"You are precious. Wait until I tell this to Daniel and—"
"Oh, please don't," she interrupted at once. "My intentions are to be of some use to someone else, and to give myself some distance to Jamie's daily activities. The last thing I need now is people thinking of me as something more than I am." The housekeeper tapped her on the knee.
"Say what you will, my dear, but others around here know already what good heart you have."
"Thank you," Rebecca murmured softly, taking a sip of tea to hide her blushing face. She was not very good with praise, especially when it was as lacking in foundation as this. "So, is there anyone I could go and see, Mrs. Trent? Anyone at Nebworth village?" She placed the cup back on the saucer and waited patiently as the housekeeper gave her question some thought.
"As a matter of fact, there are 2 people in the village who I know for certain will jump at your offer of help. But before I go into that, there's something that you should know about our village."
The housekeeper paused and poured more tea into Rebecca's cup.
"The village stands on the land that is part of Solgrave, and all the people living there are tenants of his lordship. But For the past 8 years, since the father fell ill and the son took charge, there has been no collection of rents."
The Earl of Stanmore is a very generous man, Rebecca thought. A frown creased her brow at the realization that every day she was finding more things that she liked about the peer.
"His lordship has never held with the idea that a tradition needs to be preserved, if folks are suffering because of it. The village is self-supporting between its farming and the tradesmen there, and the Stanmore wealth can easily do without what his lordship might be collecting from his tenants."
Mrs. Trent cast a quick glance at the direction of the portrait hanging above the hearth. Rebecca followed her gaze, taking in the depiction of an older man.
"I must be truthful with you, my dear. Our Samuel Wakefield spent little time enough in the company of his father, and it was a good thing too. Bless him, his lordship's father could not easily be called a generous soul. But I only tell you this so that you'll understand the esteem the village folk have for the master, and for the most part, if they think they're offering you something that might incur his lordship's displeasure, well—" She shook her head doubtfully.
Samuel Wakefield, the Earl of Stanmore. Rebecca recalled the first mention of the name as she'd faced Sir Oliver in the doorway to her rooms in Philadelphia. She looked about the spacious library. Her gaze was drawn once again to the formidable demeanour of the father looking down at them.
"Now, where was I?"
Rebecca returned her attention to the woman sitting before her. "You were going to recommend some people in the village to me?"
"Aye. The Reverend Mr. Trimble and Mr. Cunningham. The first is the rector at the church, and the second is the schoolmaster for our little schoolhouse."
Mrs. Trent held up a hand.
"But before you ask why Mr. Cunningham wasn't asked to come and tutor Master James, I should tell you that the schoolmaster is quite busy enough with his duties about the area. He and Reverend Trimble have formed a partnership of sorts, to poke their heads in wherever there's a need, and that's why I have to warn you. Between the two of them, you might not find a moment's rest left to you. So, you have to be specific in your asking. You're looking for something little to do. You don't want to spend your days at their beck and call.
I believe I'll take a walk down to the village this morning." Rebecca put the cup and saucer down. She was already feeling better about everything. This is exactly what she needed. A distraction and some distance from Soulgrave. And its master.
"I'll have Daniel arrange a carriage to be brought around."
Rebecca rose to her feet. "I prefer to walk, Mrs. Trent. I'd like to get a feel for the distances. May I use your name in way of introduction?"
"Oh, you'll be needing no introduction, my dear. The village has been buzzing since you and the young master arrived. Everyone has been quite eager just to catch a glimpse of you."
Mrs. Trent walked with her to the door.
"I believe you'll like Nebworth village and its people. They are kindly, industrious folk, my dear. Very much like yourself, if I may say so."
The path through the wood and meadow that led to the village was peaceful and comforting. The quiet broken only by the twittering of the birds and the rustle of leaves as small woodland creatures scattered at Rebecca's approach. The stillness of the forest was one of the few things that she'd missed while living in the midst of the hustle and bustle of a growing city like Philadelphia. Not really missed, she thought, for she'd been too preoccupied with Jamie and with the demands of their everyday life to waste her time missing anything. But here at Soulgrave, with each step that she took, there were reminiscences of her childhood walks in the fields and parks around Oxford that kept pushing their way into her head. Bittersweet memories of schoolmates who had travelled those paths with her, friends now cut off from her by years and society, and the spilled blood of a villainous rake. And with those memories, doubts she'd carried since she was a girl burst to the surface. Doubts and fears she had pushed from her thoughts, questions to which she'd never sought answers. Walking toward Nebworth village, Rebecca now found herself unable to dismiss them. She tried to consider the conversation she'd had earlier with Mrs. Trent. The housekeeper had said such sweet things to her, even if they weren't true. It wasn't the first time she'd been confused with something she was not. Even in Philadelphia, those with whom she had known and worked had always treated her as gentility. True, she'd never been really accepted as one of them, but instead respected and treated as someone above. Her friend Molly's words came back to her, comments about Rebecca's learning and wit. And even before that, when she'd first met Lady Hartington, her employer had been most impressed with the certain something that the new tutor possessed. That, added to the respected reputation of Mrs. Stockdale's Academy for Girls, and Mary Hartington had considered Rebecca an excellent choice for her 3 children. A sudden breeze pushed Rebecca's straw hat a-kilter, and she caught the end of the ribbons and removed it from her head. The feel of the spring air and the warm sun was heavenly on her face. The person she was, and the incorrect assumptions people made about her background, was of course solely due to Mrs. Stockdale and the years Rebecca had spent at her school. There were so many things that she'd learned in that exclusive place. True, some of them were so frivolous for someone of her position in life that she'd never openly admit to them. Riding to hounds, the importance of grace and submissiveness in a lady's manner, the planning of parties, from afternoon tea to a proper ball, the proper steps to the acceptable forms of dancing, how to reply when addressed in terms of courtship by young men, both superior and inferior in station. What use would Rebecca Neville ever have for such knowledge? What use would Rebecca Ford have for such foolishness? How she'd been able to afford the tuition of the fine school was itself a mystery that she had long ago taken for granted. She had many times been told about the barrister whom she assumed was her benefactor. But Mrs. Stockdale's school was attended by offspring of earls and barons, by the most eligible daughters of English society. She could still remember the fine carriages that rolled away each spring toward genteel homes in London and Bath and Bristol. Homes she could only imagine. Etched in her mind also were the images of the carts of trunks filled with stylish new clothing that arrived each fall. And she was Jenny Green's daughter. At least, those were Sir Charles Hartington's words. They were burned into her brain, and with them the memory of assault and murder and her own wild flight into the darkness. She tried not to think of that accursed night. Instead, she forced herself to focus on the only name she'd ever been given about her parentage. Jenny Green. She knew the name, Jenny Green. Everyone in England knew Jenny Green. Once the darling of the London theatre, she had held the hearts of both princes and paupers in her hand. Jenny Green had led a life that was notorious for its freedom, a life that was seemingly above society's censor, for a while at least. Rebecca flushed at the thought that this might be her mother. But why, she wondered now, would the actress go to the tremendous expense of sending her daughter to such a place? Why would she never contact her in all the years that followed? This morning, while waiting for Mrs. Trent in Lord Stanmore's library, Rebecca had absently paged through the recent issue of the London newspaper, the Daily Advertiser. when she found herself scanning the list of the plays being presented in the city's various theatres. She'd realised with a start that her true object had been to find a name. Jenny Green's name. She did not even know if the woman, no, her mother, was still alive. Rebecca paused at the crest of a hill and lifted her face to the caressing breeze. The view of the valley before her was breathtaking. Framed by the green edge of the forest, the meadows and pasture land rolled downward to a gently meandering river, and Nebworth. A tidy little village, snugly nestled within a patchwork quilt of farms. She turned and glanced behind her. Only the very top of Solgrave was visible from here. When winter had stripped these trees of their leaves, she mused, what a welcome sight those chimneys and sturdy walls would offer a cold and weary traveller. "Not that you'll ever see it, Rebecca Neville," she murmured. Drawing a deep breath, she turned her back and started down the slope toward the village. Tucking loose strands of hair behind an ear, she was attempting to put the straw hat back on when the sound of an approaching rider made her step to the side of the path. An instant later, from around a bend of the trees, she saw the horse and rider came into view. Her treacherous heart beat faster at the sight of him. "Mrs. Ford!" Lord Stanmore's surprise was evident in his voice, but Rebecca tried to focus on the broad chest of the prancing steed, rather than stare at the man who was controlling him. "Pray, don't tell me James has disappeared again." "No, my lord." She didn't have to look up to know he was mocking her. Tired of struggling with the hat and the wind, she pulled it off again and held the ribbons tightly in one hand. "A very pretty hat, ma'am." "Thank you. Since James is hard at his lesson and the morning is so pleasant, I decided to take a walk to the village." She glanced at him as he dismounted from the grey hunter, frowning at the butterflies in her stomach. "May I join you?" She stretched a hand in the direction of Solgrave, then pointed in the opposite direction. "You, surely... But you must be... Really, I can find the way." She sounded worse than Mr. Clark at his most halting moments. He patted his steed on the nose and looked expectantly at her. "Would you mind very much if I joined you?" His gentle tone drew her gaze. Looking into the silvery depths of his black eyes, she realized that she might just be incapable of denying him anything. Good Lord, she thought, panic washing through her. "No, I don't mind," she heard herself say. They started down the path toward the village in silence. Where the path wound through a grove of trees, the quiet of the woods was more pronounced than before. Rebecca glanced at the discreet space the Earl kept between them as his horse clopped along behind. She wasn't afraid of him, Rebecca told herself. It was herself. Her panic admittedly stemmed from the sensations that he'd produced in her, memories he'd awakened in her. So vivid were those memories. Those were things that she'd tried so hard to forget. She stole a quick glance at his direction and found him staring straight ahead. He appeared to have accepted her words that the whole incident had been a mistake. If she could only make herself believe it. "It was distressing to hear that you'd taken ill. I hope you're feeling better." "I'm sorry to have caused your lordship any concern." Rebecca twisted the ends of the hat's ribbons around her fingers and looked down at an abandoned stone quarry that suddenly opened up at the left of the path. She decided to speak the truth. "There was nothing the matter with me, but after giving some thought to your earlier observations, I found myself in agreement with you regarding the excessive and unnecessary protectiveness I feel for for your son."
"I see. You agree with me, and then you set out to punish us by staying away?"
"Punish?" Surprised, she cast a sideways glance at him, and then focused on the path. "No, my lord. I was applauding your judgment. I'm trying to give James some distance so that he can adjust more readily to the new faces in his life."
"My dear Mrs. Ford, I know you don't consider me an expert in child-rearing, and with good reason, of course, but from what you've just said, I think you know even less than I do."
She turned on him sharply. "Are you trying to be hurtful, my lord?"
"Hardly, but I would suggest that you stop trying to force a bond to form between James and myself." His tone was gentle. "You were the one who advised me of the necessity of giving James time. I agree. He needs time. And I need time as well."
"Aye, time to spend together. But this is what I'm trying to give you."
He shook his head. "Deprived of your presence, we have had the most uncomfortable of dinners for 2 nights running." He stared straight ahead for a moment, before turning to her. "James refuses to say a word, or even look up from his food for the entire evening. His manners are fairly unexceptionable, by the way. My compliments."
"Thank you. But his intractable silence hardly improves anything."
He paused. "Not that Mr. Clark noticed, of course. I made the grave error of asking him to stay for dinner last night. The man talked endlessly. I managed to maintain a polite facade. My years in the House of Lords has taught me to appear interested, even when my thoughts are drawn to, well, to more interesting people."
He fixed his gaze on her, and she fought to ignore the heat radiating in her belly. "If you mean me, my lord, I must protest strenuously that I am hardly interesting, and would have added nothing to the dinner conversation. In fact, I'm quite certain that you would not have considered my presence any improvement."
"I disagree."
His dark eyes smiled at her, and Rebecca found herself growing quite warm under his attentions.
"Your presence might have silenced the tutor, and would certainly have washed some of the gloom off James's face. Now, as far as my own response to your company, I think you know that I would have been honoured to have you with us."
The path took them out of the woods and into the bright sunshine of the meadow. At the bottom of the hill, the village bustled with activity. Sanctuary, she thought. "We're almost there." She placed the hat on top of her head again, and made an attempt to tie the ribbons in the face of the rising breeze.
"Allow me."
The gentle touch of his hand on her elbow froze her. Holding the hat in place with one hand, she found herself helpless as he turned her around until she was facing him. She stared at the broad expanse of his chest, at the collar of white and the cravat showing beneath the black riding coat. She dared herself to look up at the firm, full lips, to the dark eyes that were studying every flaw in her face. Unhurriedly, he tied the ribbons at her throat. When he was finished, though, he didn't release the ends of the ribbons. The horse's reins lay on the ground, and she felt the brush of his fingers scorching her skin as he pushed the hair out of her face.
"I envy the wind."
Startled, she swallowed the knot of fear in her throat as his head lowered. Torn between the desire to run and the even stronger desire to feel his mouth against hers once again, she stood, rooted to the ground, and closed her eyes. The brush of his lips was gentle, but heat shot through her, firing her blood and reducing her bones to molten wax. Her hands were fisted for a moment, but then fluttered open against his chest. The desire sizzled in the narrow space between them, and Rebecca's lips parted as the pressure of his mouth became more persistent. Their tongues danced, and suddenly, starved for more of this torturous heat, she rose onto her toes and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. A groan of pleasure sounded somewhere deep in his throat, and Stanmore's hands became eager as they pressed her to him so hard, so there was not a breath of distance between their bodies. She would have been perfectly willing to remain moulded against his body, but he abruptly ended the kiss. He drew back from her, and she forced open her eyes, even though she could not force herself to breathe. He touched her lips with his fingers. "I shan't rush you again," he said, his voice husky and dark. "We have all the time in the world." Chapter 16. As they approached Nebworth village, Rebecca felt as if a thick fog had swept in around her. As if in a dream, she could almost see herself walking, one foot placed squarely in front of the other, the sun shining above, the breezes sending rippling waves through the sea of green around her, and yet she could hardly feel her own body. Only when they reached the first of the cottages nestled against the hill did her senses begin to respond. The smell of the spring earth registered in her brain, the sound of a dog barking beyond the small market square, the constant shush of the river flowing through the triad of stone arches that supported an ancient bridge. The fog suddenly cleared, giving way to a nervous, sharp-edged clarity. The same discreet distance as before separated them, and she threw a quick glance at him. His face showed nothing, and his eyes were fixed on the village ahead of them. One might think they were just two casual acquaintances whose paths had joined a moment earlier. With only that momentary look, though, the tranquillity in Rebecca's body and mind suddenly erupted into full-fledged gale. Fear and desire clashed in a tumultuous and primordial battle. She wanted to touch her own lips and feel where he'd touched her last, and then she wondered how she would be able to recall the taste of his lips and recollect their soft texture during the eternity of longing that was to begin so soon. So soon, she thought, looking at the roses spilling over a garden wall. The intensity of her feelings totally bewildered her. How did this happen? As they walked, she could feel the power of his presence beside her. She could feel herself being pulled toward him. It was as if a taut, flaming cord had formed between them, tugging at the very centre of her. And this thrilled her as much as it terrified her. After all, how could she, a woman who had always shunned such feelings, ever have fallen so hard and so quickly? Rebecca knew what she was feeling. She was no child. It had taken great effort to restrain her emotions after the kiss. It was taking even greater effort to walk at his side and not look at him again, for she also knew that she must keep up some pretense of indifference. But how could she do that? She wondered desperately. When he turned his keen gaze upon her face, she knew he was reading her thoughts, peering into her very soul. This was a dangerous game, and it was one that the Earl of Stanmore was clearly a master of. His look, his words, his touch. He was playing with her, body and soul. It was a mortal game where no surface was solid, no edge firm. Reach out to steady herself as she may, her grasp only found clouds and mist that dissipated, slipping through her fingers. It was a game so complicated that she knew she would surely drown in it. But the irony of it all was that she knew her only salvation lay, along with her damnation, in the same forbidden touch. His touch. And she couldn't help herself. She didn't want to help herself, it seemed. His deep voice scattered her thoughts. "It is not Philadelphia, I'm sure, but welcome to our little village." He gestured ahead. "We boast a number of shops situated along the lane here. Nebworth is a fairly active country village, as far as country villages go, particularly on market days. And we have a church. You can see it, just there. That dates back to Alfred the Great." "I was hoping to meet the rector, and perhaps the schoolmaster as well?" She looked past his coat, staring at the green hedge lining the lane. "The schoolhouse is the second-to-last building at the far end of the village. The rectory lies up the hill from the church. You can see it there. It is the one with the slate roof and the new stable near it." She glanced in the direction that he was indicating. "Thank you, my lord. I had no intention of detaining you. Mrs. Trent gave me detailed directions. I can find the way." Obviously ignoring the opportunity that she was offering him and leaving her, he glanced at a group of very young children, playing a noisy game in the front yard of a cottage they were passing. "I know that Mr. Cunningham, our schoolmaster, is generally occupied during the day. I would be happy to introduce you another day. It will be my pleasure to escort you to the rectory, however." Rebecca whispered her words of gratitude as he led the way down the village street. It was a lovely and busy village. The cobbler could be seen in his front window, hunched intently over his work. The Black Swan, a large half-timbered inn, boasted a garden with fruit trees and arbours of wisteria covered with the pale lavender flowers. In the yard of Stafford's livery stable, a number of well-appointed carts and curricles, and even a new four-wheeled phaeton could be seen. Noting her interest, Lord Stanmore informed her that Mr. Stafford's brother built carriages. As they walked along, a number of the inhabitants came out to exchange pleasantries and to be introduced. No one seemed to be at all concerned with formality here. In the market square, a carter greeted them loudly, and the Earl made certain to stop by the man's wagon and introduce Rebecca, and then ask about the man's family. A baker and his wife hurried out amid a cloud of flour dust, spiced mince pies in hand as gifts for the lord. Beyond the square steepled stone church, Lord Stanmore led her up a narrow lane, stopping at the new stable. He handed his reins over to a cheerful young groom, and the two ascended a path past a tidy garden of vegetables and flowers to the door of the rectory. The good rector's curricle was not in evidence at his stable. The Reverend Trimble has been known to make a visit or two around the parish in the mornings, so you may not have the opportunity of speaking with him either. Nonetheless, Mrs. Trimble, the rector's wife, is rather fond of company. I'm quite certain she'll be eager to receive you." As they waited for the door to be opened, Rebecca secretly watched his handsome profile as he gazed thoughtfully into the garden. "I pray you'll forgive me, Mrs. Ford, but I shall be leaving you in Mrs. Trimble's care for a while. I'm afraid there are a few other matters that I need to see to this morning." "There is hardly reason to apologize, my lord. I can find my way back to Solgrave. I very much appreciate what you've done already." "May I call back for you before noon?" She found herself captured by his dark and inquiring eyes. "Well, I don't know. I've already troubled you far more than I should. Truly, I—" "Since you don't mind, then, I shall return for you just before noon." As the door opened, Stanmore smiled broadly into the face of a surprised servant, who hurriedly curtsied and pulled the door wide open. As the girl turned to lead them into the parlour, the Earl's words were a whisper against her ears. "You do me the great honour in allowing me the pleasure of your company twice in one day." Taking her by the arm,
Lord Stanmore led her to a sunny, pleasant room, where a very tall and friendly-looking woman rose to greet them. As they were introduced, however, all Rebecca could do was pray that her own flushed cheek would be attributed to the walk and not to the attentions of her escort. Mrs. Trimble walked with a pronounced limp, but the older woman's lively wit and warm hospitality seemed to indicate that the rector's wife possessed a spirit undaunted by any personal affliction. After introducing the two women, Lord Stanmore excused himself, and Rebecca and Mrs. Trimble sat together, their conversation punctuated by the pleasant sounds of birds singing in a cherry tree just outside the open windows. Tea was brought in to them in the parlour, and, after some pleasantries about the weather and the village, Rebecca found herself completely at ease with the woman. There were no prying questions, nothing asked of Rebecca's life in Philadelphia, no nosy queries about her past or about Jamie's upbringing. As she sat sipping her tea, she realised that no one she'd met since her arrival at Solgrave had questioned her on these topics. And with very little prompting, Mrs. Trimble chatted easily about her life with the Oxford-educated Irishman, and about the 8 years they had spent at the old village church. At one point, however, she paused, with a slight frown clouding her face. "Now, when my husband was offered this living at Nebworth village so many years ago, he didn't hesitate to accept the position. He had met his lordship, that is, the present Earl, while the previous Earl Stanmore was in his declining years. Reverend Trimble has always been genuinely impressed with his lordship's stand on the politics of our time." Mrs. Trimble leaned toward Rebecca and lowered her voice confidentially. "So, you can imagine the distress my husband experienced when the neighbouring manor came into the possession of Squire Wentworth during our 3rd year at Nebworth. The changes at Melbury Hall were immediate, and not for the better, let me tell you. In spite of the efforts of my husband and Mr. Cunningham, the schoolmaster." Rebecca listened intently. "Growing up in that troubled land of Ireland as he did, my husband has never been a man who could turn a blind eye to such conditions, and he's never been one, Lord bless him, to seek favour with other gentlemen at the expense of the downtrodden, at Melbury Hall or anywhere else." "Are there people openly mistreated there?" Mrs. Trimble got up and placed her teacup on a sideboard. Rebecca could see from her movements that the woman's knee was quite stiff. "Conditions were ghastly from the beginning. I've heard Reverend Trimble and Mr. Cunningham place blame for much of it on the succession of hard men that Squire Wentworth has employed to oversee the management of the manor and the farms. But the problem runs deeper. The squire keeps Africans as slaves, you know." "I didn't know." "Many of us know it to be a barbaric practice, but Squire Wentworth believes he has the model estate for the modern gentleman farmer." "And Lord Stanmore stands with you on the issue?" "Well, of course. He's a strong advocate in Parliament for abolition, and here in Hertfordshire he's been very persuasive with his fellow landowners. Samuel Wakefield is a force to reckon with when it comes to such unfairness." "Is he?" "He and the squire have had a number of heated discussions, I'm told, about the keeping of slaves. Of course, the squire is not a man to defy Lord Stanmore openly, at least, not in so many words. I believe he envies his lordship's influence in society too much to make him an enemy. But no one thinks there's any love lost between the two men." "Are conditions still so bad?" "I believe Lady Wentworth has tried to do what she can. At least, I'd like to think so. But, well, those poor people are still kept like cattle." Mrs. Trimble sat down again beside Rebecca.
Though she is good-hearted and far different from her husband, Lady Wentworth is a timid thing. Unfortunately, she also prefers to spend most of her time in London. Reverend Trimble and Mr. Cunningham have taken on the plight of those poor people as their personal mission, but there's only so much they can do. No matter how improved their lives might be, and how kind the squire's wife was, Rebecca agreed that slavery was abominable and cruel by its very nature. "May I ask if there is a way that I might assist Reverend Trimble in his efforts at Melbury Hall?" Mrs. Trimble took Rebecca's free hand in hers. "Of course, Mrs. Ford. Both my husband and Mr. Cunningham could use your help in a dozen ways."
"Mr. Cunningham appears to be a great help to your husband."
"Oh, indeed he is. As fine a young Scotsman as you'll ever meet."
The woman gestured toward her own knee.
"But more help is always welcome. Since my carriage accident, my assistance has been limited to what I can do around the rectory. Going as far as Melbury Hall is a little beyond me, I'm afraid."
"You clearly do so much. There's an aura of such beauty and happiness surrounding your home, your house, the gardens. They all do you credit." Rebecca cast an admiring eye around the room. She turned her attention back to her host and was greeted with an appreciative smile. "But can you think of some specific way that I can be of some use? You see, I don't honestly know how long I shall be at Solgrave." The woman nodded with understanding.
"Thus far, the squire has not dared to try to disallow Reverend Trimble's visits to Melbury Hall. You could accompany him and check on the health of those living there. Mr. Cunningham has been trying to teach a little reading and writing, but the schoolmaster's presence there has been, well, only grudgingly allowed by the squire. If you have any aptitude for teaching, I know they would appreciate any help you could give them in—"
"I'd be very willing," Rebecca said, feeling her spirits rise. "Perhaps you could appoint a time that I should return to meet your husband."
"Even better, Mrs. Ford. I'll make certain to have Reverend Trimble stop out and visit you at Solgrave tomorrow morning."
Her hostess pursed her lips thoughtfully.
"But perhaps we should arrange a meeting with Lady Wentworth first. Mr. Cunningham mentioned to us last evening that she has come down from London earlier than expected. Apparently, an acquaintance of hers, or her husband, will be visiting at Melbury Hall. Expected to arrive late last night, in fact."
"Whatever you think best, Mrs. Trimble," Rebecca murmured, glancing at the ornate clock above the hearth. There was still half an hour left to noon, and her heart had already begun to drum along pleasantly at the prospect of Lord Stanmore's return.
"Now, the King's birthday is less than a fortnight away," Mrs. Trimble continued, "and I would assume that Lady Wentworth will remain at Melbury Hall at least until then. I'll see to it that my husband makes the arrangements for the two of you to meet."
Delighted with the thought of being useful again, Rebecca was starting to ask the rector's wife about the village school when the sound of voices drifting up the garden path and through the open window drew her hostess to her feet.
"Well, how wonderful! They're already here."
Rebecca stood as well and joined Mrs. Trimble by the window.
"I'll introduce you when they come in. But here is Reverend Trimble, accompanied by Lady Wentworth. The other lady must be the guest they were expecting from London."
Reverend Trimble was shorter in stature than his wife, but he had the same lean build. Rebecca's gaze travelled to the fashionably dressed woman standing at the rector's side and making some remarks about the gardens. Her deportment showed her to be a woman accustomed to command. The wide brim of her high, plumed hat hid the upper part of her face, but the golden curls framing the firm chin, the perfect nose, and the red full lips
bespoke the finest of English gentility. "Lady Wentworth is a great beauty," Rebecca said softly to her host. "Lady Wentworth? Oh no, that would be their guest." Mrs. Trimble nodded toward a woman crouching over a flower a little down the path, half hidden behind the full skirts of the guest. "There she is, behind the others." Rebecca tried to look past the rector, but other than a tip of a parasol and the pale yellow of her skirts, there was not much more to Lady Wentworth that she could see. At that moment, however, the rector turned to usher the ladies up the path and noticed the presence of his wife at the window. At the sound of his cheerful greeting, Lady Wentworth and her guest looked up, and Rebecca's blood ran cold in her veins. Chapter 17. Feeling her knees ready to buckle under her, Rebecca reached for the sideboard and took a wobbly step backward. Horror washed through her as she watched the new arrivals climb the path to the house. She glanced desperately at the door, thinking there might still be time to escape. It was too late. Even if she ran, they would surely hunt her down. She stood still and waited for her fate. Through the window, she could see Lady Wentworth, the former Miss Millicent Gregory, a friend and fellow schoolmate at Mrs. Stockdale's Academy for Girls in Oxford, climb the step to the front door. Too late, Rebecca swore silently, as the deep voice of the rector sounded in the foyer, ushering his guests toward the parlour. She continued to back away until her legs came in contact with the cushioned chaise. She forced down the bile rising in her throat and stared at her hostess as she made her way toward the door. "I'm so delighted that you're here. Welcome, Lady Wentworth." The two women entered the room first, and Rebecca half listened to Reverend Trimble's introduction of the visitor to his wife. Suddenly, he was standing in front of her, though, presenting himself to her. His voice was kindly, and his handshake warm and friendly. But during the entire exchange, Rebecca hardly looked at him, hardly looked up from the floor. As the cleric moved away, though, she hazarded a quick look at Lady Wentworth, who was standing with Mrs. Trimble and the beautiful visitor. Despite her own distress at being in the same room with an old friend, what she found strangely upsetting was the pale and dispirited vision that Millicent presented. Though never a beauty, in the years that Rebecca had known her, the young woman's cheerfulness and lively personality always managed to distinguish her from so many of the others. Now, however, she seemed to be nothing more than a pale, insipid shell of what she'd been. The visitor, on the other hand, was holding forth with Mrs. Trimble, completely comfortable in her position as the centre of attention. After a moment, the hostess turned and gestured toward Rebecca. "Lady Wentworth, may I present you to Mrs. Ford? Mrs. Ford is at Soulgrave, the home of Lord Stanmore. Mrs. Ford, this is Lady Wentworth of Melbury Hall, that we were speaking of earlier." "Only kind things, I hope, my dear." Reverend Trimble joked, his deep laugh filling the room. Rebecca froze as Millicent's indifferent gaze drifted upward to her face. She could feel the knot in her throat choking her as she accepted the gloved hand of the other woman. "Mrs. Ford." Immediate recollection broke a spark into the pale depths of her grey eyes, and Rebecca desperately clutched the other woman's hand, applying slight pressure. A wan smile appeared on Lady Wentworth's face. "Rebecca, well, I must say, I'm genuinely delighted to see you again. Mrs. Ford, did you say?" "Again? How delightful. I had no idea you two were acquainted already." Mrs. Trimble's exclamation drew the curious gazes of the other occupants of the room, causing Rebecca to blush deeply as she continued to hold on to Millicent's hand. "Surely you must have me confused with someone else, Lady Wentworth," she said desperately, sending a pleading glance in the direction of her old friend. "True, my given name is Rebecca, but this is my first trip to England, so unless you were in the colonies, I don't know where the two of us could have met." There was a moment of confusion in the other woman's face, but somehow Rebecca's consternation must have registered, for Millicent gave an understanding nod and withdrew her gloved hand. "I must apologize for such an impetuous response. You do remind me of someone I once knew, but that was so many years ago, and my recollection is increasingly vague, I fear." "How curious that your given name should be Rebecca as well, Mrs. Ford." Rebecca's gaze was drawn to the other woman in the room. She was dressed rather ostentatiously in a velvet walking dress of deep blue, a matching blue jacket, and blue hat with blue feathers. Her face and figure were truly beautiful, but her eyes were as cold as ice. Mrs. Trimble saved Rebecca from answering by making the introduction first. "Lady Nithsdale is a guest at Melbury Hall. She came down from London yesterday, I understand. Lady Nithsdale, please allow me to present Mrs. Ford." Rebecca accepted another gloved hand. "But you are a Rebecca as well?" The chill in the voice, the superior manner, turned Rebecca's earlier fears into annoyance. She gave the other woman a cool smile before withdrawing her hand. "A coincidence, I admit, but my name is fairly common." "Quite common," the haughty woman said with an ironic look. "And your stay at Solgrave, have you taken a position there?" Mrs. Trimble let out a gasp of surprise, and a flash of temper rose in Millicent's eyes as she stared reprovingly at Lady Nithsdale. The rector was all too willing to offer an explanation and ease the tension in the room. "Mrs. Ford is Lord Stanmore's guest, my lady. She has taken charge of Master James, the Earl's son, for the past 10 years. "Ah, I see. A governess." "No, my lady," Rebecca answered quietly. "I am a guest." Though she said nothing further, Lady Nithsdale made little effort to hide the mocking look she now directed at Rebecca. "Won't you sit down, ladies?" Mrs. Trimble offered brightly, calling for a tray of fresh tea to be brought in. As Lady Nithsdale ensconced herself in a chair by the doorway, Rebecca took a seat on the edge of the chaise and glanced discreetly in the direction of her old friend. She had to find a time, somehow, to meet privately with Millicent. They had been friends once, but she could not rely on that. She only hoped Lady Wentworth's compassion was the same as young Millicent Gregory's had been so long ago. Glancing at her now, though, Rebecca felt an uneasiness settle into the pit of her stomach. For the languid look she observed through the window had once again taken possession of her old friend's demeanour. "Mrs. Ford has come by today not just to pay us a visit, Reverend Trimble, but also to volunteer her time." Mrs. Trimble spoke cheerfully to her husband and directed a bright smile at Rebecca. "We were just trying to sort out some of the particulars when you arrived." "Well, thank you, Mrs. Ford. Thank you indeed." The rector bowed gratefully. "Between Lady Wentworth's plan to grace our neighbourhood with her presence longer than we normally enjoy at this time of the year, and your offer of assistance, there's so much we can plan to accomplish this summer. Why,
I can hardly wait to tell all of this to Mr. Cunningham."
"You must tell Lord Stanmore about our meeting here today, Mrs. Ford," Lady Nithsdale commanded, cutting off the rector's animated speech. "For now that I've come down to this charming little corner of Hertfordshire, his lordship will surely wish to extend his own stay in the country, to show me around personally."
Hot jealousy flared unexpectedly in Rebecca's chest as she watched this stylish member of the London's ton shake the blonde curls so artfully arranged around her face.
"Are you acquainted with his lordship, then?"
An arched eyebrow above Lady Nithsdale's haughty eyes answered Mrs. Trimble's innocent question.
"Acquainted is an understatement, my dear lady. Stanmore and I have been close, very close friends, for a long, long time. In fact," she pouted at the direction of Lady Wentworth, "before you even think of any charity work, Millicent, you promised me a ball. One can see at a glance that everything is far too quiet here. We shall need to create an occasion where I can wear at least one of the dresses I brought along."
Without waiting for a response, she turned her attention to Rebecca.
"Being in charge of his lordship's son, it is too sad that you cannot attend a ball, Mrs. Ford. But then again, you are probably relieved of it. Dressing appropriately for such a fine occasion would be terrifying, don't you think?"
Without allowing anyone to put a word in edgewise, Lady Nithsdale turned again to Lady Wentworth.
"Now, Millicent, you know I would help you with the preparations if Stanmore would just spare me a moment. But knowing how demanding his lordship will be once he learns I'm here—"
The words hung in the air as a servant entered the room.
"His lordship the Earl of Stanmore."
Rebecca's eyes fixed on the tall, dark figure filling the door. His demeanour was unreadable, and his gaze was fixed on Mrs. Trimble. She wondered, though, how much he'd heard Lady Nithsdale say. Reverend Trimble immediately jumped to his feet in greeting as the peer crossed the floor to the rector and his wife. As the two made a fuss over his arrival, Lady Nithsdale sat in her chair, an impudent smile on her face. Disgusted, Rebecca stood and moved casually toward the window. Lady Wentworth immediately joined Rebecca by the open window. They both stared at the flower beds stretching in the yard.
"My husband and his guest practice city hours, Mrs. Ford. I, however, am quite fond of morning rides. Would you care to ride with me, say, tomorrow morning?"
Rebecca recalled that she'd told Lord Stanmore that she would not be riding, but the situation demanded that she take up Millicent on her offer. She doubted very much that the Earl's groom would deny her a horse if she were to request one. She met her old friend's gaze.
"I would very much enjoy a ride with you, my lady, and if it is not too inconvenient for you, though, could we make it very early?" "I am delighted. The earlier the better. I shall ride over to Thalgrave stables shortly after dawn. My husband insists that I have my groom accompany me, but we shall have ample opportunity to talk and get to know one another a little as we ride."
"I shall be ready." With a small nod, Lady Wentworth turned to the room and the company. An odd sense of relief flowed through Rebecca, with the thought that not everything she recalled of her younger years had been false. Millicent was at least giving her a chance. Rebecca looked across the room in time to see Lord Stanmore excuse himself abruptly from the company of the Trimbles. As he crossed the room, his gaze held hers. "Mrs. Ford, I hope you forgive me for being late." His intensely dark eyes searched and caressed every inch of her face, and Rebecca had difficulty keeping calm.
"You're not late at all, my lord."
she finally managed to whisper. "Lady Wentworth." Stanmore bowed politely to Millicent. Out of curiosity more than jealousy, Rebecca cast a fleeting look at Lady Nithsdale and found the woman's pretty face showing signs of temper. The artificial smile she managed to maintain in light of still not being acknowledged by the Earl appeared to be starting to slip, however. She wanted to admonish herself for her vanity in being approached by Lord Stanmore first, but the emotion she was feeling at the moment was far too satisfying to allow it. Later, she thought. I'll chastise myself later. His eyes were fixed upon her face. "I've just explained to Mrs. Trimble that we cannot stay for the luncheon she so graciously offered, as we have a previous engagement. I hope you haven't already made a liar out of me." He extended an arm to her. "So, if you're ready, we shall be on our way." She was more than ready, though still a little uncomfortable that a woman like Lady Nithsdale could bring out such immediate aversion in her. As Rebecca accepted the proffered arm, she noticed the surprised look on her hostess's face. Mrs. Trimble, with a quick look at the aristocratic lady, clearly understood that the Earl intended to leave without even acknowledging Lady Nithsdale. Her husband, however, stepped forward. "I suppose there's no need to make an introduction, my lord. Lady Nithsdale has informed us of your, close and abiding friendship." Rebecca could have sworn she detected a note of amusement, perhaps even satisfaction, in the rector's tone. It appeared that she was not the only one to notice that, in spite of all her proud claims, Lady Nithsdale was receiving nothing more than indifference from Lord Stanmore. "London may seem to be the centre of the world, Reverend," Stanmore announced coolly, "but it can also be a very small place. Lady Nithsdale is, no doubt, acquainted with nearly all of the temps." Without another word, the Earl bowed to his hosts and calmly escorted Rebecca from the house. The sun seemed brighter outside, the spring air fresher, and the flowers far more beautiful than she remembered them being as she'd entered the rectory. As they reached the end of the garden path, Rebecca was surprised to see a handsome new phaeton awaiting them, with a groom wearing the Stanmore livery at the head of a fine-looking pair of bays. "But your horse, my lord?" "Back at Solgrave." He held her hand to assist her in climbing up onto the high seat of the carriage. As she seated herself, Rebecca looked intently at the horses, trying not to think of just how easily he had handed her up. He climbed into the carriage and took the reins in his hands. "I hope you don't mind the imposition, but I have with me a basket luncheon that I simply cannot finish on my own. I was hoping you wouldn't mind helping me with it." Mind? By heaven! Regardless of the fiery panic that ignited in her at the mere touch of his hand, she found herself more than desirous of his attention, his presence. But such an answer would never do, and Rebecca struggled to find a response. But, what of the previous engagement you mentioned to Mrs. Trimble?" "That was with you," he said simply, giving her a devilish half-smile and flicking the reins. "So, will you do me the honour of having luncheon with me, Mrs. Ford?" "The honour is mine, my lord," she answered quietly as the groom swung up behind them. As the carriage pulled away from the rectory, Rebecca looked up and past the gardens and saw Lady Nithsdale looking at the carriage through one of the large open windows of the parlour. Beautiful she was, and elegant, and angry enough to spit fire. The walls were lined with cream-coloured silk, spotted with age and mildew. The window seats were piled high with cushions of deeply faded velvet, of a colour that may once have been rose. The wool stuffing peeked out from more than a few edges. The carpet, worn and faded as well, sat askew on warped floorboards that had seen nothing other than neglect for many years. The visitor stood stiffly in the parlour, sniffing at the smells of stale flowers and dust and damp soot. Dressed in a fine suit newly ordered from Oxford Street, he could not bring himself to sit on anything in the room. He glanced once at the heavy drapery that effectively excluded any ray of sunlight, and idly wondered who had been sitting on England's throne when they had been bought and hanged. The miser's fire that struggled to stay lit in the old-fashioned fireplace flickered, but cast little light and no warmth. Why bother? He thought, with a surly twitch of his lips. He turned to the door as the sound of muttered words drifted into the room. A pregnant hush followed, like the moment before the curtain rises, and then in swept the rather unsteady figure of the once celebrated Jenny Green. It had been nearly 10 years since they had last met face to face, but the passage of time had etched thrice the years on the woman's face, obvious in spite of the paint and the rouge. He frowned at the consequences of the excessive amounts of gin and revelry that were so much part of the life of the ageing actress. A cold look bordering on a snarl was all that the man received in return, but he'd expected no different a greeting. I was certain my servant had misread the calling card. He offered no explanations and remained silent as Jenny turned and sank heavily into one of the parlour chairs. The eyes that had once bewitched every man now were puffy and lined. Even the blue seemed to have lost its lustre. The distrust in them, however, was readily apparent. "I assume this is not a social call," she spat out. He consciously chose to ignore her abruptness and her vulgar refusal to address him with the respect that his title and position called for. He would not allow her to anger him at all, and even succeeded in coaxing his lips into a smile. "Oh, or perhaps this is a social call," she said, misinterpreting his response. The fingers of her quavering hand traced a path over the curves of her ivory breasts above the neckline of the dress. It was difficult to not be distracted by the gesture. Faded though she might be, Jenny Green still possessed much of the sexual allure that had made her one of the most passionate actresses ever to grace the London stage. When she wished to use it, she still wielded that power. He knew she was a woman who could make her body seethe with sensuality, when she wanted to. The voluptuous body, the stormy eyes, the red hair, now powdered, piled high and wrapped in a turban, had once attracted the attention of every man in London, and the admiration of every woman. Why, now that I think of it, it does have all the signs of a secret rendezvous. Arriving in a hired coach, no liveried footmen or grooms. Such an air of secrecy makes my heart flutter. "I'm here because of Rebecca." He watched with satisfaction as his statement succeeded in draining the colour out of the woman's face. "I wish to know if she's been in touch with you." The pale hand moved from her breast to a glass sitting on a small table beside the chair. The glass, however, was empty. She held it for a moment, and then set it down again. Her face was tightly controlled in an attempt to show nothing of her thoughts. She was truly an actress, he thought. The child has been dead for years. How could she possibly be in touch with me? Unless you know something that you never shared with us, madam, we have never assumed her to be dead, simply missing. From her chair she reached around for the bell pull, but could not find it immediately. I need a drink. He saw Jenny try to push herself up and turn in her chair, but a hand slipped and she sank back weakly. A trembling hand covered her eyes. It was barely noon, and she was already drunk. Or still drunk, he thought with disgust. Mrs. Green, does the name Ford mean anything to you? She glanced at him without answering, and tried again to reach the bell pull, succeeding this time. She sat back in the pose of a queen on her throne, frowning, her hands curled over the ends of the armrests. Why? What's the meaning of all these questions? What makes you think she's alive? And, what is it to me, if she is? The visitor stared at her for a moment. It had been useless to come here. Jenny Green was as callously indifferent as ever, and as self-absorbed. I'm having your house watched. If she comes to see you, madam, you will tell us. A servant appeared at the door, and Jenny ordered the woman to bring a drink. He turned to leave. She is nothing to me. Never has been. Her words caused him to stop and turn. But tell me what you know. I've helped you before. I'll help you now. Very well. Someone has been making inquiries about a certain Rebecca Ford. My people have strong suspicions that the object of this search is no one but your long-lost daughter, Rebecca Neville. Will not let her disappear again. He paused and stared at the aging actress. This time, I intend to find her.